Yes, it worked. Finding Gnosis.
Disclaimer. This show is for discussion and entertainment purposes only. The Finding Gnosis show is a platform for open discussion, exploration, and opinion sharing. The views expressed by hosts, guests, and participants are personal opinions and do not constitute professional, medical, legal, or financial advice. All topics discussed are only intended to spark curiosity, entertain, and encourage independent thought. If any subject interests you, we strongly advise conducting your own thorough research using reliable and professional sources. Critical thinking and due diligence is key. Stay curious, stay informed, be well, be lucky, and don't be an arsehole.
Trying to see what it all means. All the noise and all the light. Something's hidden out of sight. People talking like they know, repeating what they've been told. If there's truth beneath the skin, where exactly do we begin? Come and find Gnosis. Enter in. What is going on? Where have we all been? Come and find Gnosis. Take a view. No one has the answer. Maybe none of this is true. No one's coming with a guide. No one's got it all inside. Every voice just plays a part. Every mind a different start. Questions moving through the air. Something felt but not made clear. If it's there, then let it show. If it's not, then let it go. Come and find Gnosis. Step inside. What is going on? No more place to hide. Come and find Gnosis. Take a seat. Say what's on your mind. Let the unknown speak. Some will say it's all been solved. Others say we're still involved, but the feeling still remains. Something missing in the frame. Not a path that's been laid down. Not a truth that's widely found. Just a space to question through. See what holds and what falls through. Is it all just chance? Is it all designed? Are we here to drift? Or are we here to find? Is there something more? Or just what we see? Are we asking wrong? Or are we finally free? No one here to claim the end. No one here to just defend. Just a question held in place, echoing through time and space. Come and find Gnosis. Don't pretend something's moving here without a final end. Come and find Gnosis. Look again. What is going on? Where does this begin? Come and find Gnosis. Stay aware. Something's happening everywhere. what it all means. All the noise and all the light. Something's hidden out of sight. People talking like they know, repeating what they've been told. If there's truth beneath the skin, where exactly do we begin? Come and find Gnosis. Enter in. What is going on? Where have we all been? Come and find Gnosis. Take a view. No one has the answer. Maybe none of this is true. No one's coming with a guide. No one's got it all inside. Every voice just plays a part. Every mind a different start. Questions moving through the air. Something felt but not made clear. If it's there, then let it show. If it's not, then let it go. Come and find Gnosis. Step inside. What is going on? No more place to hide. Come and find Gnosis. Take a seat. Say what's on your mind. Let the unknown speak. Some will say it's all been solved. Others say we're still involved. But the feeling still remains. Something missing in the frame. Not a path that's been laid down. Not a truth that's widely found. Just a space to question through. See what holds and what falls through. Is it all just chance? Is it all designed? Are we here to drift? Or are we here to find? Is there something more? Or just what we see? Are we asking wrong? Or are we finally free? No one here to claim the end. No one here to just defend. Just a question held in place, echoing through time and space. Come and find Gnosis. Don't pretend something's moving here without a final end. Come and find Gnosis. Look again. What is going on? Where does this begin? Come and find Gnosis. Stay aware. Something's happening everywhere. La 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 la. Looking out at everything, trying to see what it all means. All the noise and all the light. Something's hidden out of sight. People talking like they know, repeating what they've been told. If there's truth beneath the skin, where exactly do we begin? Come and find Gnosis. Enter in. What is going on? Where have we all been? Come and coming with a guide. No one's got it all inside. Every voice just plays a part. Every mind a different start. Questions moving through the air. Something felt but not made clear. If it's there, then let it show. If it's not, then let it go. Come and find Gnosis. Step inside. What is going on? No more place to hide. Come and find Gnosis. Take a seat. Say what's on your mind. Let the unknown speak. Some will say it's all been solved. Others say we're still involved. But the feeling still remains. Something missing in the frame. Not a path that's been laid down. Not a truth that's widely found. Just a space to question through. See what holds and what falls through. Is it all just chance? Is it all designed? Are we here to drift? Or are we here to find? Is there something more? Or just what we see? Are we asking wrong? Or are we finally free? No one here to claim the end. No one here to just defend. Just a question held in place, echoing through time and space. Come and find Gnosis. Don't pretend something's moving here without a final end. Come and find Gnosis. Look again. What is going on? Where does this begin? Come and find Gnosis. Stay aware. Something's happening everywhere. La 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 la. Looking out at everything, trying to see what it all means. All the noise and all the light. Something's hidden out of sight. People talking like they know, repeating what they've been told. If there's truth beneath the skin, where exactly do we begin? Come and find Gnosis. Enter in. What is going on? Where have we all been? Come and find Gnosis. Take a view. No one has the answer. Maybe none of this is true. No one's coming with a guide. No one's got it all inside. Every voice just plays a part. Every mind a different start. Questions moving through the air. Something felt but not made clear. If it's there, then let it show. If it's not, then let it go. Come and find Gnosis. Step inside. What is going on? No Others say we're still involved, but the feeling still remains. Something missing in the frame. Not a path that's been laid down, not a truth that's widely found. Just a space to question through, see what holds and what falls through. Is it all just chance? Is it all designed? Are we here to drift, or are we here to find? Is there something more, or just what we see? Are we asking wrong, or are we finally free? No one here to claim the end, no one here to just defend. Just a question held in place, echoing through time and space. Come and find Gnosis, don't pretend something's moving here.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to another episode of Finding Gnosis, the Finding Gnosis show. I do hope you are exceedingly well. And we will begin our journey to try and find out just what the hell is going on and what we should be doing whilst we are here in this strange existence that we are all apparently sharing. Luckily for us, Fantasy PGA Tour has stepped up and joined the panel here. He got the show going. Thanks for doing that, Fantasy. Now, the topic of today's show, well, the title is In the World, Not Of It. Can you escape the maddening crowd? Is it possible to actually escape the madness of reality, the madness of the world? Is it possible to escape the matrix? Is it possible to go off grid, both physically and mentally? Is it possible to, move to the country and forget about everything? Is it possible to live in the city and become free? Is it possible to go inwards and find freedom in the sanctity of your own mind? This is the kind of general topic of the show. We'll go from there. That sounds okay to me. Fantasy PGA Tour, do you get the gist of what this one is about?
Yeah, I think so. I've read the title there, In the World, Not of It, which seems a bit like I don't know if it was intentional, but it seems like a reference to Jesus.
Yeah, he did say that.
Yeah. But yeah, I do like that idea. It's kind of what I'm trying to do, to be honest with you. I'm a bit like you. I know you've said that this world's a bit of a hellscape. So I try and detach myself from it as much as possible. But yeah, I mean, I've very recently finished studying the Bible, and there's I think it's 1 John. There's a whole passage there about not loving the world and all that is in the world, the fleshly desires, etc. That comes from the Father. That comes from the world, not the Father. So the whole point of a lot of these New Testament writings, it seems, is to not be influenced by the world, separate yourself from the world, and try and align yourself with what they call agape love, right? So yeah, that's it's an interesting topic. I've not jumped on here for a while, which is why I'm on here.
Yeah, good to have you back.
Yeah.
So John wrote about that, did he?
Yeah, in the first epistle of John.
Okay.
Yeah, it's probably one of my favorite books of the New Testament. But yeah, there's a whole section there of separating yourself from the world.
Would you like to read that? I know it might be too much to ask, but it might be interesting.
Yeah, just give me a second, mate.
If you can find it. I'll just have a look through the comments here, see who's
Sure.
here. Keith Whitty is here. Good to see you. I don't know what you're on about though, but he does say money is people's god, greed, anchored to material things. That's what Keith Whitty Gmail says. Do you want to come on here, Keith, and tell us about that view? Who else is here? Sieg is here. Good to see you. Tom, good to see you. Global Solidarity says going off grid is difficult because sharing is a human trait that brought us this far. Okay. Keith Whitty also goes on about astral travel. Well, come on and tell us about that. How does that help us escape the matrix to be in the world but not off the world, to get as far away from the maddening crowd as one can in this strange reality? Late Show is not impressed by the music. He says it needs more vitality. Well, perhaps he can lend his voice to the next one. Global Solidarity. Okay, I don't know what that's about, Global. Hello, Robin. Good to see you again. And salutations, as always, to Brother Marcus. Good to see you, mate. And enjoyed your little the clip you made of Chickpea. That's on your channel. I shared it in my community post for anybody who wants to see it. It was very funny. And Witchy Bishy says, yes, you can escape the maddening crowd. And Late Show says he'll be done by the weekend in his moving, and he'll hop on at that point. Well, good luck with your moving. You see, the thing is, psychopaths often have to keep moving. Did you know that, D Prophet? Have you done something wrong? Is it time for you to get out of town? Upset the locals again, have you? Yeah. But I'm only joking. He's not. I don't think he is a psychopath. I'm only joking. He says at the moment he's a bit tied up. There you go. Well, good luck with your boxing and unboxing and all that jazz. I don't know how far you're going from where you were or are, but good luck with it. Yeah, salutations. So did you manage to find that yet, Brother Fantasy PGA Tour?
Yeah, so 1 John 2 it is. But yeah, in the ESV section there is just this little paragraph where it just says do not love the world. But yeah, I can read it if you want to hear it.
Okay, try and turn up your microphone a bit. There we go. Go for it.
Yeah. Yeah, well, basically it just says do not love the world or the things in the world. If anyone loves the world, the love of the Father is not in him. For all that is in the world, the desires of the flesh and the desires of and pride of life, is not from the Father, but is from the world. And the world is passing away along with its desires, but whoever does the will of God abides forever. And that's that little section there. So I wasn't lying. There you go, mate.
Yeah, sorry. Would you bear to read that section just one more time? Because I know I changed your microphone settings. We lost one word, but I would like for it to go in properly. It's always good to do another reading because it is only a short.
Yeah, it's only short. Yeah, I'll read it again. Do not love the world or the things in the world. If anyone loves the world, the love of the Father is not in him. For all that is in the world, the desires of the flesh and the desires of the eyes and pride of life, is not from the Father, but is from the world. And the world is passing away along with its desires. But whoever does the will of God abides forever. And that's the end of that there.
It's an interesting one, isn't it? One might say that's a very Gnostic kind of sentiment in the plain New Testament, you know, the mainstream Bible.
I completely agree. But the weird thing is, John kind of seems to, in his epistles, he kind of seems to sort of try and direct people away from the Gnostic thought at the same time. Yeah, it is interesting because obviously, if you've got the idea that the conventional Christian idea that God is the one that created the world, then it does seem odd to have such a detachment and disdain to the world. Yeah, it does feel quite Gnostic.
Unless you see it as part of the whole testing, part of the whole, like, it's like you could see perhaps that someone might say it's necessary for us to be here to go through the conditioning. So it's not like you're abandoning bringing people here. Do you know what I mean? You have souls have to come here to be conditioned.
I was kind of literally having this exact same conversation earlier with a friend of mine, because I was we were talking about the book of Job. You used to be a Catholic, right? I don't know if you've read that.
Yeah, I know the book of Job. That was one of I actually kind of felt like Job for a long time, because I was like, I tried everything in terms of my faith, and then I was like, at one point I was like, well, I give up. I just surrendered to the mystery, because it's so fucked up, it's so crazy, and I'm not getting any answers. Maybe I should just surrender to God and just bow down and worship him, even though I don't know what the hell's going on, because like everything's going to shit around me, and I don't seem to be able to fix anything. And yeah, it just seems all to be vanity, in many ways, in terms of the worldly stuff.
Yeah, that's quite Ecclesiastes, isn't it? That whole vanity thing. But yeah, the book of Job's interesting because it does very much seem like, because he basically is just testing Job, right? Because obviously, basically the devil just says, "Oh, Job's only so great and righteous because you've given him good conditions," and so God says, "Well, to the devil, well, you go and do what you will with him, then make his life terrible, and we'll see if he is indeed righteous after that." So that very much is a test. But the interesting thing about the book of Job as well is it was the oldest written book in the Bible. Obviously it's not the first book. Obviously Genesis is, but when they date all the scriptures, the book of Job is the very oldest scripture that is in the Bible, they reckon.
Really?
So I do wonder, so I do wonder, is there a special relevance to that and to that whole sort of testing theory that you've just outlined there? Because that is very much in the book of Job. I was having this conversation earlier.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just saying, if you want to, is Gnostic in, like, it could be viewed. Gnostic is a very strange word because nobody really ultimately knows what it means. There's a lot of different views on it, especially nowadays. But I suppose it, like what we just, that original quote from the book of John, you could say it is Gnostic in the sense that it's seeking to control oneself to avoid temptation, but it doesn't necessarily, it's not necessarily saying avoid walking through the world, avoid trying to impact upon it, you know what I mean? It's saying not to be influenced by it, to be stronger than it, to overcome it,
Yeah. In fact, I think there is actually a passage about overcoming the world in that very epistle, actually, which I might try and find, seeing as you've just brought that up. Also, I should say I'm not a Christian, by the way. I've just studied the Bible, but I do get value out of it.
I mean, what I'm saying is, you could take the view that you are in a world that is bad, and you can take the view that people often say, well, why do Christians have kids if they view the world as bad, for example? And it's a place to be overcome. Well, it may be like, look, if you're religious, you think God is going to come back ultimately and make everything okay, and ultimately this whole phase is just a testing phase. It's because we've done it to ourselves. We deserve it for some reason, as the human consciousness deserves this fate until, as and when Jesus returns to save us, so it may be like part of the submission, part of the worship of God is to accept our fate and to acknowledge that we deserve this, and therefore to continue as a species because we deserve it, and as a sign of our faith we submit to that punishment until, as I said, as and when Jesus returns to save us. That might be a sign of faith in a way, that I mean, it's a brutal one. It's a brutal one, but isn't that ultimately what Christianity is about? And so is Islam, and so is Judaism. It is all about that. It's saying, yeah, we deserve this, and as part of our faith, we acknowledge that we deserve this suffering, and it is good that we're going through this conditioning. It is good that we are being given a chance, because we don't deserve a chance to be saved, but we are being given it. We must be so terrible that perhaps we don't deserve it, but we are being given that chance, and therefore it is good that we're going through this, because ultimately it will lead to a better outcome for us. I mean, that's kind of the gist of it, is it not?
That is kind of the gist of it, yeah. I mean, it's also one of the reasons I'm not actually a Christian, though, is I don't really I don't know. I don't really vibe with the idea that we deserve it. You know, I think
Christian though, because Christians get a bad rep. Just say you're not a Muslim, you're not a Jew either, because well, yeah, you know what I mean. I just like to throw that out because people forget that they all have the same basic idea, don't they?
Yeah, well, they're all Abrahamic religions, and the Quran even says it confirms the previous scriptures, right? But my issue with that is I think our sin comes from our biological makeup, most of all, in my opinion. And we're not the ones that created the biological makeup. Apparently, that was God. So I really struggle with the idea that we deserve all of this in the conventional view of the religion. Yeah. Anyway, I'll let us,
hello to Retro. And we had a Grazy Guru backstage, but he couldn't get on because his device wasn't connected. Grazy Guru, if you are still watching, you have to connect your devices, your microphone, your camera to get on Grazy Guru. That's why you couldn't come on. I wasn't able to let you on because StreamYard doesn't let me on unless you have your devices connected properly. So yeah, thank you, Fantasy PGA Tour. I'm happy with this start so far. It's a good start. We have Yuzu Lemon. Do you want to say something about what we were just talking about, Yuzu, or do you want to go into some other area related to the topic of this show, which is being in the world, not off it, trying to escape the maddening crowd, trying to escape the matrix, if you like, to live off grid physically and perhaps even mentally, trying to get some peace in the sanctity of our own minds. Have you got anything to say, Yuzu?
Not really, no.
So you just came on to basically be a beacon of peace, a kind of Zen state.
I suppose so, yeah.
Okay, Yuzu, thank you for that. We'll go to Fatima. Fatima, have you got anything to say about this topic and about what we were just saying? Whatever.
I do have a few things to say about it. Hello, everyone. First of all, how's everyone doing? Hope everyone's having a good evening or night or day, morning, wherever you're watching this from, whatever time zone you're in. Yeah, in the world not of it, can you? I don't think I used to think that you can be alone forever, but I don't think you can anymore.
Can I just say, sorry, before you say it, Grazy Guru, you're backstage. You have to connect your microphone and your camera. Give permission in the browser to them to get on. I cannot let you on because it won't let me let you on until you have those devices connected. Sorry, go ahead.
Okay, so where was it? Oh yeah, so like loneliness. Loneliness is a very tricky subject for me to like talk about because you can be physically alone. That's cool, that's fine. That is empirically true. You can be physically alone, but can you be alone mentally in psychology? I don't think you can. And of course, we have brains for a reason. We have a mind for a reason. Or, I mean, I don't think for a reason, but like these things are going to act on their own accord because they just do. I don't know why we have a mind, but like we're just going to have one. So, and like, what do we carry inside the mind and inside thought? Language, ideas, words, and experiences that come from others. And like, so you can't be away from civilization, but civilization is still going to be with you no matter what you do. Like, you can try to like deny it as much you want, because the way that we communicate through the world is through language. Ultimately, that's what separates us from animals, right? We can talk like this. So, and to me, language is inherently a social phenomenon. You can't have a private one just isolated to yourself, because even if you did, you still are using words from others, And yeah, that's my thoughts on loneliness. It's a very tricky thing. I don't think it can truly exist. And this is coming from a person who, for like the first 25 years of their lives, are like, I just want to be alone from people. I want to live isolated, until I thought about it some more, matured my viewpoints, read more. I'm like, yeah, even that's not possible. So I might as well just continue to be in like civilization, because like even outside of it, I will still have the experiences from it, and that's just as bad as being in it. And yeah, I think I stated my case. All right, thank you, DNW.
Yeah, thank you very much, Fatima. You did very well there. A lovely brief on your thoughts.
Thank you.
So we have Grazy Guru. Good to see you again. We haven't seen you for a little while, Grazy Guru. I was wondering about you. But
It's been equinox, haven't it?
Yeah, this topic now, I think you've heard kind of the gist of it, what it is. We're talking about being in the world but not of it. Can you escape the maddening crowd? Can you, in any way, get away from the influence or the, let's just say, malevolent influence of others, of the world? Can we get to peace either by escaping physically to the wilderness or even in the city? Is there a way to live off grid?
How can you escape a world physically?
Can we escape in our mind? You use our mind to get some kind of meditative, situation where we're at peace and we're away from all the nonsense. Tell us your thoughts. I don't want to pepper your mind too much with my influence. So give us your thoughts on matters.
Well, it depends really on what you mean by the word world. When someone says the word world to me, I'm talking about the place made of words. You remove the L from the word world and it says wood. So it's the structure of words we place upon reality. And so I don't think there's anything physical about a world. I think all worlds are constructs of mental concepts and words. Someone said something about words earlier. I was barely listening. I didn't catch what it was about, but I agree.
I said that.
Words are the building blocks of worlds. All worlds are built of words. There's no world that's not built of words. I don't know what you're talking about. Otherwise, you'd have to explain it to me. So is that what everybody's talking about? The construct of reality in words as a world?
If you think that's what we're talking about, then maybe that is what we're talking about. So just tell us a bit more about that, and you can escape it. Go ahead.
Sure. It was again. There's what as Gnostics referred to as the demiurgic world. That's the world of connotations and synonyms and sins. Words that have no lawful real structure. And then there's the world of lawful structure, Kailion, which I submit to. And in that world, you escape it. So as you already understand about me, I don't live in a world where there's evil. You guys do. It's weird for me. I don't know why you choose to. But for those who live in a world where there's evil or good or bad or stuff like that, I can help you escape it, but you've got to want to escape it. I can't help you escape if you choose to want to be there. And the only way you can be there is by using those words to build said world and treat them as real.
If that's true, Crazy, so you're living in a world where we don't factory farm 92 billion sentient creatures every year, then? You're living.
We do, yes. I just don't see as evil.
Whoa.
Yeah, I didn't claim I didn't live in that world. See how you twisted things? I just said it's not deemed as evil.
I don't want to have a back and forth yet. I want everyone to give their introductory remarks. Chippy will come to you in a moment. Go ahead, Grazy.
Oh, well, I will say we will respect the DW's structure here, but I did like the question, so I'm going to continue, but not in the sense of answering it, but in the sense of that was a perfect example of what I mean. My world is built as Chippy said it's just factory farmed animals and stuff like that. Now, can I debate on whether that's ethical and stuff like that? What should it be? And when I use the word good, I mean in the benevolent sort, as in everything running as it should be in order with things as we see it through Gnosis, not the good as in good or bad. The good I represent has no opposing other. So there's no bad or evil to any word I use as good. It just means things are running in order as I see them. Right. And I could be incorrect. But no, I don't assess fairy tale notions of good and evil to it because that builds a world of it. I mean, like I said to you, Chickpea, I agree to your philosophy. I do. But my philosophy extends beyond yours to see humans as the ones who are suffering the greatest more than animals. And if we take care of humans first, 100%, yes. Would you not agree to me that if you was doing what others are doing to animals blindly and not understanding, that would be the greatest hell you could possibly imagine upon yourself and others, yes? And but yet
of course I would know what I was doing.
No, yeah, but people don't. It's ignorant to think that all people know what they're doing, isn't it? I mean, because autistics don't, children don't.
1 second, guys. Have you finished, Grazy? Because I want to go to Chickpea, and then we might open it up. Don't know.
Again, I kind of lost the track of what you were saying, but yes, the answer to your question, if you're asking me, is yes, it can be changed by simply changing the words you use to describe your reality. If you use dogmatic, subjective words, you'll live in a dogmatic, subjective world. Good luck to you all. But if you use lawful, objective, denotational words, you will live in a lawful, objective, denotational world in line with what is. Well, the thing is, I mean, luck doesn't have anything to do with it, does it? Really?
Crazy. 1 second, buddy. We'll go to Chickpea now. Chickpea, you don't have to relate it to Grazy. We'll open up the conversation in a bit. Don't worry. But I want to hear what you think, Chickpea. Can you be in this world but not off it? Can you escape the maddening crowd?
We're in it.
Is there a way to break free from the matrix? Tell us, Chickpea.
Well, you can't break free, in my opinion, until your soul leaves here. If your soul is here, you're living in it. That's what I believe. My soul is stuck here. I'm living in it. And every day I feel it and I smell it. And it's
every day you feel it and you smell it. Okay. Anything else then, Chickpea, you'd like to add to your opening statement?
Also about the animals in the vivisection labs and all the...
Okay.
You know me, that's my bugbear about the world. When people say it's a happy, clappy world, I always come up with this.
Thank you, Chickpea.
It's nothing personal, crazy. I say it to everybody.
I love you for that. You are.
I love you too.
A rock.
I don't know how to take things personally.
I love you too, Chickpea. Chickpea, I love you too.
We have Vital as the day is long, I presume. I can't see the rest of the username.
Correct.
Yeah, Vital as the day is long. Let me just check your microphone settings. I'm going to turn you up a bit. There you go. Vital as the day is long. In the world, not off it. Can you escape the maddening crowd? Is there a way to get off grid physically, mentally? Can you, escape the madness of others by, relying on your own mental strength, going inwards, having some state of emotional zen, intellectually analyzing reality so that it, you escape the madness of it? Tell me, Vital as on what you think.
Well,
and by the way, good luck with your move.
Thank you. Yeah, I think of course that is a possibility.
I can't hear him.
No, we can't hear you that well.
Yeah, his audio is a bit like foggy, I guess you can say. Yeah.
Well, maybe he's escaped.
Can
you hear us, Vital? What the hell's going on with him? Vital, we can't hear you, mate. You've really ballsed it up.
Yeah.
It was going so well, and then,
Maybe speaking inside the sign language and we can't see.
There you go. Anyway, not so Vital. He hasn't really managed to impress us there. But Silas says, Chickpea, she loves you. She loves you, apparently. There you go. So you got a lot of love, Chickpea. I think I want to say one thing, Grazy, and I'm fed up with it at this stage, Grazy. I've already said to you, I don't use the word evil in the manner that you think I do. I just use evil to describe a bad outcome. I don't believe in evil. I generally see good and bad outcomes, and that's it. So this nonsense of me saying, people are to blame for their actions.
It's not nonsense.
I'm a determinist. So don't come on here, please, mischaracterizing me or others. I've already said I believe in good and bad outcomes. We should try and avoid bad outcomes. We should try and move towards good outcomes. Sorry. So that's
this
what
sounds like a
say.
scolding off. Have I done something incorrect?
Well, you should know by now that this good and evil. I'm beyond good and evil myself. Others, I'm not so sure, but me personally, I'm beyond that.
Do you think I was direct then? That you personally do?
Well, you kind of come on here and say it a lot, brother. I'm not having a go at you, Grazy.
It's my belief system.
We're on the same page.
It'd be like a Christian coming on you and praising Christ, and you saying, "You come on, you praise Christ a lot, brother." Well, I don't get it.
This is a
what are you trying to see, DW? I mean,
you look like Jesus.
I'm just saying. I think actually a lot of people here don't necessarily believe in. If you go around, I think you're being presumptive. I would say
I don't think I am.
I would say Fantasy, Yuzu, Fatima are on the same page as me. They don't really believe in this concept of evil, right? I would say Chickpea, I'm not so sure, but am I right, guys? Most people here don't necessarily believe.
Are we doing?
I would say my belief are more nuanced than that. I don't think that evil comes from facts of the world. It's just a descriptive word that comes from our like sentiments. But yeah, I agree that like an absolute abstract evil that comes from abstract like rules, no, that's not real. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not so sure. I kind of think that evil may exist personally.
There you go. So there's someone who thinks evil exists. Now, here's my actual point. You're miscategorizing me. I'm not on here to attack. Wait a minute. Can I? Because you've accused me of something. I don't think it's fair because I think you're incorrect. May I just justify what I'm saying?
Was what I did evil?
I don't know what the word evil is to be able to tell you that. See, what I'm saying to you is evil. I don't understand how you want me to categorize the word bad.
What are you complaining about?
Guru, I have a question for you.
I'm not complaining. I'm only doing is I'm clarifying myself.
But I can ask him a question, Guru. I have a question. You said you deny evil. Do you also deny pain as well? Like, do you like deny pain? Like, pain isn't real.
Pain?
Yeah, pain.
Yeah, pain's real.
Okay, so like, but you would agree that like in some ways pain can be caused by acts that are not considered ideal, and to some people they're considered evil, right? But that kind of goes for the majority of the world. So if you think that pain is real but evil is not, I don't see how that could make sense in my like view of it. Or could you possibly explain how that could make sense that pain is real but evil is not?
And brother crazy. Sorry, I am being tongue in cheek. I'm not. I don't dislike you. I think you're an interesting man, and
he is.
Please don't get annoyed with me. I'm sorry for being a little bit jokey. And
I don't get annoyed.
Now Late Show says evil is intelligence being used in the service of entropy. That's what he believes. So
I don't know what that means.
I don't know what that means.
Well, that means I presume that means using your intelligence in the destruction of life rather than in the service of vitality, as he would put it.
Okay, yeah, but why do we call that evil? And this is my point. See, what I'm saying is, can I make a clarifying point then? Because everybody seems to think that I have this thing again. I use good and evil in fiction and things. I love it. Ready? This is my thing. DNW, you've said before, haven't you? You've said things have real world, whether they're real or not, they have real world consequences. Yes? Right. So if I'm saying to you that the technologies using of good, evil, right, wrong, any dogmatic way against children and then reinforced by adults in any way we choose, entertainment, whatever, children will believe this to be real, and it has a fundamental consequence on their curiosity and the way their consciousness blooms into intelligence. And therefore, they will fall into a world of having to appease their parents and peers by lying and keeping secrets, because the only time I ever lied to my parents in the sense of deceit and secret and hurt was because I thought my parents would think less of me, and I was evil because I'd been learning it from everywhere. And I haven't finished, and it was instructed into me as a child. And this is going on all around us, and everybody like yourselves seem to think, hey, that's okay, because I'm saying there's a way in which we can help these children, even for Chickpea, to help children grow up with empathy. But it's been drained from them because they've been taught to use their curiosity to hide from reality.
Now, crazy. Look, I love your intention. I love your intention. I want to hear about how it works in practicality. Now, if your son does something that makes another child cry, maybe one of his siblings, how do you, in real world terms, show him what he did was something that shouldn't be repeated?
The way I'd want someone to teach me. So I can give you a specific if you want me to highlight something. I've done it before with a dog, but I can create something different if you want. Again, I believe in every situation has its own particular outcome you should go in. I've told the situation with a dog before where my son has been chasing a dog around and pulling on his tail, not understanding the dog's point of view. And so I held onto his ponytail for a little bit, playing the game until he worked out that wasn't fun. And when I told him, is that fun for the dog? Then He said, I don't think so. Him and another outside throwing balloons at something vulnerable, full of water, thinking it was fun. When I asked if I could join in, I did the same to them. When they realized they didn't like it, I said, I thought that was fun. And they said, oh, no, we don't like doing that. And I said, well, don't do it to the vulnerable animals and stuff then. And they said, sure, we won't do that. And they didn't do it again. They just didn't. They just learned that, hey, we don't like it, so let's not do it to others. I believe in ethics and
So
moral.
what if your son is, I'm just using this as an example, and he's got a drill, electric battery powered drill, and he's drilling it into someone's knee, and you see him doing that, are you going to walk over and drill into his knee?
Oops.
Well, no, wait a minute. Do you think this example is a logical example that I should answer? Like, that's going to happen? Why would my son have a drill?
Well, you kind of gave it away.
No. It's like me. You're right. If I see my son with a drill holding in, no, I wouldn't. I would see that as my own fault for allowing my son to have a drill. I would then report myself to social services and ask him to take my child off me. There you go. I answer that in a logical way. Why? Because if I ever do that, my son's in complete danger.
Found the drill on the side of the road.
All right, and here you go. Are you able to do a logical one, a real one, a real life one? I can answer rather than these. Well, what if the
child? It's not crazy. If the child,
none of it could happen.
If the child, you've already admitted, if the child was young enough, that could happen. If he didn't, if he hadn't.
No. I haven't admitted that at all. Listen, my son would never be an predicament. I don't know what I would do.
Crazy. Listen to me for a second.
No, you're being illogical and unfair. This is unfair. This is unfair.
Crazy. Hold on, everybody. Please, Fatima, don't be rude. Crazy. Your son, look, hypothetically here, I'm not asking you. I'm not asking if this is real. This is a hypothetical. Now you can throw it away if you want, but just please, I'm doing this in good faith.
Yeah.
Your son is 2 years of age. Has never seen. He's
7 years of age.
All right,
he was 2 years of age.
Theoretically. I'm saying hypothetically.
DNW, I'm explaining this hard for me to do in my head. I can't do what you do. I'm explaining I can't do it in my head. I can't.
Crazy. It's not all about you. You're trying to say there's some objectivity going on. So someone else's son is 2 years of age.
I'm telling you, my brain can't build what you're asking. Isn't anybody help me? It's like he's trying to tell autistic and he's a fucking mong for being autistic. My brain can't build what you're asking me, Pete. You're being rude. I can't build what you're asking me to.
Sorry, Crazy. I'm sorry, Crazy. All right, Crazy. I'm sorry. I am being a little bit.
Well, stop it. You don't need to be.
I'm being a little bit.
Stop it. You don't need to be.
I'm not being aggressive. I'm
being
forceful in some way.
I'm not being aggressive. Which is it, bud? Stop contradicting yourself.
I'm being assertive.
Then I have explained to you my condition, and my wife is saying, why is DNW doing this to him? And he understands his husband.
I see it.
So are you doing it on purpose then? Are you doing it on purpose?
No.
You just forgot. You forgot this.
I've already backed down, Gracie. I've already backed down. I've already said I accept you're getting rattled, and I don't want to.
No. Am I getting rattled, or are you purposely poking me on purpose?
We are in charge of our own emotions.
No. What are you doing? Are you doing it on purpose then?
I am not rattled. You are rattled. And
yes, I'm rattled because you keep forcing me to do something I can't do, and you won't listen to me.
That's completely fine. I am backing down. I'm willing to accept that you have autism and you are feeling.
No, I don't have autism. I have metaconstructive IQ. You've got to give me a construct that's real. Otherwise, you're asking me to do narratives and fictional things like you people do. I'm a Gnostic, yeah? I do Gnosis. I can't do this formal thinking you guys all think about. I don't understand. I'm trying my best to communicate with you, but it's like you're punishing me for not being able to communicate with you.
I've been told, El Pero says, you lost me on that one, DNW. Grace is absolutely correct. The aspect of his 2-year-old having a drill and using it to drill into another's leg is not a hypothetical. All right, well, let's take it away from Gracie. Someone else's son is walking down the road. They're 2 years old. And they've never, ever seen a battery drill before. Okay, they've never seen a power tool before, let alone a battery drill. And there is a battery drill that's fallen out of a tradesman's van. It's in the gutter on the side of the road. This little kid is walking along and picks up the battery drill. Immediately thinks it looks a bit like some kind of toy because it's made out of plastic. and it's kind of green or yellow. It's got so then they pick it up and they point it at their sibling, and they press the button. It drills into their leg. And what are you going to say to your child? What would you advise the parent to say to the child in that scenario?
I don't think it has anything to do with children. It has everything to do with adults and safety and things like that. I would be assessing all that. What on earth has it got to do with a child?
Are you an
They've never seen a battery drill. This is the first time this has ever happened to them. This is the first time they've drawn blood in somebody. What are you going to say to them? This is the first time. This is the first time that child has seen blood.
Yeah, what I don't understand.
I'm asking you, how would you describe the situation to them?
I wouldn't need to. They were there watching it. I just take them away from the danger. I don't get it.
The child they've put the battery drill into is a mute, paralyzed child that's in a wheelchair and can't talk for itself. So they can't actually see any emotional response from the child. How are you going to communicate for that child to the 2-year-old that what it's done shouldn't be repeated?
I wouldn't.
He hasn't done anything. He's put
the adult is responsible. The adult is responsible.
He's put the
I'm answering the question. The adult is responsible.
Are you telling me you wouldn't educate the child on what happened?
No, I wouldn't educate the child from adult's mistake.
You're going to let the 2-year-old kid who's never used or seen a power drill before put the drill bit into the knee of the mute paralyzed child who hasn't got a voice or ability to communicate its
what do you mean by let them?
The danger it's in.
What do you mean by let them?
Child have that experience.
No, what do you mean by let them?
You're going to let that child.
What do you mean by let them?
Listen to me. I haven't finished my sentence.
But you say let them. I don't understand what you mean by let them.
Will you be quiet?
I can't because you're saying you gave let them, and I don't.
I'll mute you, so you'll have to be quiet. You're going to let that child have that experience without telling them that it was a bad thing to do. I've stopped talking now, Gracie.
I didn't understand the question.
Are you on drugs, Gracie? Do you take hallucinations?
Gracie, I've asked you the question. I'm going to meet you
now. It's like being autistic to some people. I just have a different way of. My brain doesn't work like you. That's all. Oh, it's not fair to say you're on drugs. I mean, what's going on?
I'm just
don't say you're on drugs. Crazy. I'm merely asking. Okay. Can you imagine this scenario?
I can't answer the question because you structured it in a way I didn't understand because you keep saying let it, and I don't know what you mean by let it. Do you mean like I was there letting it happen, or what do you mean?
No. Look, I'll tell you what I'm saying. Yeah. When I said you let it happen, no, you didn't let it happen. It happened, right? Now you've seen the consequences of it happening. You see as it's happening, your eyes see, and you see the blood coming out of the leg. You know the paralyzed mute child cannot communicate the danger it's in. Okay, it is literally down to you as a responsible adult to speak for that paralyzed, non-verbal child in the wheelchair. To say to the 2-year-old kid who's never seen a power drill before, who's never used one before, that is dangerous. Don't do that. You've let that happen without telling the child that's done it that it shouldn't do that again. That's what I'm saying. When I say you let that happen, you let it happen. So you let it slip by without telling the child they shouldn't do that. That's what I'm saying. And that's very strange. And now I'm going to unmute you. Go ahead.
Marcus, hello.
So I think the question is if the child was left unattended with power tools and put the power tool into a mute child, not understanding I ever doing it before, and then I came around and I was supposed to look after these children and I caught them, I'm supposed to scold the child? That's what you're asking me?
No, I didn't say scold. I'm asking you. I'm asking
I'm confused.
How would you deal with that situation? How would you?
Oh, I would
you impart on the 2-year-old that they shouldn't do that in the future?
I wouldn't.
You wouldn't.
No, it was nothing to do with the 2-year-old.
That is insanity. Thank you.
So, I wouldn't. For me, it was nothing to do with the 2-year-old. I should have been watching it. It would be me. I'd obviously first suffer the consequences, let the parents know.
Wow.
Probably.
Can I ask people in the chat? I'm going to put up a poll widget here, and let me see. New poll. Is Gracie? Oh, 1 second.
D&W.
Is Gracie correct?
Yeah, I see the children like animals, like Chickpea, as in like they're really innocent. They don't really understand what's going on.
Right, we'll have this one. When I was 5, 6 years old, a boy smashed a roll.
Chickpea, because we're dishonest, and I will listen to you, because you love animals so much, would you scold an animal if it was in reverse role, or would you see the...
There is a poll live now.
I
Is
tell my
Gracie
cat,
correct in do you think he's correct in how he would manage the situation? Press 1 in the live chat for no, 2 for yes. That poll is on screen. You will see the results in real time. Sorry, I'm amazed. I'm amazed you would say nothing to the 2-year-old. I'm amazed.
Why are you amazed?
Can we do another?
I'm gobsmacked.
Well, I find that derogatory and bully-esque. What you're saying is just amazed to make everybody go, ooh, but you're not telling us why.
I've already said you are the adult. You are meant to be the person with the most wisdom. It's down to you to pass on. You say reality is about words. I agree. It's down to you to pass on the words necessary to build a way of thinking in that child that protects them and others. It's down
at 2 years old. At 2 years old, I don't know what I'm supposed to do to teach a 2-year-old. I don't know what you're talking about. What do you teach? What would you teach a 2-year-old? Then let's reverse the question. DNW, let's see you. What would you do?
I would say, don't do that.
To the 2-year-old.
I would say don't do that. Of course, I would say don't do that.
To the 2-year-old.
I would say that's dangerous. Don't do that.
How the hell does a 2-year-old know the word dangerous, DNW?
Because it's called.
You teach
it's called.
Oh, you 2-year-olds know the word dangerous.
It's called continuous reinforcement. They believe their parent. They believe their parent to be somebody to trust. When the parent says something is dangerous, they understand it to be factually correct. That it is dangerous. They trust you as a parent.
Yeah. So they trust you as a parent who left the stuff around.
67% say you are incorrect. 33% say you are correct. Just so you know.
The power of Adam.
Wait a minute. I appreciate you doing these things, but now this seems like bullying. It seems like you've done this to try and let me finish my thing. It seems like you've done this to go against us because so what? It wouldn't matter if 100% didn't agree with me. It wouldn't make any of them correct, would it?
No, I'm just saying in this particular hypothetical.
Yeah, but why do you keep highlighting it? As if to say, oh, look, they don't agree with you. Look, 60 don't even agree with you. This is what the media do. This is what dogmatic media do. This is finding Gnosis. Are you joking?
I agree with him. Who cares what the internet thinks? Like,
yeah.
Okay.
Hold on a second. He's arguing for objectivity on matters. I'm just wondering, is there any objectivity on the show in terms of...
All right, there we go. I tell you what, this is what I'll say to live audience, ready? Anybody that disagrees with me, tell me what you would scold a 2-year-old off for leaving them unattended with power tools, and what could you put to a 2-year-old? What kind of a monster of an adult goes, yeah, this teaches a 2-year-old, not the adult that just let all that happen? Please, the people in this room, please answer this. I would love to know what these panelists, if you're courageous, tell me who you think is responsible, the adult or the child? And should you be teaching a 2-year-old anything because they're messing around with a drill and said they don't understand I don't get it. You DW, let me tell you, 60% agreeing with me now, buddy. Let's return it back to you. 60% agree with me, and actually, I think what you would do is disgusting to a child. You would damage a child. You would. See, how do you like it, DW? It's not a nice return to you, is it?
Does that mean it's your fault when the child pulled the tail of the dog? Was that your fault?
It was. That's why I went in and corrected him. It was my fault.
Brother Marcus is double voting for you. Now, so JB says it's the adult's fault in this instance, but chill out, though. Chill out, dude.
I'm trying to be the character.
No, I mean, look, something may be the child's fault in terms of, the adult's fault in terms of the adult was neglectful, but that doesn't mean in those situations you can't still educate the child.
It does.
You can educate the child to...
You're educating a child on offense premise. The adult has made a mistake, so you're going to educate the child on the adult's mistake. That's stupid.
No, you can educate the child as to what to do in the circumstance itself.
No, there should never be no circumstance.
They may face danger again. Either way, I didn't say you have to hit the child or scold them. You just have to tell them it's dangerous. Don't do that again.
2 years old. You put it at 2 years old, not me. destroys the entire premise of everything, really, because you
I'd
can't
like,
do anything.
I'd like the prophet to come on and explain as his thoughts as a father, because he agrees with me. Although 75% are currently.
I'm also a father of my son here, and I tell you what he would say. He would say, "No, Daddy, it's nothing to do with me. I shouldn't be blamed for that. That's unfair." And I'd go, "Right, son, I agree with you." But some of the parents on here think they can blame the children, or once they've made a mistake, somehow teach them a child the mistake they made and how not to do it. Or if father makes a mistake like this again, this is how you should act, 2-year-old. It's ridiculously warped to me. Your duty as a parent is to remove the child from the traumatic scene, and then do your best to play down the scene as non-traumatic as possible and find out if that child has received any trauma. Not to scold them or anything.
No, I never said anything about... See, you're the one emotionally manipulating me and the audience by...
I asked several times what you meant by... I asked you... No,
you're mischaracterizing me.
Times what you meant.
You're mischaracterizing me. You're moving the goalposts.
Again, you're going to use my word scold.
You're putting forth the weakest straw man possible.
I don't mean to punish them. I don't mean punish.
You are.
I don't mean punish.
I didn't say. I said.
Yeah, but scold to me just means to.
I said provide advice that what they did was bad and don't do it again. Provide advice.
That's what I mean by scolding.
Advice.
Yeah, that's what I mean by scolding.
Advice that something is bad. That doesn't necessarily have to be done in a manner that is deemed scolding.
Yeah, that's what I mean by scolding. Punish is what I think you're misleading me. But I will change that word if it upsets you. It clearly does. I mean by scolding, I mean to look at the child and say, hey, this was incorrect. This is how you can do something better next time. I have no way to tell a child that from my mistake. That to me is incorrect.
Well, anyway, look, the point is the Pareto principle has been reached here live on the show, because 80% agree with you. Only 20% agree with me. D Prophet, which side of the fence are you on? It's now 82%, by the way. D Prophet, who's right and who's wrong in this scenario?
I don't. I'm right or wrong. Correct or incorrect? I prefer.
Who's correct or incorrect? Then go ahead.
I'm obviously correct. Okay. Let's just get right out of the gate with that. Now, since I don't have a lot of time and the question has already been posed, I will just come on and show you how to reprimand a 2-year-old that has violently assaulted another child. May I? Okay.
You may, but but hold on, D Prophet. Remember, it isn't as simple as to say they violently assault. They didn't know what they were doing was wrong. They thought it was a toy, so they picked up the power drill. Yeah. So take into consideration the hypothetical, and I want you to give your honest opinion what you'd do.
So I walk in the room. My daughter is drilling into another child. Okay.
A paralyzed child who is mute, right, and can't communicate.
Okay, that I don't understand why that's even part of the scenario.
Because a normal child would be able to cry, shout, scream. Do you understand? So your child drilling can't see an emotional. The child drilling can't see an emotional reaction from the subject of the situation. Yeah, you get it.
I fucking love Gnosis because the hypotheticals are insane. It doesn't even change it. It doesn't even change it. I come in, I take the drill away from my child, and I say exactly this. No, ouchie, ouchie, bad. You're hurting someone. Stop. That's bad. We do not hurt other people. That's a big ouchie. Never do that again.
And Gracie is horrified that you would do that. And look, he's holding his face, shaking his head.
No, I don't. Not in judgment, just in what the damage I can see be happening, which I don't judge something.
What damage? Yeah, the kid learns.
I can explain when you're ready.
That hurts another person. Damn, dude. How is that damaging to anyone?
Will you let me answer? And I will answer first. Yeah. Right. And so, how that would damage anybody? Right. Let's start from. What you did is you walked in the room where you'd left 2 children unattended with a bunch of power tools, and then began to project narcissistically the blame of the situation onto the child by telling the child what they were doing. Whoa! Let me finish. Right? And then what you did then is you keep telling the child, ouchie, ouchie, bad, bad. That child is sat there looking what is done.
Actually, you're both wrong, because in the original hypothetical, you're walking down the street.
I'm talking about what he's just answering this one.
I want to go back to the original. I want to go back to the original hypothetical, please. You're walking down the street. The kid has found the power drill in the gutter,
as you do. You walk around town, you walk outside, you might find random things. So no, the parent is not in the parent's house.
Let me make an argument here.
In that scenario,
hold on. The circumstances of the child finding the drill do not matter. What matters is
they do.
No, it doesn't. No, what matters is dude. The reason I shout is because you don't let me finish. You just like jump in with your contradiction.
Because you just said on live television that it doesn't matter about the circumstances of your 2-year-old finding a drill and drilled into another child.
And
That's
then you interrupted me before I could finish my thought because you're autistic. Can I finish my thought? The circumstances of the child finding the drill do not matter in this scenario. What matters is that the child's actions are corrected. Okay?
Can I say why they matter before you go on, right? They matter because it is not the parent's fault in that it wasn't in the parent's house. It wasn't that the parent left the drill on the living room floor.
But DNW, the fault of who put the drill in the child's hand doesn't matter. What matters is that
I'm trying to deflect. I'm trying to point out that this guy Gracie is putting the blame on the parent.
I know what you're trying to do is
extrapolate. Yeah, of course. Yeah, the object of my argument is the actual drill, not the fact you should be looking after your 2-year-old child. That's what you want to focus on. I tell you what, you guys are digging a hole for yourself.
Not at all. Not at all. Not at all. Kids can bend over.
Definitely.
Kids can bend. I don't know. Kids can bend over in a second. Kids can bend over in a second and pick something up. Even a minute.
Not if you're watching them. Not if you're watching them. A power drill. You can't see a power drill.
What does
a 2-year-old?
But
so where have you got your 2-year-old?
I got like 2 more minutes.
You can't see them, DMW. Tell me the circumstances. Let everybody know the circumstance. DMW can see a parent not seeing their child pick up a power tool. You created it. Give me the real life circumstance.
I already said in the gutter or in a hedge when they're walking.
Why does the circumstance?
The 2-year-old is your 2-year-old. They haven't fucking changed. Sorry.
Go ahead, D-Prophet. Go ahead, D-Prophet. D-Prophet is caught for time. Go ahead, D-Prophet.
Fucking Christ, man. Why does the circumstance of the child getting the drill even matter? We're here.
Ask Mum, are you a parent?
Dude,
because
you asked the question. You asked
everybody shut the fuck up until I get
Not if you ask fucking questions.
You ask the
question.
Yes, I have 2 children. They're both older than yours, okay?
It doesn't matter. The circumstance how your children find dangerous tools to kill people and themselves doesn't matter to you as an adult. That doesn't matter.
In this hypothetical scenario, right.
Okay. So then you don't get to decide what matters or doesn't matter in the hypothetical scenario, do you?
Listen to me very carefully. You need to shut up for 60 seconds.
Why do I? Because you keep saying
because you're interrupting me with your stupid fucking autistic bullshit, dude.
I don't think it's stupid. I think what you're saying is stupid.
Let's just say that a contractor was working on the kitchen.
Nobody fucking cares how the kid got the drill.
I think people do care because 82% apparently agree with me. So
no matter how the drill got into the kid's hand, you still have to
reprimand. It does matter how the drill got in the kid's hand to me. See, what you're doing is you're missing a qualifier that I'm based on just so you make your argument work. It doesn't work like that. It matters.
Dude, DNW, can you fucking mute this guy? He can't help himself.
I'll tell you what, Gracie. We're going to let... please, Gracie.
I've been sitting here for 5 minutes trying to get one thought out.
Gracie, I'm going to say this, right? If you talk again while he's talking, I'm going to put you backstage and bring you back on after he's finished. So please don't talk. Go ahead, D-Prophet.
The important part of this scenario is whether or not the child gets reprimanded for their actions, okay? How the drill gets into the child's hand is a variable that doesn't matter in the end. If somebody placed it in their hand, if they found it, if the adult gave it to them, in the end, they used it to hurt someone. Thus and so, they must be told, don't do that. That's ouchy. That hurts another person. It doesn't fucking matter how the drill got into the child's hand. It only matters if you are so deeply autistic that you change the definition of words while you're saying them to like fit your argument, which is what this guy does all the time. Like, he cannot grasp the fact that a child needs to be reprimanded. For some reason, he thinks that that's like evil, that's going to harm the child, that's going to hurt the child, when in actuality, all it is creating a boundary for the child. It doesn't fucking matter why the child did what they did. They need to be corrected, okay? Yes, I am a parent. That's how I know this. Anyway, I'm gone. Love you guys. Bye.
Thank you, D Prophet. Thank you for saying that. But obviously, Crazy Guru, you can come back however you want now.
Yeah, that was mad. He said something about, I think these things are evil. When you all understand I don't believe in evil. How can I think these things are evil if I don't believe in evil? I don't get it. This is what I mean. You guys are so backwards. You change your definitions all, not all of you. I'm not pointing at individual. I'm saying that people like this come in and say dumb stuff like this. Like, it doesn't matter in this hypothetical. And it's like, well, I'm sorry. The hypothetical was given all these factors in it. Gnosis is about looking at all these factors. What you want to do is formulate a way in which the argument could work for him. That's it. That's all he tried to do, is formulate a way in which the argument can work for him. And all I said to him was simple, is that it's still, I don't want to, to keep discussing this anymore. It feels like I'm just going around in circles saying the same thing. And it's like, I want to hear what other people on this panel think of this, what you guys think of this situation. Do you think that it's what you should do after finding it? Like, to me, what I can't get around is the idea that a parent can turn around and say, it doesn't matter how the child got the power tool. To me, that's the first thing that matters and the only thing that matters. To the rest of you, that doesn't matter? Or is it just that gentleman? What about the rest of you? Does it matter, first and foremost, how that child got the power tool before anything else? Does that matter to anybody else, or is it just me? Just so I know if I'm crazy or not. Because my wife is saying, no, it 100% matters to her how the child got the power tool while in my care. Well,
I think it matters to the degree where the culpability of the child. So, for example, if they climbed up a series of shelves to get it, that's very different to if you left it on the stairs and they found it. And that's very different to if they were walking along and they found it randomly under a hedge or in a gutter, where you wouldn't expect it to be.
All right, if I explain it like this,
they're all very different circumstances, and there's also, in terms of, I would say, culpability, the blame is less on them finding it randomly, in a moment of quick, like a very quick moment where, they literally turned say you turned the street corner and there was one there and they quickly bent down and picked it up. That's very different to if they found it on the floor at home. As a parent, you that is there's some neglect on your part. But I can see D Prophet's main point as being somewhat true, that he's trying to show them that power tools are dangerous. Don't do that in future. He's trying to make the best out of it.
That's not fair.
He's trying to make the best outcome of a bad situation. I can see his point there.
I can't.
Interject. He asked the panel, right? You asked the panel, right? Crazy Guru. Well, I'll be fair, and like, I've been thinking about it, and I think ultimately it is kind of the parents' fault, because if you have a child that's like 2, right? It's not gonna know any better to like use like a power tool, power saw, drill in this case, right? So it's even more of your responsibility to put those tools somewhere very, very concealed. Because when I was growing up, sure, my father would tell me don't play with them.
That's the point. That's the point about culpability. If it's at home, then it's more your fault. But if it's found randomly on the street, you just turn the street corner, it's there. That's why I use that.
But wait. You said if the child's alone on the street, why would?
No, I didn't. I said he's walking along with you and another kid. That's why the other kid is in a wheelchair, is paralyzed and mute and can't defend themselves.
This is the idea.
Okay, but then you as a parent should be with those 2 children.
You are with those 2 children. You momentarily turn a street corner, as parents do. One of the kids is on your right-hand side. The other kid is on the left-hand side. And the kid on the left-hand side just bends down quickly, picks up a power drill, and puts it in the leg of the other child.
Oh. I would say it's both. In that case, it's both of their faults then, because
the other kid's bloody paralyzed, can't even speak or talk. So it's not there. Clearly, they had nothing to do with the situation.
No, I'm talking about the parent and the child who has a drill in for the situation outside. That's what I mean. I think it's both parents and the kid's fault.
The 2-year-old,
What would you say to the kid? What would you say to the kid in those circumstances?
I would say, hey.
I'm not saying you have to say bad person, but you have to communicate to them.
I would say, hey, stop.
You have to say that's dangerous. That's dangerous.
Yeah.
Stop.
I would say that. Just stop doing that, and then immediately take away the drill from their hands and tell them, don't ever do this ever again. And I would probably
you have to communicate to them to not pick up random things on the street as well.
Yeah, exactly.
That's another thing you'd have to communicate to them. It's bad to pick random shit up off the street when you don't know what they are.
Exactly. Yeah. Well,
you have to tell them, that's bad. Don't do that.
Yeah, exactly.
That's their welfare.
Guys, if you know how Boston work,
I'm not a father, and I don't want to be one ever. So thankfully, this situation won't come to me. But if I didn't have
how would you communicate to your kid not to pick random shit up off the floor?
You would tell them straight up. You would tell them, "Hey,
that's bad. Don't do that."
Yeah, exactly.
I wouldn't say it's bad. No, why do I need to say it's bad? Could I say something other than that?
Well, you could, but you're just making a fucking euphemism.
Okay,
Why is that, DW? All you're doing is making a blind assumption, ignorant assumption again, aren't you? Really?
He said he wouldn't trust you to. D Prophet saying he wouldn't trust you to raise a child. That's very harsh. He's got very happy children. D Prophet, don't say that.
You wouldn't trust. Well, I tell you what. If you want, I can. My son is right by here. You can come on and talk to him.
No, you don't have to do that. You don't have to do that.
Oh no. This is like an adult, type of stream. No, yeah.
My son is an adult. He's not like you guys. I self-raise him. He's not go to school.
You have to respect the rules of the show. The rules of the show is
But what is then? You have to respect this. It's not fair for anybody to claim me as a rubbish parent.
I don't think that. I said that wasn't fair.
That was uncalled for.
No, of course
I stuck up for you, crazy. I stuck up for you there.
And like my
this isn't. I'm not trying to say you're a terrible human being. I'm just disagreeing with you. That's it.
I 100% agree, but here's the issue here. For what reason you disagreeing with me? What was specifically, fundamentally?
I'm not an antinatalist, Witchy Bishy.
I am. I am.
Yeah. And Fatima is on his side, so you should be very worried. Fatima's an antinatalist, and he's on the same side as Gracie.
Answer my question.
No, I'm not. I would say that it depends on the context of situations. Like if you're at home, then it's the parents' fault. If you're outside, it's both the parents and the kids' fault. Yeah, I would say that.
Again, kids. Stop saying kids. Is 2-year-old.
Guys. I think we're getting lost here. Can I just bring Fantasy PGA Tour into the conversation? Fantasy PGA Tour. What can we get from this that we might be able to agree on? Are we missing the focus of the matter, which is you have to try and teach your kid not to pick up random shit on the street? Maybe that's the most important thing, and that's the thing that you have to show them is bad to do. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that is the whole point of the hypothetical. I just wanted to clarify to Gracie a potential scenario that he might grasp is there's a contractor in his house and he leaves a drill behind an ornament unseen while his kid is in the living room walking around. The contractor hasn't done a good job of the ceiling and there's a loud noise in the kitchen. So Gracie turns to look at the loud noise, and at that moment the child finds the drill that was otherwise hidden, that the other person left, not him, found the drill and then started drilling the mute child. So there's no responsibility on Gracie here. There's a scenario where his child does indeed pick up the drill and does hurt the child. So can you grasp that, Gracie?
Yeah, but
can you add?
I'll try and answer it. It wouldn't be a real answer because I think that people are going to think I'm dodging. So I'm going to try and answer that the best I could. But I have to add to it. I still don't agree that's not the adults. I still have full responsibility. I disagree with you on that. But I'll try and answer your question to pretend I don't have the responsibility. And my son picked up a drill and started, for some reason, drilling it into a child. And I took it off him. I'd asked him why he was doing it. That's my responsibility. I'd ask him why he was doing what he was doing, and then depending on his answer, I'd go from there. If you can give me some possible scenarios, my son might respond to me. I can go from there. But what you're asking me to do is give you a universal answer for this really, really hypothetical, silly question based upon my son, who would never do that in the first place because I've had years and years and years of training him, teaching him that's not the correct way to do things, because little by little, all the way through life, without using a drill, I taught him that he should do things that he doesn't, that to others that he would like returned upon to him without any grievance. So in other words, that so long as he doesn't have to give up something or someone else doesn't have to give up. How do you do that? By loving and cherishing him and don't send him to school.
He mistakes a power drill for a massage gun. He thinks he's doing something good initially. His intentions were good, but the outcome was bad.
Again, it's not fair for you to talk about my son because he wouldn't do that unless you let him speak for himself. This is hypothetical.
Hypothetical parent that doesn't have to be you.
I would ask him why they did it.
You want
that's
to
the way they do
understand
it.
how he corrects his child, right? Well, why don't you just ask him what real world examples he
Yeah,
just
that's what
said?
I'm asking him to do.
Well,
I'm
he
asking
said
him.
he trained his child, so
Hold on,
like, let's
Marcus.
just ask the
He's
question.
getting caught up. He's getting caught up in himself. I'm saying there's a hypothetical parent and a hypothetical child. It doesn't have
Yeah,
to
but
be
you don't
you.
even
I've
have
already
to
said
do
that
that. Just
multiple
say, how does
times.
he raise his kid? Just ask that.
I have asked him that, but I want to see in this example how he would
Okay,
put it.
fine.
Again, the example you're given is not on my kid, so that wouldn't answer that question. But I can hypothetically answer the question, and that is, I told you. I'd ask the child, whoever it is, why they did what they did.
Right.
And then I'd know. I don't know. I'd have to wait for his response.
They can't read talk. They're 2 years. They haven't got much of a vocabulary.
Oh, then they don't understand anything, and I just remove them from the situation. You've just told me somehow I can teach them the words like dangerous and the bad and things like that.
They know the word dangerous. They know the word bad.
Well, I'd have to know the full list of words they know then, so otherwise, for me to be able to do this.
So they know things like hot, cold, bad, good,
yummy, tasty, sweet.
But then again, you know, the problem is you're this hypothetical person.
I got to communicate with them, but I can't know the words they can understand.
What words would they know if they had taken up your way of parenting? What words would they know?
I have no idea. I would have guessed they wouldn't have understand pretty much any words whatsoever 2 years old, and I would remove them from the situation, and I would see this still as all my fault. Like I said, the gentleman asked a question. I still don't agree with their premise. It is all still my fault, and any adult that doesn't believe that to me is not an adult.
I think Brother Marcus is right. It does matter where the drill comes from. It matters to the degree.
Yes. Yeah, it does. It does. No, it does actually.
It doesn't mean that you have to not teach. You still have to teach your child in all.
Yes, because in work you wouldn't do that, right? In work we wouldn't fuck up something. Sorry, swearing. Wouldn't mess something up, and then when the boss tells us, the leader, it was messed up because of something we did, we'd then go to our team and say, right, guys, this is how you could do it better next time, even though I messed up. That doesn't work. You'd have to just say, sorry, guys, I messed up. There's nothing you could do about it. I should have done it better next time. And that's what you do as a parent. If you don't believe that,
I need I'm not talking about blaming anybody. I'm talking about how do you teach.
It does sound like that, though.
You have to teach the child the outcome was bad. And I get D Prophet. If you zoom out, right, I get D Prophet's point that it's about teaching the child that the outcome was bad. Right,
you can do that outside the situation.
It's not necessarily about blaming them, and in that instance, you do have to do that in all three scenarios that we put forth. You have to show the child that the outcome is bad and it shouldn't be repeated, irrespective of how they got the power tool in the future. They shouldn't do that again. So in that sense, he is right. But in terms of, you know, if you want to go in terms of child, if you want to go down that route, if they climbed up a shelf to get it, I'm talking about the old school way, but you wouldn't do this at all. But if they climbed up a shelf to get it, if you told them before, you know, don't go near that shelf, and they did, in that circumstance, perhaps there would be some kind of discipline. But I'm pointing out that you have to kind of educate them on the outcome being bad. And I'm asking, how do you do that? It doesn't matter whether you gave the drill to them, whether the drill was found, or whether they climbed up shelves to get it. It's about the outcome.
Okay, then I
communicate to them that the outcome was bad. And this isn't an outcome we want again. Therefore, if you find yourself having agency over a power drill again, don't let this outcome happen. Don't be responsible for this action again.
Okay, so again, I disagree with you. The finding it absolutely does matter. You cannot even explain to a child. You can only tell the child what you did incorrectly. Like, for example, I think I got the answer for you. If I just took hypothetically and tried to meet you halfway, if I said this, in a situation where I'd left tools out and my son was in here with the drill, yeah, and he was getting like, oh, I want to test this, and he put the drill through my computer. I don't understand why we have to put it into a child and another human being, to be honest. It's a sadistic thing you guys do, but say he put it into the telly or something, and he was just messing around, and I come and I would catch him with this. First of all, yes, I agree that there's some education that he shouldn't have played with these power tools while I was away and tried to, I don't know, do something, you know, fit it in and mess the computer up or something, yeah? But what I'd also do pre-hand is tell him, before that, there's something else. Daddy should have been in here watching you. I shouldn't have let this here. I would tell him all the things I did incorrect to lead up to him being alone with a power tool. And then afterwards, I then explain to him how his curiosity got the better of him. I can see that, but this is the outcome of it. Please don't do this again. I can't scold you for this, meaning give him any sort of bad juju or vibe about this because I was the one initially in the incorrect. But I would say the learning techniques.
You're moving the goalposts all over the place. I didn't say anything about
I don't
scolding.
think I have. Explained to me again. Scolding. I've explained loads of time what that means.
I didn't say you had to say they were a bad person.
I didn't say you had to. I was giving my own answer. I was giving my own answer. I was giving my own answer, DM. I wasn't saying anything about you. You're making it about you again. You asked me, I give you my answer. I can give my answer how I choose, not how you choose.
Fair enough. But that isn't what I asked you. I didn't ask you to scold the child. I didn't ask you.
I didn't answer that question. You made it that. I told you in my way how I'm.
You're right.
Right, did everybody else hear that? Because I don't know what DMW is talking about. Did you hear my explanation as that, or did you hear me tell you what I would do if I found my child with a drill alone? Did everybody get my full except for DMW? Did everybody else understand?
What would you do if they found it on the street randomly when you turned a corner? They bent down, picked it up.
It's a ridiculous right. And how could they do it that fast?
Have you seen the mini battery, the mini power tools? They're quite small. They could do it that fast.
No, they couldn't.
They could.
2-year-old. A 2-year-old couldn't. It's impossible.
Drill.
2-year-old's going to get around the corner, pick up a drill, and put it in a disabled child.
Whether the drill is on it or not, it doesn't.
It doesn't matter.
Pick it up, and the drill bit could be sharp. It could be a wood bit that's sharp.
Here's what I don't understand, ready? You've been asked a couple of times just to make this a really simple hypothetical, but you will keep here because you can see I'm struggling with it. I think you keep me here because you can see I'm struggling with it.
No.
Then change it then.
We can move on if you want.
No, you've been asked to a couple of times by others other than me.
All right, we'll move on then. Anyway, I agree with you, by the way.
No, yes, I'm aware because they see sense and not stupid.
No, there's no need to be insulting.
I wasn't. I was using the correct terminologies of the word. I wasn't being insulting. I don't know how to do that. Thank you.
What did you say, Fatima?
Oh no, I said I do sort of agree with Gracie as well, along with Brother Marcus. Yeah, I do see his point more than like the alternate point. I do see his point, but I think it's more contextual when it comes to parenting. Like, it's not like a fixed situation, if you know what I mean, right? Like sometimes it could be the kids' fault, other times it could be the parents' fault, but most of the time it's
I didn't say anything about fault. I said, how do you communicate the bad? You have to say a bad outcome. You have to say, don't do that.
Yeah.
You have to tell them in some way not to do that again.
Exactly.
And
Yeah.
Hey, look, you're being crazy. Earlier in the conversation,
you're being disingenuous because you're saying bad, and that is fault. That is fault.
Earlier in the conversation, you said you wouldn't say anything to them.
No, I'm saying, yeah, because
you take them away from it. And
listen how you're being disingenuous, because I've said several times.
You did say that.
Yes, I did. I did say this. I did say it. Let me answer it because you're being silly.
And I find that outrageous.
Yeah, right, and let me show everybody with the disingenuous, and everybody will probably write or show you that you're being incorrect. I said several times, this isn't my honest answer. I'm going to try my best to follow your logic and just humor you. And the moment you did that, look, D&W jumped on like that was my actual answer. Now tell me who's the one being disingenuous.
Well, I took that as your...
Why? Because I explained it several times that it wasn't.
You said you'd walk away without saying anything to them.
Yes, I would, but you pulled me into it time and time and time. Everybody you watched you do it.
That outrageous.
Why?
Because you're not teaching the child for their own betterment, for the future, not to do something that could endanger themselves or others.
Because I was the one that was responsible for it. I would just move.
No, but it doesn't mean you can't take advantage of the situation and teach them that the outcome was bad.
It does. It does. It does mean that. It does mean that. Prove it doesn't mean that.
Oh my God.
No, you're just making baseless claims.
No, I'm not.
Yeah,
Even if you are to blame theoretically for it, yeah.
All right, then 97% of us all incorrect.
You could say, "Oh my God, Daddy, you walked away without saying anything." I'm saying you should say that. "Oh my God, Daddy let you do that, but please, if you ever find one of these again, don't put it in the kiddie's leg because it's dangerous. It could hurt them, and you don't want to hurt people, do you?" So you could show them that it was bad, but you would have walked away without saying anything.
Yeah, I would have walked away without saying that, not anything.
Crazy.
That. It's not. What? I don't get you. What is your point? What is your point you're making?
You're making the best out of a bad situation. You're trying to teach them something from it.
No, you don't. No, you don't. No, you don't. That's incorrect. What you're doing is damaging the child from your mistakes.
No, you're not saying that it's their fault. You're saying if you, I'm sorry.
Yeah, you are, because you're saying it's bad. You're saying it's bad, therefore it's their fault.
I'm sorry. Daddy,
again, you're assuming a 2-year-old sees the word bad and understands it. Again, you're assuming
please don't touch it again if you see it. It's very dangerous. It can hurt people.
It's a 2-year-old, DNW. A 2-year-old. What on earth are you talking about? Doesn't understand the words that are coming out of your mouth, mate.
What do you think?
Doesn't understand the words coming out of your mouth, mate.
This is dangerous. Don't touch this. This is dangerous. Don't touch
Doesn't understand the words coming out of your mouth, mate. It's 2.
Some of them do, bro.
No, they don't.
Go ahead, fantasy.
Yeah,
wait a minute. My wife says she's a primary school teacher this year. She would like to come on to confirm this, if you'd like to, NW, that children don't understand that. So she's years and years experience.
So,
would you like to speak to an actual primary school teacher, DNW?
What about a 3-year-old then?
No. Now who's changing the goalposts?
I'm actually curious as to see
DNW, who's changing the goalposts now, Further?
Are you going to say?
No, are you changing the goalposts? Yes or no?
No. I think that's a fair point.
You're
I'm willing to concede on that alone.
Right.
I'm willing to.
All right.
But PGA, go ahead.
Yeah. Well, firstly, I think we should probably just say that they're 4 or 5, just for the sake of it. But anyway, Gracie, earlier you said when the child pulls the tail of the dog, that's your fault. Yeah. But then you said you still educate them in that scenario. Now we've presented a different scenario where them picking up the drill is again your fault, but you're not educating them in this scenario. So what's the difference?
Yeah, the difference was in one area, it's a highly traumatic scene where the blame and everything is purely on me. And for me to take full responsibility in that moment is, to me, I'm going to use the word righteous, but it has nothing to do with right. It's just mean in the sense of I feel that I should be the responsible adult in this situation and take responsibility for a traumatic real life incident. However, in the other one, I did take the fault and blame for it because I was like, I wasn't watching these and this little dog, but I did see it as a less traumatic instance where I could then tell the child, show the child as a great learning part. I didn't see it as anything incorrect. Like them pulling on a dog's tail to me wasn't really anything. I could just tell them to stop it. But I saw it as a great learning tool for empathy, to teach them sort of empathy so they can learn that sort of side of. I don't want to go deep into it and I'll ramble on. But did I answer your question? That in one instance, the trauma doesn't outweigh the task of showing
the
them
bloody goalpost, okay? I said.
Well, how did I do that? Again, you can't
put it on the fucking street. He didn't find it at home. It's not your fault. You bent down,
the person asking the question.
He's 2 years old. You have to communicate to him not to pick something up. You have to show him that he shouldn't do that in future, and you're not willing to do that. You're crazy.
Can we hear what his wife would say?
Yeah, I'm curious. I'm very curious. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Listen.
How would you communicate to your kid not to pick up random items?
She said she's writing in chat. Can you put it on in chat? But she's saying, the question.
It doesn't have to be complex reasoning. They should not pick up random things on the street. It's very, very dangerous. You have to communicate to them not to do that. You don't have to explain to them at length. You have to show them that it's bad to pick up random things on the street.
No, it's not. It's not bad to pick up random things on the street. It's dangerous to pick up random things.
Their health.
No, it's just dangerous. You're talking dogmatic.
I want to see what her point of view has to be. If she can
come on and explain herself, not just with a sentence.
Yeah.
Right. What do you mean, for example? Oh, you wanted to come and speak to you guys on this?
Yeah.
A 2-year-old can understand facial expressions, tonality, etc., unless they are severely autistic or have other, sight impairment.
But this is what my wife. Listen, guys. Listen, my wife is saying in the back. Listen, my wife's saying in the background that your points of what you're making is that a child can distinguish in the moment, not past or future, whether or not that very moment is something they should do or not, and they will not comprehend it beyond that moment because they don't have the capability to do it. All you're doing is scolding a child in that moment for that present moment to whether it carries that in a traumatic way or not. By teaching a tone of negative, like bad or anything like that, you will scar that child's traumatic moment memory in that place, rather than taking that child away and explaining everything in pleasant, kind manners if need be. If the child can get away with the traumatic...
Your mother said you can't... your wife said you can't explain to a 2-year-old. You have to communicate. You have to communicate to them that it's a bad outcome and it shouldn't be repeated. They shouldn't pick random stuff off the street. You have to communicate that to them somehow. They have to learn. You have to teach them that. You have to show them you're not impressed with what they did. They have to realize, oh, Daddy didn't like that. I better not do it again.
No, that's fear.
Well, maybe fear has a place.
No, that's dogmatic and not gnosis. I thought this was finding gnosis, not finding fear.
Well, how else are you going to teach the child you love?
Gnosis has nothing to do with fear.
How are you going to protect them from harm?
Again, I'm not a formal guy. You're asking to format a child with fear, and that's what dogmatic people do, like yourself.
We should be afraid of hurting. We should be afraid of hurting ourselves. We should be afraid. We should be afraid of hurting ourselves or others. That's how we bloody survive.
No, we shouldn't. That's not how you survive. That's dogmatic, and it's not gnosis.
Fear is an
Magic.
emotion.
You're putting a negative interpretation on matters. Fear is very helpful. It's necessary for us.
I didn't say it wasn't. I just said the way
fear is a positive emotion. And when we recognize it, we can use it in a positive manner. You're attributing it to
fear a positive emotion. So what you're doing is you're positively reinforcing the children with fear. Is that what you're seeing, D&W? You're positively reinforcing their actions with fear. That's what you're saying. Bullshit. You're giving them a positive reaction, is it? Or is it negative, D&W? Don't lie to me. You can't lie to me. Ready?
I'm showing them that fear.
No one said chill.
Fear is a useful emotion that guides our behavior
You're chatting shit.
and thought.
You're chatting shit.
No.
Yeah, you are.
No.
Yeah,
fear is a very useful emotion.
Yeah, but it's a negative.
It should guide our behavior. It can guide our behavior. No.
No,
it's not. It's not negative. It can be positive because it can save us from harm. It can be positive because it saves us from harm and it saves us from harming others.
That's what you want to put in. Oh, fuck me.
It's neutral in and of
fear
itself
is a positive tool to use against children. Listen, are you hearing this? Fear is a positive tool. It's sickening, absolutely sickening. Fear, positive. Is that what you all believe? Is you all believe that? What about you, Chickpea? Do the animals love fear? Is it positive? All that fear the cows feel?
You're here to find gnosis, you said. Okay.
I am, but no one else is.
Yeah, well, let me say something, okay, for 1 minute.
Why won't you be brave enough for humans then, Chickpea? You will for animals, but not humans. Children, fear, and you're okay. For the animals, fear.
The animals feel fear. DW, let me say something.
Yeah, let her say something for a second. Sorry, Gracie.
Right. The Gnostics were anti-cruelty to animals. You are pro-cruelty to animals by the fact.
No, they wasn't. The Gnostics were. You don't speak for them. What are you talking about? A load of tosh.
Based on his AI overview, based on historical understandings, Gnostics held views that would align with modern concept of anti-cruelty to animals.
This is a fallacy called the No True Scotsman fallacy.
No, it does not.
Everybody check up No True Scotsman. This is a No True Scotsman fallacy.
Chickpea, go back to the hypothetical and go back to whether you think it's okay to communicate to a 2-year-old that it's bad to pick up a random item on the street.
Why is it I'm automatically, what I find is denied, what he says is automatically taken as truth? It says that about the Gnostics.
Oh, don't worry about that. I'm not really worried about going into that level of discussion. I want to hear what you think about how is it okay to communicate to a 2-year-old child, that it's bad to pick up a random item on the street.
Oh, ask you talk to me.
Yeah, I'm asking you the question. I'm asking, do you think it's okay to communicate to a child that it's bad to pick up a random item, especially when that item can cause harm to them or others?
Yes, of course it's bad to pick things up off the street, no matter what bloody age you are.
And it is in there. It's if you use fear, in that if you look shocked or scared and you say, "Don't do that," that makes the child anxious, yeah. But that anxiety about doing it isn't bad because it's helpful for the child's development, because in future they will remember that state of mind, and they will realize that objects randomly on the street shouldn't be picked up because daddy said they're dangerous, and it might help them learn how to survive.
I really want to know whether listen, this is why she won't answer, because you're asking a vegan to say, is fear a good tool of control? And she understands that, and that's why she won't answer it. Unless, of course, Chickpea, you will answer, is fear a good motion of control to use against children, innocent children, with the brain capacity of animals?
You're making it sound like they're afraid of the dad hitting them. It's not about that.
No.
Fear. I never feared my dad hitting me. I never feared that.
It's being fear
Never
of,
feared my
it's
dad
being
hitting me.
fear of, it's fear of bad outcomes. Okay, and they trust
Yeah,
their
worse.
daddy. Daddy doesn't like bad, but daddy says bad outcomes are not good for me. I have to be afraid of bad outcomes because
that's why I got
that-
traumatized and felt.
Sorry.
Huh?
Well, I can assure you, Crazy, whatever your name is, the Gnostics were very anti-cruelty to animals.
Denzi,
and they were. Do
Denizen,
some
do you wanna come on?
research, okay?
Were they anti-bad and good to children? Were they anti like fear
They were
mongering to children?
they were anti-natalists.
They were anti-natalists. Oh, okay then. Okay. The Gnostics were anti.
Moron.
Because you're saying the Gnostics were dogmatic beings called anti.
Everyone has a dogma. Everyone has a dogma. I'm starting to think everyone has a dogma, including you. Like everyone.
I don't. That's the thing. You think everybody's dogma, and I agree with
People
you,
who
but
say
I don't.
they don't have a dogma usually have a dogma. Like, those guys have like the biggest ones. Like,
Okay, but okay, then prove it then.
Prove it then. Whenever we try to argue like an alternative point, you do like, okay, I will say I do respect you for being bold and brave in your words, but you do play around with words a lot, which it does kind of move the goalpost just a tiny bit, and it does make things a bit confusing.
Because this is what man, they attack my character and not my argument always. Just pick every single time. My character, not my argument is attacked.
I have not attacked your character. I think you're very.
You're literally doing it as we speak right now.
I'm not attacking your character.
Are they attacking my character? My wife is nodding her head saying they're all attacking your character.
I'm not. What? Whoa!
I'll record it back and point it all out where you're all attacking my character. Attack my argument.
Grow a willy. Grow a willy. Okay?
Whoa,
this is attacking my character, not my argument.
I'm not though. I'm not
not doing it. Chickpea, please don't do that. Don't say
okay,
that.
I'm gonna go on mute now because like I'm not attacking anyone right now.
I'll say a word
At least not yet.
That the Cathars weren't.
Okay, can I point out where I feel you were attacking me then, so you can understand why I'm saying
He
it?
says they weren't into animal rights. They were, and that's what. I thought it was supposed
I'll
to
be right
finding
back, guys.
Gnosis.
I'm going to the other room
What
to
is
get a cup of tea.
meat-eater
Please
doing
don't
here
kill each
finding
other.
Gnosis? He doesn't believe in it.
Okay,
He's a
okay.
meat-eater.
Well, if I said to you that I'm the only being in this room that can love because I'll never see anyone in you as good or evil, I'll never judge you that ever. But can you do the same?
Oh, I must do the same as you.
Can you never judge someone as evil? Because your way of speaking towards me now is very hateful.
You speak for yourself. You are a meat eater.
I am speaking for myself. I always do speak to myself. Thank you.
I can't say a word now. In my eyes, you are evil. You're an evil little shit eating meat, okay? Because I hate meat eaters.
Okay, I would never think of you no matter what you did because I know how to love.
So do I, but I don't love.
No, you don't, because love doesn't know how to hate. Love doesn't know what evil is.
Okay,
has no understanding. I don't think. What I'm saying to you is anybody in this room know how to love? Tell me, can anybody in this room put their hand up and say, I know how to love?
First of all,
I love my cats.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. You love subjectively your selfish need. You don't love everything unconditionally.
It's the meat eater.
No, it's not. It's the truth. She literally said, I love my cats. That's egotistical to say, I love what I want. So it doesn't matter. That's not love. That's not love.
Yes,
Is it? Love is unconditional. No, it's not. No, it's not love. I decree it's not love because love is unconditional. What on earth are you talking about?
Says the meat eater. How many animals have you been responsible for murdering children?
If there's one thing I've learned from all your mutterings, Gracie, it's that you have a very unhealthy relationship. You have a very unhealthy relationship with the notion of fear. Fear is not necessarily negative.
That's a claim. I love fear.
It can be positive.
Fear more than you.
It can be positive.
Fear keeps us safe. I almost died. Do you want to know how my parents almost killed me as a child?
Fear keeps us alive.
Want to know all these stories? You
being
ignorant
afraid
man.
of consequences is a necessary step for humans to become moral individuals,
my wife
caring
tell you how
individuals,
ignorant you are.
and individuals who flourish in life and benefit from their existence.
This man says, I have an unhealthy relationship with fear just to antagonize me again. He has no grounds to say it. He's just guessing. Like if you asked him.
No, you already said that teaching your child through fear is a bad thing to do.
That's not. Yeah, but that's not what you just claimed. No. I have an unhealthy relationship with putting fear into children. It's not the same
negative.
Your
fear is a necessary emotion.
No, it's not. It's not. It's a dogmatic tool.
It's a necessary feeling
to control and manipulate
and
children.
It's there to save our asses.
Control
to keep
and
us alive.
manipulate children. control and
How
manipulate
dare
children only.
you mischaracterize?
Dare? Well, wait a minute. Who
something
are
that
you?
Everybody
Who are
has.
you? How dare I?
creating-
What do you mean?
you're
How dare I?
creating-
God,
you're-
BMW.
You're
God-
making us feel like we're dirty for feeling fear, that we're somehow
No, I
subhuman.
didn't. No, I didn't at all.
Everybody
That's unfair.
feels
That is
fear.
not my claim. He's lying.
Fear is
He's
okay.
lying. That
Fear
is not
keeps
my
us
thing.
alive.
I
Fear
do
keeps
like
us
fear.
safe.
I do
Don't
love
paint it
fear.
as bad.
I
It's
don't
very
think it's bad. I
necessary.
don't
It's
believe it's
okay
bad.
to be
See
afraid.
what he's doing?
How
He's
dare
putting his
you?
dogmatic
How dare
things
you
on me.
mischaracterize people who
You're
feel
the one
afraid,
doing it.
who
You're the
feel
one doing it.
fearful,
You're
as
the one
bad,
doing it.
as
You're the
toxic.
one doing
How
it. You're
dare
the one
you?
doing it.
How
You're the one doing it.
dare
It's
you?
you. It's you that's doing it. You're the one doing that, not me. Ask everybody else. I haven't claimed these things.
How
None of
dare
these
you?
have been. Can anybody
Okay,
here?
I'm
are
going to
these my
mute you. I'm
claims?
going to mute you. For anybody who's watching, it's okay to be afraid. It's okay to be anxious. It's okay to have anxiety.
I didn't
Don't
say
let
what.
this
Please,
man
someone
in any
defend
way
me.
demean
Please,
you.
someone defend me. I didn't make these
Don't
claims.
let this man
This is
make
not
out
my
that
claims.
you
This
are
man is
in any way being
Will no
toxic
one
to
defend me
yourself
and say
or
these are
others.
not my
It's
claims?
okay to be afraid.
Will no
Being
one in the
afraid is a
party
natural
defend me and say
feeling.
these are
It
not my
keeps us
claims?
safe. It keeps us away from danger. It helps us
Gutless.
stay alive.
Gutless. Not one of them in the party will speak up and I know you are, my wife. The ones in the party, gutless. They won't speak up and say, DMW, this is not fair.
I'm
This is
going to
not
shut
what
up
you said.
now.
Why?
Well, I was going to stand up, but I'm gutless, so never mind.
No. I said the people that don't stand up are gutless.
It's
It's
okay.
unfair.
I'm going to shut up for.
No,
It's
I just don't
unfair to
interrupt
Max 10
people
minutes.
for
If
when
you're
they're-
staying
I don't
back,
know.
rude for me
I
to
admit,
not
I
speak,
can
and
say
I won't
John
be
in
gutless
contest
if
now.
I'm
Max,
gutless
if
because
I
don't speak, 'cause
apologize,
I guess everybody likes to overtalk each other. I guess that's how I'm going to have to get my word in, right?
Yeah. Hey, what's up, brother Marcus? How
Hey,
you
what's
doing?
up? How's it going? It's good to hear
Okay.
from you.
Okay, so I think that I don't know, because like at this point it's just like a shit flinging contest, right? We're just screaming past each
no,
other.
it's not totally. He said I said some stuff, and I'd like you all to say, no, you didn't say that stuff.
I'm not going to, like, who's the no balls? Like, what is with the insults from your wife?
Because she's listening to you all. No, it's still right. Who's
Denizen,
like,
I
Max,
also
you're gonna
address
stay.
Denizen, he said you shouldn't teach your child
I'm
through
not
fear.
going to say if I'm just going to get insulted all the time.
But
Yeah,
I'm not
don't
insulting
insult-
them. That's
don't
how
insult- please don't
it's
insult
how-
anybody.
Can we do a favor, guys? Can we not take things as insult like children? I'm not insulting you. I'm just trying to be a
What do you
laugh,
mean?
right? If you're going to be insulted about it, I'll just shut up completely. This is who I am. I'm just playing a role. If you're going to get insulted, what's the matter with you? It's just a laugh.
You
It's
are
a
a
joke.
You just
Yeah,
said you
I-
felt insulted. You just
I
said
agree,
I agree with Silas. I agree with Silas. Here, Silas said I should have said a 6-year-old instead of a 2-year-old. I agree with that much. But
Yeah, I agree.
having said all that, Denizen said he didn't see. Where's that statement by Denizen? He said he never heard Guru say that it isn't okay to be afraid or anxious. No, he was basically trying to.
No,
make
don't say
out
what I
that
basically say.
parents-
Say what I actually
Parents
said.
who teach
No, you're just going to keep lying
children
about me being
with
fine.
fear. That the teaching causes the child to fear.
Can I just say? Can I say my point and not you speak to me?
Bad are somehow immoral.
Can I
don't think
defend him
that's
for a
fair.
I
minute?
didn't say that.
LA,
Why did
can
you
someone
say
speak? I want to hear LA as like a take on this whole like parents situation. I'm actually curious because he has a lot.
I didn't hear the whole
Is
conversation.
it fair that someone says something about me and then I'm just supposed to shut up and go,
No.
yeah, that's what I said?
No,
Oh, well,
let
okay, if that
me
happened, I'm
defend
sorry.
you.
If that happened, I'm sorry, but you did imply that being feeling.
No, I
fear-
didn't. No, I didn't. That's unfair. I didn't. Don't stop
Okay,
saying imply. I said
implied-
what I said.
Okay,
you implied. Hold
No, I didn't
on.
imply.
Hold your horses, young man.
Stop talking implied.
You
I
said
meant it
you
I
said
what I
it was
mean. I don't
wrong for
imply
the
it.
child. It was
No, I
wrong
didn't
for
say
the
it's wrong.
parents
I
to
would
make
never
the
say
child
wrong.
fear.
I don't
Feel
believe in
fear.
wrong. I wouldn't
You
have said
said
that.
it was wrong for the parents to make
incorrect.
the child feel fear. That was a wrong thing to do in
No,
the
I said it was
circumstances.
incorrect.
I'm
and
saying it's
damaging.
not as simple as that. Fear is
You're
okay.
lying.
It
Oh
keeps
my
us
God!
alive.
Can I please talk?
Go ahead.
Somebody needs to defend him. Now, I'm going to appeal to Rousseau that the way you educate children, the way you teach a child that the fire is hot is not by telling them the fire is hot. You have to let them experience it for themselves. Now, this whole fear thing is the reason why we have such a fucked up society, because everybody is so afraid. And I think it's absolutely immoral to if you're so afraid, then maybe you shouldn't procreate, because you're going to procreate and not even defend your own children. This is the reason why everybody is enslaved to the state. They won't stand up to it. They won't defend their children. They won't defend themselves, and we're all enslaved to each other. So we have an entire system that is run by cowards, and they think they have the legitimacy to impose their will on us. Now we all have to be controlled like slaves because they're so afraid. Because, oh, I'm so afraid of COVID. Now I have to force you to get vaccinated. I'm so afraid of crime that now I'm going to take away your rights. I'm so afraid of being held accountable that I'm going to take away your right to free speech. It's so ridiculous. Their fear is making everybody enslaved, and we have to live in a hellscape because of their fear.
Someone in the comments, I think it's Grazy's wife, says, let him speak for himself. I have let him speak. He hasn't been doing a very good job in my view. And I am merely replying to points he has made. That's all I'm doing here, guys. I'm not making shit up. He is saying it is bad to make your child feel fear in all circumstances. And I'm saying I don't think it's as simple as that. I'm saying fear is helpful. It helps us understand that we are in danger. It helps us acknowledge that we have to think carefully about how we proceed. It is part of being in control of ourselves. It is part of, basically, it's helping us stay alive. It's helping
an evolutionary
us stay away
trait.
from danger.
Yes.
It's not
Yeah.
something to be ashamed of. It's not something to be ashamed of. It is not something to imply that parents are being toxic because they make their child feel fear. I think
disagree.
that is
I
wholly
disagree.
insane.
Well,
And
That's not a
and-
natural. It's not a natural education. It's an indoctrination. You can make children fear anything. You can make children fear people of
Look,
different
fear
races.
is there whether you
can-
like it or not. It's how it's used. It's how it's used.
No, but that's not. That's not.
Everybody
That's not.
feels fear. You make the most
Oh
of
my
it.
gosh.
You bend it towards a positive outcome. You're going to feel fear. Fear is part of life. We all
Yes.
feel fear. We all feel anxiety. It's what you do with it that matters. It's what it does for the child.
But
If
you don't
accept-
instill fear into children. That's not a natural
You
education.
are entirely incorrect. You have to show them that
Have
they
you
should be
have you
afraid of
studied
hurting.
Rousseau?
They should
Have you-
be afraid of doing things that are going to hurt them. How
Have you-
insane do you have to be to not agree with that?
Have you looked at Rousseau at all? Have you looked at how
think that
political
matters.
theory?
Listen. Can you answer my point? A child should be afraid of hurting themselves, should they not? Should they
How
not?
they get to that
Should
conclusion
they
matters.
not?
How they get to the conclusion matters. If it's a
Get it
natural
because they
education,
learn from mummy or daddy.
no, that is illegitimate.
Oh.
That's how the big bad world operates. I know you don't like it, but that's how it operates. And you know what? Some people are perfectly fine with that, and they flourish.
So basically, he's raising his children like an anarchist. I mean, that's what I'm getting out of it.
I'm not going to comment. I don't want to comment on how he's raising his children. Let's keep it to the hypothetical.
Yeah, that's not correct.
I want to get into vegan equilibrium. By the way, I think he's a nice guy. His family seem extremely happy, so he probably is doing something right. But I'm just asking why this toxification of using fear to teach people. You know, fear.
I
of
wish I had
consequences.
parents like that.
Fear
I
of
mean,
consequences is necessary for a civilized society, for a healthy society, for a happy, healthy individual.
it's not healthy. It's not healthy.
LA
Who cares about their own survival?
I wish I had parents like that. I wish parents who did not instill fear
Shut up,
into me.
Boozy in the chat telling me to stop talking.
You know. Let me tell you the reason why, D&W. I have a lifelong phobia of rats, and that was probably instilled in me by my parents, and it has been debilitating. Why should I have to live with a fear that I didn't choose myself? I don't think that it's not legitimate parental authority. You're supposed to protect your children, but again, if you have not studied Rousseau, then none of this is going to fall on deaf ears. There is a proper way to educate your children. It's not through an indoctrination.
I just think you're insane. Anyway, vegan
But then
equilibrium.
Rousseau is insane.
I think your interpretation of everything of this reality is insane. I'm sorry. It's
But you have not
unworkable.
read Rousseau, so you can't
It's
comment on it.
unworkable. You are communicating it to me here in this hypothetical. And I think you're absolutely batshit crazy.
Read
So go ahead,
Rousseau.
vegan equilibrium. Go ahead, vegan equilibrium.
What's the prompt?
It doesn't matter. Fantasy PGA Tour says fear of pain does make you less likely to experience pain, which is good, unless we decide unnecessary pain is good. Absolutely. He's hit the nail on the head. He gets what I'm talking about. Elliot.
Yeah, I don't like this. I like people, I don't know, there's sort of a new age woo-woo thing about like fear-based education and, you know, I don't know, but there is a health
Fear is healthy.
yeah, there is a healthy level of it. There's
Absolutely.
there's irrational fear which is not healthy, and you know, we can kind of differentiate between the two if we're, you know,
Absolutely,
using our heads.
you're on the same page as me. That's all I've been saying all along. Fear is natural. It's not something to be ashamed of. It's something to utilize in a healthy way. That's all I've been saying. It's necessary. We feel it. Get over it. It's there for our benefit. You don't have to fucking make parents seem like they're somehow monsters for making their child afraid of consequences that would be harmful to the child if they occurred. I think if you believe that, you are insane. PGA, have you got anything to say?
Yeah, well, yeah, you've highlighted my comment there where I am agreeing with you, but I also agree with what Vegan just said there as well. Is very much depends on the context in which fear emerges. I think irrational fear is just negative, right? But obviously, fear of pain, that would be rational fear, and I think that would be positive. So, yeah, I don't think it's as simple as as you seem to be saying yourself, and also as LA and the others seem to be saying. I think sometimes it's good, sometimes it's bad.
Good.
Depends on the
I'm
context.
back on.
Yeah, it depends on the context.
Yeah, it's not objectively blanket bad or blanket good.
Fear is just a response to things that we see, and we either use them in a bad way or a negative way. Yeah, we either use them as a tool or as something that's going to hinder us. It is completely contextual as to how we use fear, and that's all I'll say. Yeah.
Denizen, I don't know if that's aimed at me, but yeah, I mean, guys, did you hear him saying that it's bad to make your child feel fear? I mean, he did say that, right?
It was too much shouting. I couldn't really decipher. Like I couldn't even hear you or him. You guys were just screaming. This was the first time, DW, that you actually were screaming at someone that I've seen personally. Yeah.
The first time, why didn't you let him speak, DNW? Why didn't you let him clarify his position?
Because he does come on here and derail the show with his bullshit philosophy all the time, and B, yeah, that's the main reason. I don't want to talk about that bullshit. I think it's crazy.
Who was this?
Crazy Guru.
Crazy Guru.
I don't know.
He looked like Plato.
He looks like
I just get over it. And he came on here. He comes on here all the time saying, "I believe in evil." I don't. I've said I don't believe in like woo woo. I don't believe in fucking, you know, the spiritual fucking notion of evil. You know, I believe that there's good and bad outcomes. You know.
I guess I would be interested in hearing the details of how he's actually raising his children. I would like to hear that.
I think
he has spoken about it. And look.
Oh, that guy. I know who you're talking about.
Yeah.
Man, yeah.
Digital Denizen says he doesn't fix it. He's witnessed the opposite. He says he is routinely attacked personally for things he doesn't say himself. Okay.
Really? I no. There is something.
If that's what you think,
I don't
agree
know.
with you, but you're entitled to your opinion.
I don't know. All I heard was shouting, and that's it. And just like, you know, him like changing words, Guru changing words, changing like the definitions. Oh, he's back. He's back. Okay.
Hello to Grazy.
Hello, Grazy. Welcome back.
No, I can't hear you, Grazy, mate.
Can't hear you.
Hello.
Hi, how's it going?
Like
systems,
it was like back.
Okay, that's good. Okay.
Yeah, that's
That's supposed to be a joke.
Overly sensitive, saying attack personally. Are you puking? Says please provide examples of personal attacks. I agree with you. I think that was a little bit hypersensitive. Anyway,
Is this a me?
That's to someone else.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
I think that's for Denizen, right? Like that comment. I don't know.
Oh, coffee.
Yeah, to drink coffee. It'll definitely.
Is it? It's a decaf, so
Oh yeah, even better, yeah, to ease down like all the nerves.
Oversensitive then, necessarily sensitive.
oh, so
Overly sentimental.
my
Maybe a snowflake. Sorry, go ahead, Gracie.
I was wondering, is he trying to drive at me again? Is he trying to get the bear going again?
No, I wasn't talking about you. I was joking with Dennis
Yeah, I don't know. Just have
in the
to,
comments.
I was trying to make a joke of it, I saw myself, but okay.
It's
I don't know where we are. Where's the conversation at the moment? What are we talking about?
We have had a cathartic release of our toxicity. You know, perhaps born from being brought up with feelings of fear and shame. Perhaps. Let's go back to brother. Let's go back. I'm willing. I don't really want to make the whole show about that, but let's
probably
let's.
Can we put a pin in there and bring it back at another show about the fear and shame separately?
Okay, buddy. No problem, mate. No problem. And much love to your wife. In my experience, that was all just good fun. It wasn't in any way meant to be taken. And you said that earlier. You said,
listen.
You did say when people are getting upset, they shouldn't be getting upset. It was good fun.
I had great banter. Fun. I take nothing serious. Sorry, Damon.
People accuse you and your wife of name calling and that, but you're saying you didn't mean any of it, right?
No, we're saying it's all banter. I mean, I wouldn't take anything serious outside this space. I thought that's what the thing at the beginning was. This is all a safe space. Nothing. My wife's in here. She's in the she's keeping an eye on me, keeping in the comments. She's keeping thing, and she's just trying to bring a spice to it as well. I mean, guys, there's a lot of seriousness to what I say. I'm not fibbing.
I know there.
I'm trying to make it spicy as well. You know, I'm an entertainment. I'm not trying to absolutely be a complete dick, but at the same time, I'm not trying to be a boring twat.
I know you care, and the thing is, 79% still think you. I'm willing to concede that the majority think you're right. So we can end.
Yeah, the majority thinks
you
you're right.
little cunts.
Well, I'll see that as very. I see gratitude for everybody to.
There you go. Yeah, Guru's on your side now. See,
it doesn't truly mean anything. Like I said at the beginning, it wouldn't matter if they all agreed with me or thing. It wouldn't.
No one agreed with me. Yeah, exactly.
But it's interesting to see what they think. Yeah, I get you. I get what you're saying.
Yeah,
they agreed.
good.
You know,
Hell yeah, man.
So
now
I can get rid of that poll. Now, congratulations. The majority agree with you.
I don't know.
So we were talking LA. We were talking earlier about being in the world but not of it.
Oh, man.
Is there truly a way of escaping the maddening crowd in this reality that we find ourselves in? Is there a way of going off grid physically, like moving to the country, living in a tiny home, escaping the rat race? Can you do that in the city somehow or other? Is there a way to do it mentally? I mean,
it's called being a bum.
Can we go into the inner sanctum of our mind and with our thoughts and emotional control escape the madness of the world? Please stand up on your virtual soapbox and say what you want to say on this matter, LA.
I've done it temporarily, but you would basically have to have some type of financial independence. If you have to go to any work environment, it's not possible. If you can isolate yourself and not have to listen to everybody else's bullshit, then fine. I would say you probably need to have a gated house also, so that people don't come ringing and knocking on your door. You probably should change your phone number too, so that you can be left alone. But basically, people want to constantly invade your consciousness. They want to flood your thoughts with their thoughts, tell you how you should think, how you should live, what should be important, and they don't want you to have any peace. So the only way you can do that is to isolate yourself. But you can't really isolate yourself unless you have financial means to do that. So I would say if not, you should probably go live off the grid, which is not going to be easy unless you already know people in in some rural area, and you I don't know have the right, because it's going to be difficult to get work. Um, Jobs are scarce in rural areas. So unless you have some type of trade where you can just go start a business, then you're in trouble. If you do white collar work, you're not going to have an easy time finding work. So I would like to do that at some point. I'm actually trying to make plans to get out the city, but I don't know if I'm going to be able to pull it off.
Okay. I'm interested to hear that further. Brother Marcus says he does take people's words seriously. Just because you don't take it seriously doesn't mean he has to follow along. And I understand that, and I agree. He's entitled to feel that way. I was just listening to what Gracie said. He said he didn't mean any of it. His wife didn't mean any of it when she said no one has any balls or whatever it was she said in the comments. It is what it is. I personally understand Brother Marcus's position. There isn't a need to get angry in the comments really with each other, and I'm sorry for getting angry on the show.
That's a claim of anger. Who was angry? I didn't think he was angry. I thought he was just being provocative. I kind of enjoyed it. I haven't made a complaint. Who's?
That's true, Brother Marcus. I agree with that to an extent. Yeah, people.
Marcus, if people don't mean what they say, don't say it.
Yeah, that's valid. That's a valid point. Yeah,
I would say they are entitled to backtrack, and I do say we are all only human. We make mistakes, so
yeah, we do.
If we do say something and we regret it afterwards, then we
Can someone explain what's happened? Who's upsetting Brother Marcus?
Brother Marcus, who are you?
I think there was a few things said in the comments here and there that were a little bit, let's just say demeaning.
Towards him? I'm not following.
Towards all of us on the panel, I think.
Oh, all of us. Oh, okay.
But then again, look, it was a very robust and volatile period, and
who said things? Does anybody know who said it?
I don't know. I just heard that someone. Well, Brother Marcus left because he didn't want to feel like insulted because he wanted to prove a point, but he couldn't, so he left, and that's why he's in the audience. And now he's like riding along in the audience.
Did this happen when I was gone?
Walking back is fine. Apologizing is fine, but be accountable. Yeah, I agree with that as well. Denizen said he thinks they mean it when they say it, though. Regretting it later doesn't make it disingenuous. Yeah, I mean, you can mean something when you say it, and then later on realize, you were an idiot or you shouldn't. You were.
Yeah.
Correct.
Does anybody understand what's been said?
Oh shit! There's a storm outside.
I think it's just that maybe things got a little bit heated, and there were some things thrown around like that were just unnecessary in the comments.
Right. Were they about Brother Marcus, were they?
But I think they were about all of us, more than people on the panel. And because he was on the panel, he felt personally attacked, which was fair enough, because he was on the panel.
Okay, yeah, but
he didn't want to be. Look, I think the point is, Brother Marcus is a very civilized chap.
Yep.
He didn't want to be. It's like he didn't want to be in the same room as us when that was all going on. And he didn't want it to be guilty by association. He didn't want to have that shit flung at him because he didn't feel that he deserved it, because he wasn't contributing to the noise. He wasn't contributing to the chaos. So he felt maybe unfairly assigned. He felt it was unfair to put him in the same box as the rest of us. Maybe I think that's probably part.
Yeah.
Marcus has a heart of gold. Yeah.
All right, and I get it. So some people, obviously the thing that comes up at the beginning. Obviously, some people have a little bit of difficulty with that. Is it that they? I'm just trying to understand. Like, Brother Marcus is one of these individuals. It's probably something I don't get. I'm blind to see it, but it's probably like I get that all the time. People obviously don't get me today, so I'm in that boat all the time. So it's probably something said that. Obviously, he felt was basically about us all, but he felt that he didn't belong to that sort of stigma and wanted to leave us being all the way we were. Is that what's been said?
Perhaps. But Digital Denizen says people just say what they really mean when they are mad because they stop caring about the social consequences. They later then regret it and take it back. Yeah, I mean, there is that kind of switch in people where they go like, I don't know what you'd call it, but maybe beast mode. And
I think I caught on
system.
what's. Oh, sorry.
It does happen, but we're all only human. I mean, it is what it is. Yeah, it comes out, but then what do you judge a man by? His actions, his long-term kind of projection.
Nothing. You judge a man by nothing.
I mean, you don't judge a man by nothing. Exactly. You kind of just have to accept that we're all flawed beings. Sometimes we say things that in the heat of a moment, but it may not be that. Sometimes you can say something in the heat of the moment that you don't even agree with. Yourself. I don't know if any of you have experienced that.
Yeah, no, I haven't, because I'm the one who's actually sometimes I've done that act too. Like I've said things that I didn't mean at the heat of the moment, and they were really, really bad. And I looked down and I was like, "Wow, can't believe I actually said that." And I can tell in the comments they're having their own conflict right now.
Even he says he did have an ex-girlfriend that made him say shit he didn't mean just to lash out. Yeah, I mean it does happen.
Yeah, it does.
But he said he can count on one hand the number of times that has happened. Okay.
Oh wow.
Right, let's get on with it, guys. LA, you were talking about escaping the Matrix, being in the world but not off the world, getting as far away from the maddening crowd as possible. I mean, in many ways, crazy. Aside from all the other stuff, you are doing that. You found a way to live in this world where you kind of have your own kind of subculture, your own way of being that isn't as linked to the madness of the world as other people's lives might be. Am I right? But we'll go to that in a while. So it's just something to be thinking about. LA, do you want to please take up the mic and give your thoughts on this?
Well, I also want to say that Christianity is supposed to offer that. If you were a real Christian, you wouldn't be of the world. You would be more spiritual. When I was a Christian, I was not worldly at all. I did not care about worldly things. I was more focused on getting to heaven. I don't see a lot of Christians thinking that way. They do have these fears that they should not have. When you do have a relationship with God, you're not supposed to have fear. And I think that most fears stem from the fear of dying. If you don't have that fear, which you should not have, then basically the other fears dissipate. So if you do have those fears and you want to live in terror, then I don't see why anybody would procreate. Why would you replicate that fear and then pass it down to your children? Your children did not have to exist. If you're a coward, then you're a coward who can't protect your children, then maybe you shouldn't have any children. And I don't understand how, like,
again. I mean, I think you are. I don't want to get back into it, but you're going into you're framing fear as a kind of negative in the same way that maybe Crazy was. I don't necessarily think it's negative. It's just
it's what Aristotle said. You're supposed to live within the golden mean. To be reckless is a vice. To be a coward is a vice. So you have to be somewhere in the middle. And most people are on the far end of it. They're either cowards or they're reckless. So yeah, if you're not within the golden mean, then that's basically incorrect. It's not how you get to eudaimonia.
That's quite a sweeping statement to say most people are either reckless or cowards. Why do you say that?
Well, you can just look at society. Look at how everybody just cowers to authority. Look at how using a specific example. Gosh, I hate. Anyway, you can stop me if you think I'm going too far. But if you hold a gun to somebody's head, most people would start crying and then cower. If you held a gun to my head, I would feel nothing. I've had a gun held to my head. You can't get me to do something I don't want to do just because you have a gun.
Wait, for real? So if I have a gun to your head, you wouldn't be like scared or crying?
No, I would not be afraid.
Really?
It's happened already, so I don't care.
Okay, it could happen to you once, but if it happens again, I think you'd be scared again.
No, I would not. I was not afraid. And the guy actually was taken aback because he thought that I was going to start crying and get. I'm like, I actually was laughing at him. I'm like, what do you like? Is this a joke? Like he didn't understand why I was not afraid. Um, and basically he respected me for it because he knew he could not get me to do what he wanted me to do. Now, if he would have talked to me, if he asked me for help, that would be different. But you can't get me to submit to you because you have a gun. So that I don't know. I think most people don't have that type. Like most people would be afraid in that situation. I'm not. I don't. When I see people getting hysterical and crying because of something that isn't even that serious, I don't get it. I don't understand why they're so afraid. I don't understand why they won't stand up to the state. Why are they so afraid of the police? Why are they so afraid of authority? Why are they so afraid of their employers? And we have a society that has been run by cowards, and it doesn't lead to a free society. It leads to oppression. I've tried to organize protests. I've tried to do things, but everybody else around me is so afraid they won't do it. So because they want to be slaves, I have to be a slave too.
There's so many protests. There's so many action groups.
No, they do the safest protest. They do protests that don't amount to anything. They hold signs on the side of the road.
Maybe they're not reckless. Maybe
won't.
you're reckless. Maybe they're not reckless. Maybe
I'm not reckless. I'm not reckless. When I
maybe they're acting within that which confines them.
That's the reason why their protests are
maybe they're being
ineffective.
smart. Maybe they're choosing
They're
the
not
middle
being
ground.
smart.
They're trying to do their
They're
best.
not being smart. Look at that bullshit. No King's Day.
As I said, maybe you're being out of control. Maybe
I'm the activist on the panel, so I can speak to what actually goes on. They will hold signs on the side of the road that are not targeted at all. That No King's Day protest was bullshit. They don't know how to do it strategically. They don't know how to actually get results. This is like, just because you have a rally, that is not strategic.
Well, we have
LA. Have you heard of a pressure campaign?
Yes. And most
I know a lot of activists who have won many pressure campaigns.
Right, but the way these large-scale protests are organized, they're just rallies. They're just people coming together holding signs. It doesn't actually disrupt anything. It's just we're just going to hold signs.
I agree.
And then what makes it even more ineffective is that they're a media blackout. So there are many protests that I've been to that the media didn't even cover. And you're not. You have your own cell phone and put it on YouTube, but if nobody knows that this protest happened, then it does not change anything.
I actually agree with LA 100%. Actually,
I have a question.
Activism is BS. Like for the majority of the time, like that.
It's about how it's done, and they're doing it. Most of the time they do it wrong, and I almost think it's intentional. Because when I was a part of the Occupy movement, I would tell them how to do it effectively, and they would always resist it. They would always want to go to the police department and protest them. I'm like, can we go to the bar association? Can we go to the courts? These are the people who actually have power. Why do you want to go to the police station?
Yeah.
And they would shoot me down. And then I would try to organize it, and nobody would show up because they didn't understand how the system actually works. The police officers don't have any actual power. Yeah, they can shoot you, but they're not the ones who control the system.
No. They're just a part of it, but they don't make the policies. They just enforce the policies. You have to go to the policymaker.
Would you guys agree that words control the system?
Of course, yeah. Words, language constructs reality, of course. So that does play into that.
So really, the answer to your question, then, if I'm getting this correctly, is we need to take control of the words we build our reality with, and then it'll all fall into set. Yeah, is that what we're saying?
I don't know if that's the conclusion I would go into, but I'm not sure about the others. Like,
I'm asking if it's a conclusion that works.
I would say, and if we should have power over our words. Yes, it is important. That's how we communicate thought. Yeah, exactly.
What I would be interested in is people having different parenting styles, and let's look at the actual outcomes. Because most people are raising their children exactly the same way. They sit their children in front of television, live vision. They put them in public school, and we're getting the same outcome. So if you're raising your children differently, then I would like to see. Do you have any adult? Do you have any adult children, by the way?
Me?
Yes.
Yeah, I have. Yes, I my first 5 children, I completely did it that way, and it didn't work because everybody told me I was crazy. And then my last child, I said no. My wife was a school teacher. I explained everything to her. She saw what I was trying to teach her. She said yes, and she came, and we've documented Carter's entire education, upbringing, and everything. We call it cultivating, and we don't call it natalism, anti-natalism. These things are dogmatic. We see, if anything, as non-natalism. We see it as he's our offspring. So we see it as like pro-life in a sense. What's the correct terminology for this? Procreation, is it?
Okay, where did you learn this parenting style? Like, did you read a book, or like, did it come from somewhere?
God. Yeah.
Okay, I would recommend. How old is your child, by the way?
Yeah,
he's 7.
Is that your oldest?
Okay, 7. I think he's already like, into self. What is it called?
Actualization.
Individuation. He's going to.
Yes.
He's already at that stage. So I don't know.
6.8 months he's gone into now. He'll now be able to see reality through the point of his POV. Before it was just, we could like back before I was 6.5. I remember all my childhood, but I don't remember being there. I just remember seeing it. And then from about 6.8, I started abstractly thinking. I learned that 2 pence and 2 pence wasn't 2 pences, it was 4 pence. And then I could see myself in reality as well. I remember all my childhood. See, this part of my thing. I forgot what the question was, actually. I think I've gone off the point. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to do that.
Okay, now that you're allowed to speak, what is your position when it comes to fear?
Fear? Fear, it depends. Like I said, there's many forms of fear, and people just put them all into one bucket and say that's fear, but it's not. There are forms of fear that are trauma, that are dangerous, and really is the kind of fear that a child doesn't understand, and so we tell them in a language they can't comprehend, like good or bad, and then they'll store that as trauma because they don't actually fully understand what the heck you're talking about. They only understand that the person I love more than anything in the world is blaming me for something I don't understand, and so they traumatize that inside themselves.
By the way, are you?
Because I remember it happened to me. It happened to all of us.
Yeah.
And there's multiple studies done upon this, which I can link to you. I didn't bring them with me, and I've even written metaphysical papers on it.
What way you're getting this from?
Oh,
I agree. I agree that
more than that.
I agree. Right. That if we view our parents as being irrational, it can scare us. Okay, I agree with that.
Oh, then that's my claim. Is then when you again, I got to be careful because when I use the word scolder, I don't mean you guys think I mean punish. I got to think of another word if anybody can help me. But when I say scolder, I mean to pass blame through the judgment of whether something is bad or not to a child unable to really comprehend it, and so they store this traumatic fear through their instinct, not an empathic connection intuitively, where they learn why they shouldn't do it through actions and being put in that situation themselves. Like I said with the dog situation, my son, I didn't tell my son he was bad or anything. I just held his ponytail the way he was holding the dog's tail and followed him around until he wanted me to let go. And I said, I thought that's the game. He said, but I don't like it. And then I said, do you think the dog likes it? And he said, probably not. And then never did it ever again. Didn't need to tell him he was bad or good. How did I manage to do that? And yet no one else seems to be able to do that. And if I can do that, and everybody can do it, why aren't we all choosing this path over dogmatic rules such as good and bad, where it's not just that they link from you. If I said to you, a child is a sponge, and from all his cartoons, when Skeletor kicks the shit out of He-Man or the vice versa, they pick up all subtle clues to what this means. And then if something in that child says, oh God, I just did this thing because I live in the moment, and my dad said this is bad, then that child now has reason not to tell his father and keep a secret and lie. That's the only reason I ever remember lying. I don't mean tricks and stories and things like that, obvious stuff. I mean deep, dark, secret, egotistical, build that shadow character ready to destroy me when I'm older. And it all stemmed from good and evil. And even in the Bible, it says, and God says, in Eden, place where your curiosity consumes the world in your first bunch of years, your curiosity must not consume the knowledge of good and evil, the subjective law, for it is not real. The objective tree, the tree of life, is what you must consume. Otherwise, you will fall into a world of fiction. Your curiosity will split into a wicked self and a wonderful self, and they will battle each other forever. And you create a self, an ego mask to keep one in the shadow. Cain, the one who runs in shame. Shame and blame are the mark and tool of the demiurge. They keep all of you in check and all of you in a fallen world because you all believe in this good and evil. And I don't live there. So yes, I am of your world, but I'm not part of it, and I'm living proof of it. So DNW, I'm your living proof that I can be part of this world, and yet I'm not part of it at all. And you pretty much said that yourself.
Well, let me go back to what I said earlier, because Christians are not supposed to be a part of this world, and I don't understand why they're so attached to it. Why do they cling? Why are they so afraid of death? If they're supposed to be spiritual beings, then they should not be so worldly.
Because they view life as a test. They feel that they have been instructed to be fruitful, multiply, and in their eyes that means to procreate, to exist, to continue the species until such a time as the Messiah comes back again.
But there's a sin in the Bible.
And whilst continuing the species, they believe there are certain rules they should abide by.
No, in the Bible, there's a sin called the pride of life. When you cling to life and you're so afraid of your own annihilation that you have to have immortality through your progeny, you're not focusing on spiritual matters. You're focusing on the world, and that is not good. That's actually a sin. And actually procreating to the point where if you're procreating because you're afraid.
Are you saying in the Bible it says that? Can you give us the source for that? Where in the Bible does it say something?
I can't. Well, I would have to look it up. I don't know, but it's called the pride of life.
I wouldn't be surprised if it does. The Bible says lots of things that seem to contradict, other statements that it makes. It's a very interesting in that regard, to say the least.
But this in general, you should not be focusing on worldly things if you're a Christian. That's the whole point of being a Christian.
Again, other people would say otherwise, because they'll use other sources in the Bible to support their claims. That's the problem with the Bible. And they will be able to do that just as much as you are able to do what you're saying.
No, I don't think so. I think that is
it's a very strange book.
I don't think so. I think that is the foundation of Christianity, that you are supposed to.
It's pick and mix to support your argument in any way you want, book.
I don't think there's any disagreement on that one specific issue.
I don't even know why we're talking about it, but anyway, go ahead.
I think on that one specific issue, the whole purpose of Christianity is to be spiritual, not worldly. Otherwise, then it notifies the whole necessity of being a Christian in the first place. If you're going to be worldly, you're going to be just like everybody else.
What do you mean by be spiritual?
Basically, you're supposed to have your primary concern should be having a relationship with God, living the way God wants you to live, and not. Okay, so for example, they put the state before they put God. So whatever the state says, they put Caesar before God. So whatever the law is enacted, they don't care whether it's just or unjust. They do whatever the state tells them to do. The state is basically their God.
Can you give an example on an individual level, not as a masses?
Crazy. Can you see how?
An example of what?
Yeah, I can see the guy. Yeah. Hell yeah. Sorry, life. Sorry, LA. Sorry, I was rude. Sorry, but you could. Sorry. So yeah, so on an individual level, like for example, what does spiritual? You said the foundation of Christianity is spiritual, yeah. And does that exist at an individual level or just on a mass level?
Like I said earlier, when I was a Christian, I never feared dying because I believed that I had a good relationship with God and I was going to go to heaven. So if somebody were to hold a gun to my head, I would not be afraid. I would think that I was in alignment with God. If I was on a plane, I did not have any fear. The whole thing about Christianity is they talk about the mark of the beast, right? How things are going to be so difficult during the end times, and you're supposed to basically be able to withstand that. You're not supposed to give in to the mark of the beast and bow down to Caesar. They talk about how like Christians were thrown into the arena with the lions and they did not forsake their faith. So if you're one of these people who, you're thrown in with the lions and you're just going to cry and be afraid, then to me, I don't consider you to be a real Christian.
Okay, well, all I want to know is about, right, I'll make an example. Right? Spirituality to me is, if we said there's a tangible reality and there's an abstract reality, spirituality is the dimension between where all principles are held together. So it's things like truth, methods.
Chickpea, I think your mic is. Chickpea, your mic is on or something. I'm not sure what's going on.
Chickpea, mic's on about. So that spirituality is this. It's this dimension between what we see as the living world, which we collect gnosis on from curious living, and we transform that into a form of knowledge that we can see in our mind's eye to try and build a dimension between. Now, when we put these words together, we create coherence and cognition. We say, hey, that works. So when I use this word, it has no opposite like bad. I say good in the sense of it's running in line with God as we can see it. So basically, it is like a positive word. It means that something is working. So in Kaileon, I would say that is good. It's running in line with what I think everything is working. It could be incorrect, but from my point of view, it's working well. Others come and test it. And yeah, I get that sort of thing. All right. Trying to think, what was my train of thought? What was we originally on before I actually went on a tangent about I keep thinking of Chickpea's cat. Did you see the cat? You didn't see Chickpea's cat, did you?
No.
He's absolutely gorgeous. Right, Ellie, what was the point I was running on that anyway?
You were talking about spirituality.
That's right, spirituality is the thing I was building. So that's what I mean by spirituality. So on a personal level, yes, I can have a relationship with what I believe to be God. Oh, let's quick, show the cat. So we love cats, guys. Sorry, she's blessed. She's putting a cat on there. So we was all having a thing in it on. It's nice to have a little bit of niceness in there. But so Ellie, so spirituality are the systems and structures we build between what we see as coherent and cognitive with gnosis, that which we live and we can all experience, yeah? And that's why I'd say spirituality. So yes, I'd say that, spirituality, I believe, is Christianity's roots. Yeah, definitely in that form, that you can have a personal relationship through faith not being blind, but the trust that what you see is running in line with everything that's happening. And you can, like I said, gnosis is a big stepping stone in faith, because through gnosis you can gain true faith. To me, I don't believe faith is blindly I believe it, so it is. I understand what you might be saying, like when you were saying about courage to stand. That's a different form of faith, but that faith again is not based upon you just guessing, is it? It's you being righteous and courageous in your beliefs and what you understand to be true. You're basing them on truth. And that truth is the key of spirituality to me. So an individual can have a relationship through God with that without any in-between at all. So that's what I was asking. Is that what you mean by spirituality, or are you referring to something different in spirituality?
Well, I think there's two different forms of Christianity. There's that traditional thing, which is based on faith, and there's also the Gnostic version, which is based on truth. So I would consider myself to be a Gnostic, but I'm just speaking, based on when I was a traditional Christian, when I did follow the King James Bible, that I had faith. I did not have the same fear that other Christians have.
Oh, okay then. So I get you. So now you're saying your spirituality that you speak about now, and the one you're saying sourced everything, is, like I was saying, like a relationship of truth you have with a divine or whatever you see as your superior. Trying to put words in, Mercy.
Well, I don't. I would say I'm more motivated by justice, by fairness. Like, I guess truth is, it's like, because there's always a lie behind
What do you
injustice.
base justice on? Truth or
sorry?
not? What do you base your justice on, if not truth?
But that's what I was trying to say. I think there's always a lie to try to justify injustice, to say that it's for your own benefit or it's an appeal to necessity. And so there's always a lie that needs to be exposed in order to correct it.
All right. All I was saying is that people do use other word forms. I believe, if you will get into that justice is a form of truth. But again, it's just like saying naming an angel instead of God. If we was to name God in a mental construct, to me, it'd be the truth. What is, not someone's truth or something like that. And I appreciate that we might not actually understand or know the truth. That's why we have gnosis and things. But surely we're aiming for it. The bullseye is always the truth, right? For everybody. That's what we do.
Well, but that's what I've come to realize, that a lot of people don't care about the truth or justice. They believe that might makes right. So even if it's not fair, they believe in power, not authority. And so that's why we're at where we are. People don't care about fairness.
Which one reigns supreme, though?
Unfortunately, when you have a system of cowards, and they don't want to stand up against injustice, then it is might makes right, because because they outnumber everybody, and you can't do anything as an individual, because that is the way they think.
Only because it's true.
I'm sorry?
Without that being true, it could not be true. It needs to be true.
Without what being true?
What you just said is true, but it has to be true before that can be. Is that correct? Without that being true first, it could not be, right? You're still appealing to truth for your argument to make sense. So the first thing the first qualifier is truth. What I'm saying is true. So if you're appealing to truth for that argument to be seen, I agree with you, but you're still appealing to the thing it's imposing to, which is truth. That stuff cannot.
I don't think that is true, because it's not true for everybody.
Is that true?
It's not true for me. It's true for them. They believe they because they're cowards. They believe might makes right. I don't believe that.
Yeah, but yes, again, you don't believe it. They believe it, and they're using it because it's true. But the truth still qualifies it. Without truth, it cannot be. If it wasn't true, then that wouldn't be the case, would it?
But
So
if it was true, then it would be the case for every. If it was true, it would be the case for everybody.
Oh no, I'm just saying that
it's not universally true.
Oh no, I thought that was your argument.
It's not universally true. It's their truth. It's their reality.
Oh yeah, well then I agree with it, but that still makes the point that truth is in a mental scape, the truth, the idea of it, at least the bullseye at the center we're all trying to get to, is in fact
it is universally true, LA, in that the overarching society we exist with them.
Then why isn't it true for me then?
Because power is letting you live as you want. But
I don't even want to live, so they're not letting me do anything. They're forcing me to live. They're not letting me live.
It's up to power, okay, to let you live.
To force me to live against my will.
Well, again, yes. I get what you're saying as well. This is that both things can be true here, I think. That's why I'm stuck between.
It doesn't mean that you can't influence the power, though. That's the thing that you can try and influence it.
Well, yeah, of course, because we're doing that right now, even in conversation. We influence power.
I'm only interested in universal truth. If it's not universal, then it's not the truth. It's just somebody else's truth. It's not my truth.
What does universal truth mean then?
Universal truth are things that are true. These are things that are axiomatic, that don't really need affirmation from some institution. Like, for example, that I would say it is universally true that any authority has to be based on consent, otherwise it is illegitimate. And I think that is universally true.
Would it then go to say that, and I'm not challenging you, but if I had challenged you to say that, then that would mean you could give us a universally true definition of God, then, if God is real. Would that also be true?
No, I don't think so, because they're like people. No, I don't think so. I think people have a completely different concept of what God actually
Rules
means.
changed there. Why did the rules change there?
How did the rules change? You're talking about God. You're talking about some entity. I'm talking about a premise.
You're not talking about an entity.
I'm talking about a premise for legitimacy. It has nothing to do with God. I don't even believe in God.
I do. Well, don't you believe in universal things? How can you believe in anything about God? I don't get it. What do you think God is?
I don't believe in their concept of God, which is why I'm saying it's not universal.
I'm asking, what is the concept of God you don't believe in?
That God is some man in the sky who's washing our
Oh yeah, I
good
don't
and
believe
bad
that
deeds.
either. Yeah, I don't believe that either. I get you. No, I don't believe that either. But God, that doesn't mean God's not real. To me, God
Okay,
is
but I'm
another
saying
level.
that's the whole point. I'm saying it's not universal. Their version of God is not real.
No, what I'm saying is my version of God is universal. Would you like to hear it?
I mean, I would be. You can say it, but I'm.
It's got axioms. It's denotational. It's built structured. I have metacognitive IQ. I don't build flowed structure. All is God is a word, right? And then we have to link it to reality. That's how words work, I think. So the word God just means the title given to the single equilibrium point that has authoritative power for all things. And what I'm saying is that's just what the word means. And in reality, that has to exist for anything to be true. Otherwise, we can't talk about truth, because the truth is that point to me. I'm not saying the truth is God. I'm saying God is the truth.
But if you have to explain to me your definition of God, then it's not universal.
It is, because it's axiomatic, like you just said. That's what you said. You said, I need universal axiomatic things, and I just did that. My God is objectively true. If you put that definition into any AI, I would agree to you. Yes, that is a God, because it fits all definitions of God. And it means that no other person can have a definition of God that doesn't appeal to my definition of God first. And if you can find something, like, for example, even an atheist can't deny it, because they have to deny truth exists, because truth fits my definition of God, and my definition of God is a universal denotative form. Unless you can tell me why my definition of God is flawed, and then I can possibly agree with you. But if my definition isn't flawed, and it does point to something in reality that exists, and we all use that thing to determine everything else is real, then the thing we're using to determine everything else is real has to be real, surely. Otherwise, how we determine other things are real?
But there are people who don't even believe in universal truth. There are people who don't even believe in
people who believe the world is flat.
If you study Immanuel Kant, Kant does not believe in universal truth.
I don't care what other people believe. I'm talking to you.
No, but you're talking about universal and how it is applies to everybody, and they don't.
Logic can determine it with full. Right. This is how I'm determining it. How it's universal. I've just given you a definition with axioms, and I can even tell you how you can prove it to be incorrect. Now, all you have to do is respond to it and prove to me what you said is true. That I've just given you I basically pointed at God with axioms that I believe are superb. If you can show how they do not work and how they do not point to a God that's not universal, that everybody can test. It's about testing, yeah? If it's universal and everybody can test it.
I don't think it's necessary. I don't think it's necessary to appeal to God. You can have...
I'm not appealing to God. I'm appealing to truth. You're changing my thing now. That's not what I'm doing.
You don't even have to use the word God in this conversation.
But I can if I want to. But I can if I want to, yeah?
You can, but I feel that you're making it muddy to where people...
But you're not telling me why that is. You're just saying that. You're attacking it. Why am I making it muddy?
Because you're not letting me tell you why. Because if they reject your definition of God, then everything else you're saying falls on deaf ears.
Yeah.
So what you're saying is, if my definition is correct and works, and they have to accept it, that somehow makes it false.
It's not false objectively, but they're not going to...
That's all I care about. You said
no. I'm talking about...
Universal is objectively.
Okay,
you just said
let me... It's about how you structure your argument. If your premise is not... If your premise did not lead to a proper conclusion, then everything is false. So your conclusion may be correct, but because you set up the premise using God, then...
No, I didn't. No, I didn't. All I did is explain what the word God means when I use it as structure, so you can understand what I'm pointing at. And the thing I was pointing at was real. So what explain to me where the falsehood is.
The falsehood is invoking God in the first place. You don't
No,
have to do that.
I didn't. Yeah, but that is the fallacy in itself. You're saying it's a falsehood because you invoke something I don't want you to invoke. What does that mean? Who cares? Who said I can't invoke God? I'm invoking a word.
Okay,
right. Don't invoke the word man. Don't invoke the word man. Don't invoke the word man.
This is getting kind of crazy.
Yeah,
this
no, because what I'm doing is
this
this is why it's crazy, because I created a definition of something, proved logically it's real, and instead of going, oh, here's why it's not real, or here's the things that's flawed, you're just gone, you started with the word God, you didn't need to do that. Well, I did. If I'm to define the word God, I need to start with the word God, surely. Don't swear.
Okay, but then if I'm getting bogged down in your usage of God and I'm objecting to that, then I can't reach your actual conclusion. Then I can't reach your conclusion.
No, tell me.
I'm not talking about me. You're talking about universal truths. I understand the way you're using God. Other people may not understand that, so they're not going to get.
Other people. Don't speak for other people. Just speak for you.
Don't tell me. Don't tell me who to not speak to. I can speak to. No. You're not the arbiter of how discourse works. I can speak to whatever I want. You don't get to do that. I don't police your language. I don't police your language. You're not going to police my language. I can say whatever the fuck I want to. I will say whatever the fuck I want to say.
Not civil.
You're not my father. I thought you were the one.
I don't want
No. No, you're ridiculous.
Off my neck. Don't stand on me. What was it you used to say, LA? I loved it.
DNW. All I'm saying is
no, DNW, because he's the same one who does not believe in controlling his children, yet he wants to police my language. So this is not a proponent of freedom. This is somebody who's authoritarian, who wants to police people's language. This is a complete hypocrite right now.
Yeah, I am a hypocrite, by the way. I am a hypocrite. I don't deny that. But I'm not acting hypocritical at the moment. Right at the moment, I'm explaining
what
to you.
What do you say to that you have this impossible task that, you want to bring your children up a certain way because you want to deal with them in a manner you see as the right thing to do. But in dealing with others, you somehow have to act in a way that you view as incorrect. Now, they may be adults, so maybe that factors into your consideration, that, well, they're adults, so I should be free to talk to them however I want to. But what about, for example, your mother, your wife is a teacher. Mm-hmm. If you were a teacher, how would you talk to other people's kids? Would you talk to them in the same manner that you talk to? And if they came into your classroom and they were like talking like LA is, and they were making out that you were wrong, how would you counteract that? I'm just interested.
I want to answer it in a joking manner to start with, and then I'll answer it serious. The joking manner is: have anybody seen the sitcom My Wife and Kids?
Yeah.
That's how I do. That's how I deal with it.
Damian Wayans, right? One of the Wayans brothers. Yeah, I've seen that show before. Yeah.
That's how I would deal with it. I wouldn't teach them it was right or wrong. I would teach them a lesson.
Okay. It's been a while since I've seen that show, so I'm not too. Let me see if I can recorrelate. Yeah, I think he would say like he didn't scold his children. He was just trying to show them a way that was not like that anymore. He wasn't trying to scold them or anything like that. Yeah.
Yeah, I forgot what I was all talking about.
Same, actually. Yeah, like. well, Jay's here. The absurd. What's up?
LA says he's not going to let you try to dominate him.
What?
And that's essentially what you're seeking to do in his eyes.
Oh no, not him. Maybe the logic he was using, but not him. No, I would never dominate him. He's a human being. I didn't think I was dominating a human being. I didn't know he was his actual argument. But if he sees himself as his argument, then I do apologize for dominating you as your argument. I was trying to dominate the argument and the truth, not you. If that was how you saw it, I was trying to police my language. Well, you failed. That's what try means. Anyway, so no, that was nasty. I was trying to be jokative. Sorry. DW, sorry. I'm just trying to say that I'm taken back because I was just trying to dominate the argument, not being find that very slave mind talk, and it does make me oof a little bit.
LA does think he's a slave, so.
I believe you all are to a certain degree, but like today, that's a naughty word, isn't it? I'm not supposed to use that. Even though my ancestors were more slaves than the American ancestors, being down those mines, I still remember the songs they used to sing. I watched my granddad die of the soot and everything in his lungs because he was forced down in the mines to power the steam engines, I suppose. But yeah, we've all been there, you know. It didn't happen to me. I just got to see loved ones die that way. But like, I know it's a muddy word nowadays, isn't it? Slave, and I'm supposed to use it. Might hurt someone's feelings.
Well, I mean, LA, he's calling you a slave. He's saying your problems are.
Well, I said we all are.
Oh, you say okay, but you don't consider yourself as much of a slave, is that right?
No, I do because I'm still trapped in this world because I choose to be, because I love you all and I want to get you all out, because I'm an egotistical maniac that wants the glory for it. I don't actually, but I think that's the truth people want to hear.
There you go, LA. He's trying to save you. He's willingly subjected himself to slavery to try and free you from it.
I did. I lost.
Well, if he wants to free me from it, he can support my right to medical assistance.
I was going to come back to that.
What's medical assistance exactly, and why?
Here we go again.
Oh, please.
No, why do you have a right to it? Oh no, we're not supposed to talk about it, right? Sorry.
No, we can. Just honestly, 5 minutes max on this one. Thank you.
I just want to know why we have a right to medical assistance.
Just five.
Why we have a right? Because it's a natural right that predates the state. That in a state of nature.
Right. What does that mean?
Because the state had no legitimate authority to criminalize it in the first place.
I don't know who the state is. You'll have to introduce him to me. What do you mean by a natural right?
Here we go.
I don't. Are these serious questions? The state
Yes,
is
serious questions. Would you like me to break them down a different way? I can do that.
If you don't know what the state is then you don't know who your master is. The people who write the law.
Well, you mean I don't know who your master is? You mean
the people who you pay taxes to? The people who
you think
control
I pay taxes? Okay. Do you think I pay taxes? Okay.
The people who control your children.
You mean the child I homeschool and don't send to school and don't use their language? Them people. Who they? Oh yeah, me. Who are you talking about?
Okay, if they go out in public, they're still controlled by the state. It is what it is. You can try to obfuscate all you want. You know.
No. I'm asking you to just explain yourself. You failed to do that so far.
You're not asking serious questions. Explain what? You don't know what
opinion. That's your opinion. I'm asking.
You want me to explain what a state is?
You see what I mean? They don't answer my question. They tell me my question.
I'm trying to clarify what your actual question is because I don't know what you're asking me.
I just asked you, what do you mean by natural? What do you mean?
Natural is pre-political. What you would have in a state of nature before the state, before the social contract. What you would if there was no state.
Before the state was formed, there was a natural right given to you by something that meant you had what? Explain it again. Sorry, lost it. Before the state, there was a natural something.
You have
what you had before the state.
So if you want me to answer, I can answer. If you were on a deserted island and there was nobody else to interfere with your rights, you would have the right to life, liberty, and property, or what John Locke would say. I mean, John Locke. Let me start with him.
What would be a right in comparison to on a lost island? When I'm on a lost island, what is my right in comparison?
So you're asking me a question. I was trying to answer it. You didn't let me finish. So I'm assuming you don't actually. I'm assuming you don't actually want to hear the answer. So
no, I don't want to hear the answer. I don't want to hear the answer. What you say? I don't want to hear the answer. I don't want to hear the answer. But
you can ask AI. Ask AI to educate you.
I don't want to ask AI.
If you don't know,
if you can't do it,
if you don't know, you can remain ignorant. Stay ignorant. Stay ignorant. It's not my problem. You can stay ignorant. It's not my problem.
I want you to explain it to me.
Then shut the hell up and let me explain. Then shut the fuck up and let me explain.
Okay.
If you're on a deserted island, you have the right to life, liberty, and property because those are rights. Shut up. Okay, I'm done. I'm done. I'm done. I'm done. You can ask AI.
1 second, guys. I'm going to step in 1 second, please.
I'm done.
No, LA. I'm going to put you backstage, Gracie, if you butt in again, yeah? Please. I know your mind thinks very quickly. Try and curb your enthusiasm for interjecting whilst LA is speaking. Let LA have the mic. Let him speak when he is finished. He won't. He is a man of great ability. He won't be anything but brief in how he explains things, because he will explain things clearly and concisely. He won't go over the top. Have patience. Let LA speak. Do not speak until after he's finished. Then it's your turn. And if you speak in the interim period, I will have to put you backstage until LA.
Okay. Before that, can I
no,
say?
No, before, please.
What I'm saying is, I won't be able to hear anything he says. Then you can't have a go at me because I didn't understand what he said. Because what you're doing is you're using words I don't understand. So how can I build what you're saying?
Well,
what you're saying is,
this
is right. Let me give you an example of the story I'm hearing from life at the moment. This is what I'm hearing. Please touch
this down.
Island where.
If he would let me finish, I could have actually explained it, but he's not interested in hearing the truth. Because you think I wasn't going to tie it in together so I can explain you what an actual right is? You just won't shut the hell up. So you don't want to hear it. I'm not going to explain it to you.
Go ahead, LA. He is muted now, so he won't reply till after you finish. Explain everything in the best manner possible, please.
Okay, if you were on a deserted island, you would have the right to life, liberty, and property. And I'll get back to what a right is. That basically these are rights that are not. They exist in a state of nature. They're not created by the state. If there's no interference from any third party, this is what you would have naturally. It's not something that is created by the state. It's something that is innate that you have just by existing. And so you form I don't believe in a social contract, but you allegedly form a social contract with the state so that the state can protect your natural rights, the right to life, liberty, and property. Because in a state of nature, what Hobbes says, it would be a war against all, and you would basically have to defend your rights yourself. You would have to stop someone who's bigger than you from engaging in predatory behavior, protecting your whatever shelter you built. And so you form a social contract, and that is what the state is supposed to be for. So rights are, rights are not created by the state. They exist in a state of nature. They're just enumerated by the state, by the social contract. So, for example, the Constitution does not actually create rights. It enumerates rights which you already had, and that is a legitimate social contract. But when it goes beyond that, then it's not a social contract. It becomes an instrument of oppression. And to answer what a right is something that it's basically, rights are in a relationship to duty. So you create, you have rights, and basically the state has a duty to protect it, right? So if I have a right to freedom of speech, then the state has a duty to protect my freedom of speech. I have duties to the state under the social contract, which means that because I have rights to freedom of speech, I have a duty to respect other people's right to freedom of speech. So that's the relationship of rights. It's in relationship to a duty. That's how you have a social contract, rights in relationship to duty. So hopefully that answers the question. According to Rousseau, rights only exist under the social contract. Rousseau rejected the whole natural right argument. The natural right argument comes from Locke, that you have these rights independent of a social contract. They're not created by the state, and you basically need the state to protect it. But if even absent the state, those rights are still legitimate. You just have to protect them yourself. So hopefully that answers your question.
No, not at all. I got lost after you said you was on a desert island and you have these rights, and you didn't explain what rights were at all. If I tell you what I think rights are, rights to me are the compromise you get for compliance.
But that's what I said. I just explained both theories. I just told you what it is. I told you that there's two different theories under. Okay, I'm explaining.
I listened to you finish, and now you overjump me. Ready? So that's what a right is to me: a compromise you give for compliance. So when the state says we'll protect you, you follow these rules. You say yes, sir. Now, what you're saying to me is that outside of state, rights exist. What they exist in comparison to outside state. Inside state, rights are in comparison. Oh, he just ran away. So rights inside a state are in comparison to the state. They're a compromise. Rights outside the state are what? What are they compromising for? Who's giving you where? Someone explain where right comes from and what it is outside state.
I literally was explaining two different theories. I was explaining.
That's not what I'm asking. Please don't do it that right. Listen to that for ages.
I didn't hear what you said. I didn't hear what you said because I got kicked off.
I'll rephrase it. Sorry. Outside of state, within state, a right, yeah, we just call it a privilege you're afforded for the compliance of that state. You're given certain rights as a bargaining tool, yeah? I get those things, yeah? No, listen to me first. Now, outside state, I don't know what they are. I don't want to argue that a minute. Outside of state, what is a natural right? What does that mean? What is it a right you take upon yourself? Or what do you mean?
These are rights that you observe in nature. That if a bird builds a nest, that nest belongs to the bird because they created that. I have no idea what you just said.
If I go and take that nest, it now belongs to me.
I explained to you two different theories. I explained to you Rousseau.
One of your two different theories.
Let me finish because
because I can't handle two different theories.
I'm so sick of this shit.
I want to shut the fuck up because all you're doing now is you're saying I was
if you let me finish, I will answer your damn question, but you won't even let me finish it. So
Let
if
him
you
finish, please, Crazy.
So I'm telling you two different theories. John Locke believed that in natural rights, and Rousseau believed in a social contract. According to Rousseau, you don't have rights independent of the state, independent of the sovereign. So if you want to reject John Locke, if you want to reject John Locke to say that you don't have natural rights, then basically you would follow.
I'm not going to do an argument from authority. Ready? All you're doing is fallacious. John Locke said, "Not you. I'm talking to LA here today. Stop getting other people involved. LA, speak with authority, brother. Speak with authenticity. Speak for you."
I am speaking with authority.
No, you're not. You're relying on John Locke. You're not Locke and shit like that.
I can say whatever I want to say. You're not.
Whatever.
You're not my father. You don't pay my bills. I can speak however I want.
Don't sound like you are a father, brother.
You're not my language police. I don't tell you how to speak, and you don't tell me how to speak. That's not how this debate works.
No, that's how decency works to me.
Submitting to you and you policing my language is not decency. You're trying to make me your bitch, and that's not going to happen.
No, I'm trying to make you language.
I'm not your bitch. You're my bitch.
Oh my god!
I'm your bitch. See the slaver talk. That is, I'm his bitch. I wouldn't make you my bitch. I want to make
my mix right. We'll have the first ever Finding Gnosis, challenge in the UFC octagon.
UFC, fuck yeah, man, in Thailand, Bangkok, Muay Thai fighting, Muay Thai.
Careful. He has already threatened to punch someone's teeth out. LA is he's a bit of a lunatic, a bit of a psychopath sometimes.
Hey, that's why we love him.
No, it's a lack of godliness. Not bless him. I do love him, though. His passion is beautiful, and he is correct. I am being obviously a little teasy, I think, for the drama.
Okay, because I don't want to just make stuff up and just pull it out of my ass. I'm trying to tell you where it came from so I can explain it. So if you don't want me to appeal to Rousseau, that's where the whole social contract came from. I didn't make this stuff up.
No, LA, can I be honest with you a minute? Just 1 minute, be kind and honest for me, because I'm not going to. LA, you're doing far greater than most people do I meet on a daily basis. The only reason I come in here is because actual people know how to speak to me. Out here, I fail completely, brother. So you, to me, are a lifeline. I don't see you as my enemy or anything like that. I love the fact you have opposite views, all of you. I think it's amazing. To me, it's brilliant. It's like drugs to me. I love this kind of thing. But of course, I'm trying to fit in. That's all. But I'm still going to stand only on what things I believe, just like you are, and I respect that. So, that's my truthful opinion. Right?
I'm just trying to say there's two different theories. So even if you don't want me to appeal to Rousseau, there are people who don't believe that you have rights independent of a state. I don't believe that. But even if you go with that, then that is the basis of the rights, that it came from a social contract. I believe differently. I believe that you have rights independent of a state. You just need the state. You would either have to defend your rights yourself or get a private militia to defend them.
So wait a minute. Because this will actually climax this, I hope. See, my thing is never, even though I haven't given that away, I did it on purpose, that you don't have rights outside state. I just wanted to know what you was putting them in correspondence to. And you just said yourself, which goes somewhere along what I believe. So you're saying your own divinity and your own relationship with what you believe to be true in God gives you those rights internally for yourself. Because I kind of agree with that, but is that what you're saying? Because
Well, okay. Let me just start with Locke, because it starts with self-ownership, which means that you own yourself, which means you own your life, you own, let me explain it correctly. You own your person, you own your liberty, and you own your estate. Those are the three domains of property. And because those rights are natural, only a human being can actually own themselves. So therefore, like, self-ownership is the foundation of rights.
I'm not going to argue. I don't believe in any ownership of a being, even yourself. But I'm not arguing that point. I'm just saying from my point of view. But I will listen to you. I haven't got an argument there. Keep going with it.
Okay, well, that's the foundation of it. So if you own yourself, then you own what you produce. You own your liberty. You own your, like, that. The self-ownership thing is the foundation of Locke. So if you reject that, then what I argue in my book is that if you don't own yourself, then you're basically a slave. Then if you don't own you, what it means is that the collective owns you, because somebody has to own it. You can't.
Why does someone have to own it? I do. Right. I don't see. Thing is, I kind of, right. Part of me is saying I agree with him. I get this from an abstract position. But see, people argue my point here is an idealist view, and I can't disagree with them. But still, the idealist view is something I've got to strive towards, which is nobody should be owning anybody. I know we're going to say it's not logical in this world because the way I have to sit. I'm saying, yeah, go on.
Because if you don't own yourself, then you can't own anything. If you don't own your own person and your own life, then you can't own property. You can't even have children. You can't have anything without that foundation.
Yeah, but you can shepherd it and you can govern it, can't you? Governance,
which basically means you don't have rights. You have privileges that are granted by the state, which I reject.
Yeah, if you're talking about rights of property and ownership, I would reject them because, again, I don't believe in ownership. I just see it as a technicality within the system that's built that can, even if you wanted to go to my idealist view, you'd still have to go down pathways and pathways of what you're saying of ownership. And I get it, but long as the end goal is to get out of it.
So why don't you believe that we own ourselves? Like, why is that?
I see as a necessity within a demiurgic world for survival, 100%. And I don't have a go at anybody for doing it because I have to do it myself. And that's why I was saying partially I am a slave, as I was saying to the NW earlier, that I don't see myself as a slave to other people, but I am a slave to that. What you're explaining now is exactly what I'm saying I'm enslaved to. But still.
Okay. The whole purpose, then that basically invalidates the social contract, because if you don't own your life, you don't own your person, then you can't actually give the state any authority to govern you, because you don't even own yourself, which means the state is illegitimate because you don't have any authority to give the state any authority.
Does this also tie in the fact that my son only, like I said, I've had 6, but my child here, my son Carter, in the egotistical way, the offspring next to me, is he doesn't have a birth certificate. He wasn't registered with what you refer to as the state. I think I'm getting correct. Yeah, we call him the council. Oh, sorry. But he's not registered with the state or anything like that. We didn't do anything like that with him. See, Ellie, there's a huge part of this I'm in complete agreement to. And it'll source back to my source work, which I'm not going to bring up again because the NW will go at me for bringing it again. But so there's a huge part of it. My hands are tied here. I'm like, oh, dang it, he's got me by the balls because there's parts of it I agree to. But I can't cling to my idealistic view of saying that, nobody should own anybody, because then what I'm saying is then we're all lambs to the slaughter. And I'm sure you jump on me with that because the systems won't support that. But I do see as an idealistic goal to say that I don't believe anybody should own anybody. And so
LA, I own you. I own you, LA. Get over it.
And
right. So if you don't own yourself, then basically you're just a slave to everybody. You're a slave to what it means is if nobody owns anybody. If nobody owns their own life, what it basically means is that everybody owns everybody, and you're just So if it's not, what's the term that I used in my book? If life is, or gosh, I'm trying to remember how I worded it.
What?
LA, what do you remember?
Okay, I know what I said. If your ownership of your life is inalienable, meaning nobody can own yourself, then it basically means that the state owns you, which means that you're a slave.
Okay, I got a counteract to that. I do agree with you in. See, I have to make it special about me now. In most cases, because I've only got myself to say where this differs, and that is, I agree with you, and I noticed that. And if you ever read an old diary book that I wrote called Origin, you'll see what I meant. What I'm saying to you is, you're correct. I figured out that the only way to take myself back was to own my own words, my own structure, my own everything. And then the only thing the state owned was an ego they got me to sign for when I was younger. And yes, I still own that by law because it's tied into a contract. I can get rid of that once I prove that it's broken, and I can do that. But right now, I don't want to prove it's broken. I want to be able to be plugged into the matrix. It's my way of being plugged in. So yes, I own the ego that you're claiming. That ego can own things, but myself, I can't own, because the self is just a reflection of the soul, and I am not the soul. I don't have this. Well, soul is has me. Basically,
if you don't own yourself, then you can't own your words. You have no capacity to enter to a contract.
I can own my ego.
You can't even own that because you don't own yourself. You can't own anything. You have no agency. If you don't own yourself, then you have no agency whatsoever.
Again, I'm agreeing with you, but I'm saying that you're talking about the self as if it's the ego. What are you talking about? What are you saying what are you saying you own other than the contracted character you created called
LA? Start taking pride in your position.
I am. That's why I'm defending it. You can if you don't own yourself, then everything else.
We've got a big stick next to you, poking like that. I bet he's got a stick and he's doing this. He's going, yeah, LA, come on. You did, LA, you did.
LA.
If everything, if you don't own your life, then you have no.
Take pride in your disgruntled nature. It gives us something to reflect upon.
LA, I'm not disagreeing. I'm just saying that I disagree in your framing. I agree that you're absolutely everything you're saying. If you count the self as the ego, I don't count the self as the ego. I count it as a separate entity.
It's not an ego. It's a property interest that
ego is the only thing that can own property. Nothing else can. You can't own property, my friend. Your ego does. You got to look at this. You have to prove to me where you can own property on your ego.
I don't think egos are part of the social contract. I think.
Well, tell me why you don't think that. Well, I can tell you exactly why it is by law as well. Legalese only recognizes your ego. When I go to court, I must say I'm here to represent my ego. If I don't, they won't speak to me. Why is that? Why won't they speak to the
That's not actually how it works. But
here it is. Here it is. Where I am living, it is. When I go to court.
Basically, I have a question.
Stop imposing your ways on LA. Right?
I'm not imposing my ways. When I go to court,
he doesn't have to think that he exists. He doesn't have to think that he exists. He doesn't have to think that he matters. He doesn't have to think that reality is the way it is, and it depends on people standing up for themselves, acting within that which confines them against the power that may be unfair, but is there anyway. And it's just a matter of fact. We all find ourselves born into our positions in society. We didn't choose it. It's true, LA. But, you just have to pull your socks up, my laddie, and get on with it. Play the game, as my dad would have said to me. Time to start playing the game, son.
Why do I have to do that? How does that benefit me?
Because this isn't benefiting you. Clearly, you're miserable. Thank you.
But it's my right to be miserable.
Well, if you want to continue to be miserable, I would say you're insane. In my view,
it's my right to be insane.
I know it's your right.
I got a question. If there was a program going right now, right? And on that program, you could sign up, and what they did is they put you on an island outside America, and other people would come with this that didn't want to be inside state. You'd have to fend for yourself against those people. They could be anybody. And you could go there and fend for yourself. There's no crime or anything there. It means people can kill you if they choose. You'd have to fend for yourself.
I don't exist. You don't have to tell me I exist. You have no right to tell me I exist. You have no right to tell me what to think. You have no right to impose on me your values of thinking that I exist and that I matter and that somehow I have rights and that somehow I should be able to defend myself. How dare you impose that legal framework I did not consent to? How dare you try to look after me? I did not ask for any of this.
DW, I'm not going to be able to clip that. I'm not going to be able to clip that. And if I were to try to put that up, I'm going to have to basically crop that out because that's not usable.
Right, so LA, would you take your family and children to this island, or would you stay in the state with all your rights and say, I agree to your protection, I take your rights, sorry master, please give me these rights, they are so amazing, I will follow the laws and everything. I was on the Finding Gnosis show and I was saying all these mean things about the state that protects me, and really I haven't got, I'm just joking by the way, but really I haven't got the balls to take my family to this mystical island where no rights exist because the state says do as you wish. There's, you know, all these O's and apists and, you know, murderers and whatever. I was doing the film word, right? And would you advise people to go to this island without the state and all these rights? Would you go there for a holiday, take your family? Is that what you're saying to everybody? You prefer this? The state is like, poof, it hasn't held up its end of the bargain for the rights that you have to fulfill.
Objection, compound question. Compound question.
Objection.
You can't ask a series of questions and then expect me to answer it. Now let me ask you the questions.
Stop relying on the framework of that which you seek to destroy. How dare you?
Oh my God, DW.
Okay, first of all, I would never have a family, so therefore there would be no. I would never have a family, so therefore my non-existent family does not need protection from the state. Aside from that, I would like to live in it. I would form my own militia to the extent that I could actually find like-minded
You
people.
would form a state of your own. Oh, right.
It would not be a state.
Ellie,
oh my gosh! Put on your listening ears because I prefaced it with private militia. A private militia is not a state. I don't know what part of the word private don't you understand?
In the word
LA, just one moment. We'll take a break, please. I appreciate you, but we have a social experimentalist here. He's on the
Danny
show.
Shine. Yeah, what's up?
Social experimentalist. We are talking. Well, we're for the last period we've been listening to Gracie and LA go back and forth. It has been quite an interesting, I would say, study of human interaction. And, you know, as a bystander, as an observer, I've appreciated the passion of the two gentlemen making their points. So I would like to extend my gratitude to them both. But social experimentalists, what do you want to add to the conversation, or do you perhaps want to change the direction? We are talking about in the world, not off it. Can you escape the maddening crowd? Is there a way to escape the matrix, to go off grid? Metaphorically, by using our intellect and emotions to perhaps disconnect from the madness around us, or perhaps maybe we can run off to the country and live in a mud hut in the woods by ourselves. I mean, is there a way to escape the madness, Mr. Danny Shine? That's what I'm wondering today. That's what we're all wondering. Clearly, one way might be not to watch this show, but seeing as we are here, we might as well try and get on with it.
Right.
I mean, I think one day myself and Life Abolitionism are going to have a little chat with you alone, the three of us. And what I haven't really put this to him, but I think that there might be. I think I have a problem with his particular approach, and in that, whilst I think he makes an excellent point about his general point about, you know, all these people that complain about the system and how terrible it is, and then they bring people into it and they say, oh, we're going to teach art, we're going to either homeschool our children, and then we're going to then our child's going to do something against the system, are going to fight and are going to or whatever, or somehow sidetrack it or whatever, and how ridiculous that is. That the people complain about the system and then bring children into it. I think, if I'm not mistaken, he's said maybe even tonight and certainly many other times I've heard him say that, you know, if they were in the if they were in the jungle or something, or in the wild, then maybe it would be okay to bring someone into existence. You see, to me,
That's not what I said, but yeah, I can clarify that later.
fine, okay, fair enough. If that's not what you said, but that then fair enough. But let me finish my point, because to me, the matrix is the human body. The body is the problem, and being brought into the body is incarceration. Incarnation is incarceration, and therefore the only way out of the matrix is death. So best not to bring someone here in the first place, and stop incarcerating people. Stop bringing people in to serve the same life sentence that you are in yourself.
Yeah, and Crazy Guru does not agree because he gave a thumbs down.
Thumbs down from Crazy Guru.
I don't believe that procreation is ever justified, but I think that under the state of society where you know that you are enslaving someone to the state, that is completely different. And also, ethics don't exist in the state of nature. Ethics only exist in civilized society. So although I don't want people who are primitive to procreate, it's no different from an animal procreating. I don't want the animal to procreate either, but it's not necessarily unethical. The animal does not understand what they're doing. So I would love for them, but I don't know. I'm talking about a framework under a state where you're forced into a system. You don't have the right to die. You have all of these duties that you never chose. Those duties are completely illegitimate.
I mean, whilst I agree with you about all that, I think that you're minimizing the abhorrent, as far as I'm concerned, the absolutely abominable human, the abominable nature of life itself, the suffering that's built into existence in the body. Whether it's the body of an animal, in fact, for animals, one could argue that it is a lot worse.
It's possible you're wrong, Danny.
Animals in the wild, but for humans as well, that, you know, that from the minute the child comes out of the womb, it cries, and you think, you know, the birth process. I've spoken before about the birth process. Nobody ever speaks about the birth process from the point of view of the child.
I do.
Right?
I remember, Danny. I remember it. But
Well,
your point is you can't remember it.
And the child could, for example, it's very common for children to have colic, which is just, if you think about colic, from people always complain about if their children have colic, they can't sleep because the child's awake the whole time. Can you imagine what it's like for the child? How can you ever?
I remember having colic.
Excuse me. Can you please let me finish? Forget the state, or not the state, right? The state is just another layer of madness, right? But just that alone, just the knowing that there is a reasonable chance that your child will experience colic for months on end, is just, to me, how anybody can possibly justify bringing someone into the human body is beyond me. I just don't understand.
1 second.
Can I respond to what he said?
LA, just 1 second. You can in a moment, please. We have an imposter. That Yerf Dogs on screen isn't the actual Yerf Dogs, just so you know. Actually, whoever that was has gone. They've left, so there you go.
I want to respond to Danny. I'm not trying to make. I'm not trying to make excuses.
Before you respond, there is no need to do this. There is no need to bring someone into existence, especially when we need, if anything, we have the needs, and we desperately need to use all of our resources, all of our money, and all of our power just to get through this goddamn mad game. There is no need to bring anybody here.
Okay. The whole purpose of my framework is to legitimize the state and procreation. And so I'm trying to impose social and moral consequences for procreation, which can only happen in a civilized society. So basically, don't reward people for procreating, don't congratulate them. They should not receive any social services. And also the right to die. If people procreate knowing that their children have the right to die, they're not entitled to, they're not going to be guaranteed a return on their investment, right? So I'm trying to curb procreation. I don't think that we're necessarily going to be able to stop it entirely, but I'm trying to change the culture of how people think about procreation, that they're giving the children the gift of life when they're really just enslaving them to a system. So although I agree that nobody should exist, including the animals, my framework is within the civilized society. It's not. I can't control what happens in the wild. Of course, I'm going to stand 10 toes deep on this. I'm not against ethylism. If they want to push the red button, that's on them. I'm not going to participate in that. But I don't have any control over that. The only thing I can address is what happens under the state, which I think we should focus on those who are already here. If they don't want to exist, they just have the right to no longer exist.
I agree with all of that.
So I'm not against. I mean, I know some people don't want to take a position on this. I'm not an ethylist, but I'm not against it either. If they want to push it, I just don't want to participate in it. I don't want to know about it. But I'm not against ending all suffering. I just don't want to do it myself because I'm nonviolent. I'm an anarchist.
Wait, by the way, what's colic or whatever you were talking about, Danny?
It's a disease. Or
you're a pussy.
What?
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 You're a pussy who comes on here, right, and says all these things, but you won't tell us what you really think.
Who, me or
wait? What?
No,
Who are you talking to?
LA.
Oh, you call him a
why?
pussy?
Why? Because
you're a pussy hole.
Damn.
I'll take that as a compliment. But anyway, because you want me to support ethylism.
Do you condemn ethylism?
I do not.
Whoa.
Do you condone ethylism?
I do not.
You're a pussy hole. We know what you really think. You're a pussy.
Crazy guru too. I love it. It's
LA, you see, LA. I tell you why you're a pussy, because your whole philosophy is that of a pussy. You just can't take that.
Wait. Why are you ascribing a weakness to the female organ? Why can't you make the dick a weakness? Why does it have to be a pussy? Because I think that pussies actually sustain life, and pussies are actually pretty strong.
It's a man's world.
Yeah, that's
Get
true.
over it.
So it's misogynist for you to even call me a pussy.
It's not
Well,
misogynist.
it's LA, Los Angeles County Police Department. Los Angeles County Police Department.
Maybe I would take it as an insult if you called me a dick, but calling me a pussy is not an insult.
Yeah.
I never said it was an insult. By the way, you're the misogynist. If we want to know, this is like Scooby-Doo. I'm going to pull the mask off the misogynist. It's actually not me. It's actually LA. Because he's attributing me calling him a pussy as somehow a slight on him, as if I'm being disrespectful to him. I never said what I meant.
You didn't mean it as a compliment.
He's the one saying it's bad. You're the one saying it's an insult. How dare you?
It was a compliment. Everybody should take that as a compliment when they called a pussy, because that's how he meant it. What he was trying to say is that I'm weak because I won't take a position on ethylism.
Your philosophy is weak.
Wow.
Right. So you were using the word pussy in a pejorative way.
Your philosophy is weak because you can't accept reality. And therefore, what you do is you make this banal effort to fight against it that is nonsense. When in actual fact, the strong thing to do would be to act within that which confines you, to act within.
You're going to interview me. You're going to interview me, and you already have your pre-made opinions about what you're going to interview me about. You're not an objective interviewer. How? I mean, if you had questions that you want to push back against me,
LA, with respect, me and you, I like you. We've gone back and forth so many times. You've come on here expressing yourself. You know, in some ways, you got to appreciate you are the book salesman. All right. I don't want to read a book if I don't think the book salesman is making sense. I'm sorry.
I didn't ask you to read it. You're supposed to be interviewing me and asking me questions.
At the end of the day, there's only so much attention that we all have. There's only so much time people have.
Nobody asked you to read the book.
I'm counting on you. I'm counting on you to be a walking, talking blur.
Right, but you're not. But you're not asking me questions. You're making proclamations about what you think I'm saying.
In actual fact, you're.
And my book has nothing to do with apholism. My book has nothing to do with apholism. Apholism is not mentioned once in my book.
I'm not just talking about apholism. I'm talking about your whole philosophy on matters, brother. I'm sorry.
Well, I think anybody who procreates is a quote unquote pussy because they want to offshore their responsibilities and let their children basically protect them and provide them with a legacy.
This just shows your disingenuous nature because a moment ago
and they don't even want to protect their children.
You're outraged at me for using that word, and now you use it.
I don't care. I don't care. I'm not offended. I'm not a snowflake. I can dish it and I can take it. So if I'll dish it right back. But I think
I'm not going to get the book. As I already said, LA is the salesman for his book. He has to sell it to me. Why should I bother reading it? He hasn't done that. He hasn't done it at all. If anything, the only reason I'd get that book is to fucking burn it, seeing as we've got an oil crisis coming up, to try and heat my flat if it gets cold. Sorry. We have the therapist here.
That's Kenny.
That's Kenny. We all know the frog is an indication.
For the good of the mental health of the panel, we need to permanently ban LA from the show.
I might use the book to throw at LA when we're in the woods together to show him that might makes right. You know?
So if I can't make appeals to ethics, then maybe I should go in the ethicist camp. Maybe I should believe that might makes right and then use force to impose my will. Because you just want to dismiss me.
You can try that. You can try that, but you won't succeed.
Damn. Whoa.
There is no hope for ethicism.
But that's the reason why I can't reject ethicism, because I know you guys don't care about consent.
Pissing into the wind.
You don't care about consent. You think that might make right. So if you're violent, then you deserve to have violence inflicted upon you. That's how this works.
You can try, boy, but I'm ready for you. Anyway, I want to bring the therapist in. The therapist, what do you have to say?
For the good of the mental health of the panel and all listening, we need to permanently ban LA from the show.
You're the one who made death threats, so I think you should be banned, not me.
Yeah, I'm not going to ban LA from the show. He's entitled to his.
No, he's freaking entertainment.
Wait,
look, LA, by the way, LA, I hope you don't look. You're not a stupid guy. In no way are you stupid. I just think that what you tend to do is rationalize matters to suit your own psychology, and I'm saying. It's your psychology that needs fixing, not reality, because reality can't be fixed in the way that you want it to be, brother. I'm sorry. So it's your psychology that needs fixing. It's your outlook.
How does that? Basically,
it's your outlook. It's your philosophy.
I should just shut up and be happy with my enslavement. Because
you don't have to be happy. You just have to find a way to.
Because me talking about my enslavement makes you uncomfortable. Even though you support the system that enslaved me, you don't want to be held accountable for it.
Brother, I never caused you.
Los Angeles.
You support democracy, don't you? You vote.
I'd rather you had a chance in a state that provided you with protection.
Protect my rights,
because I don't think you'd last 10 minutes in the woods, brother.
I don't want to last because I don't want to exist. So you can respect my rights.
If that's the case, brother, you know what you can do, and I'm not going to ask you to do that because I don't want you to do that. I don't want you to do that. I want you to live. I want you.
Why?
To
Why?
You want me to be enslaved?
Why does he want
I
LA
want him
to
to
live?
overcome his suffering to become.
So I can die anyway, like everybody does.
I want you to find meaning in the tragedy.
I'm not going to die.
And then die anyway. It makes no sense. We're all going to die. So what's the point?
That's your pathetic outlook on it.
LA.
You could leave a
I think it's
wonderful
pathetic
legacy.
to not be an anti-natalist.
You could leave a wonderful.
That's a cowardly position. Why aren't you an anti-natalist?
You could leave a wonderful legacy for those that come after you to make
This
their
is my
suffering
legacy.
less. To make their suffering less.
This is my legacy.
Instead,
if they have
you're
the right
just
to die
spitting in your hand, smearing it all over yourself, and making yourself a loathsome individual that nobody wants to go near.
Well, if they had the right to die, they would not be suffering.
What does suffering mean?
I would say anybody who doesn't know what suffering means is morally bankrupt.
Yes, okay, you can call me morally bankrupt nicknames to me, but I don't know what it means. Can you help me?
Don't worry.
Then if you don't know what it means, maybe you shouldn't procreate because you clearly don't care about suffering. Maybe you should have a basic understanding of suffering.
So you're being a fool now.
You
Suffering
should have a basic understanding of suffering before you impose life on
I
someone.
don't know what you mean by suffering to understand it.
Then you shouldn't procreate.
Why? Because I don't know how you're using a word. Because I use a
LA.
word different to you. What the heck are you talking about?
LA Fancy PGA Tour has given a reason for you to stick around, and that is you comfort others.
Well, Danny,
so please,
you tell me what the word
they are
suffering
better off
is.
with you being
Yeah,
here.
like, come on, man. Yeah, like LA, I enjoy talking to you on your own panel stream. Like, like I can do that forever, man. Like, because you're pretty engaging to talk to, man. Like, I swear.
Right. We don't argue though. By the way, DNW, it's not like antagonistic when we talk on my channel.
LA.
It's because
We love LA.
because nobody interrupts anybody. We make our points and then we agree to disagree.
Are you complaining about how I interrupt?
Well,
How dare you?
Anybody define the word
What are you talking
suffering?
about? I never interrupt.
Never mind
never
defining the
interrupt.
word suffering, mate.
I will mind
Can you
it.
tell me,
No, I will.
crazy guru,
Oh, yeah,
what the hell were you doing? What was the need to bring anybody into existence? Why did you need to do that?
Yeah, I can tell you. For the first 5 of my children, I had no need. I was a fool, a lost soul. But my child now, the need was for me to understand it.
What?
to understand why you enslaved them, they need to understand that.
No,
you deserve the medication that you really do deserve to get medicated. You need to get yourself.
Thank you for your derogatory claims, you childish twat. Now tell me why.
Oh shit.
I don't men ever just admit that they did it because they like sex. They just come up with this weird explanation.
Yeah, right.
It's so weird.
I agree with you that just I agree with you.
Okay, like
That's
yeah,
not men, it's not fair to say all men do that. So I disagree in
Okay.
general men do it, but yes, men do
Okay.
that.
What about lesbians? What about
You're
when they have
great.
kids?
Danny, you still haven't answered the question. You the only thing is make a childish comment.
Wait a
and
minute,
shut up.
let me get this
Tell me what
straight.
suffering
You
is.
said
Tell
to
me
me
what
that you started somebody else's life off.
Yeah.
To understand them.
No, to understand life.
To understand life.
Yes.
You need to start somebody else's life off.
Yes, I did. Yes,
to
I did.
understand
Right,
life.
and stop repeating it. Yes, that's
If
true.
you were my
You're
dad,
trying to
I would
repeat it
think
dramatically,
I
like, oh my
think
God,
I'd
you
kill
did
you.
this. Shut up,
If you
Danny.
were my
Tell me why
dad,
it's
I think I'd kill you.
Danny,
I'd kill
shut
you.
up talking like a child and tell me why it's incorrect.
You need to enslave someone so they can understand slavery. It makes no sense.
LA, you've had your chance. Please.
So come on, Danny.
Stand down,
You're
man. Stand
bullshitting.
down.
No, answer my question. I answered your question, Danny. Answer
As he
mine now.
just said, you needed to enslave somebody. You needed to incarcerate somebody in a body that can feel pain, terrible pain, so that you could understand what pain and life was. Are
No, I
you
didn't do that.
completely
No,
mad?
no, listen,
Why
listen,
couldn't
you've
you
asked-
just looked
You've
around?
asked a question and
Why
look, you've
couldn't
asked
you
a
have just
question
looked
and you're answering
around?
it like a twat. Danny, you're asking a question and then you're answering it like a twat. Ready? I answered the question. You didn't use your answer to your question. Yes, I did do that. What's wrong with it? What's your problem? And give us all a logical reason without any fallacious attacks or stupidity why my answer was incorrect, and I'll listen to you.
I have to admit that I just have to have a couple of minutes because
Oh,
your
you laugh
question
at
makes
me
no
instead.
sense.
Yeah.
Your
Right.
question
I'm a
makes-
different
can
way
you
then,
stop?
Danny. Can you
Okay,
give a logical explanation to why you think
your
that
question
what I'm
makes
saying
no
is
sense to
incorrect?
me. Your question makes no sense to me.
All right,
One
okay.
hour later,
Let me
argue.
explain in a different way then.
No sense
Can
to
I
me.
explain in a
think
different
you
way,
are- I
Danny?
seriously think
Can I
you
explain
are
in
a
a different way,
retard.
Danny?
You're-
Danny,
it
can I
just
explain
makes
in
no
a different
sense
way?
to me.
Danny, all I'm asking
Makes
is if I
no
can
sense
explain
to
it in
me.
a different way. I agree with you. My question makes no sense. Can I explain it in a different way to you?
Yep.
Yes? No? Okay, right. So, all right. So, you're claiming that there's something called suffering, which I love suffering, by the way. I don't understand the negative part of suffering. But maybe I'm getting what you mean by suffering correct.
But
So
you don't like fear, do you, baby? Remember earlier you had an aversion
No.
to fear.
I love
Pointing out
fear.
there.
I just don't like fear being used to traumatize children. That's not fear.
Yeah,
that's
but
trauma.
you view fear in a negative light, and I'm saying
No,
fear is
yeah,
sometimes good
traumatic
because
fear
it
in a
saves our
negative-
ass.
No,
I'm just
I-
pointing that out to you. I'm just pointing it out.
But you're not pointing out. You're being a twat. I said traumatic fear is that. I didn't say fear. So
No,
shut up.
you're choosing.
No, I didn't. No, you're changing it.
cast
Everybody
it.
here
You're
heard me
choosing
say
to cast
traumatic.
that dark light over it. I'm saying it
yeah.
doesn't have to be deemed. Look through that negative.
Yeah, I'm not talking about fear, Danny. See, what they're doing is I was talking about trauma,
Prison.
and they want to say fear to capitalize it to make it sound like that's what I'm saying, but it's false. It's highly fallacious. And Danny once told me that he thinks children should be taught logical fallacies because that's what's destroying the world once upon a time.
Wait. What do you mean by logical fallacies? What do you mean?
Danny, what do you mean by logical fallacies? You once said to do books for children about logical fallacies because you felt that's what was making people stupid and falling for all this stuff. But again, it's taking me off a point. Danny, what do you mean by suffering? I love suffering. I can't see the problem you're seeing.
That's kind of crazy to say you like
wait a minute,
suffering.
Danny,
Let me just go back. Let's not get sidetracked with this whole idea of suffering. If you'd like me to
it's
show
not
you what
sidetracked.
suffering
That
is-
would help me.
if
That
you
would
love
help me,
suffering-
Danny. That would
if you
help me
love
understand you.
suffering, if you love
Yeah,
suffering,
yeah,
I'll pop
that's
round to
suffering.
Wales and
Yeah.
torture your child. Right?
That's not suffering to me.
Oh,
That's
really?
like
You wouldn't
suffering.
suffer from that?
What?
You wouldn't
No,
suffer
I
if
would stop you
tortured
from
your
doing it. You
child?
wouldn't be able to do it. I'd stop
Yeah,
you from
what
doing it.
happens
Yeah,
if I
but then you're
came
just
round with
talking
some
what
mates?
if you're talking like a
If I
child.
came
What
round
if
with
what if a
friends-
nuclear bomb
if
dropped
I
on
came
you
round
and you
with
blew
some
up? Would that be
friends-
suffering?
if I
Shut up,
came
Danny.
round
You're
with
talking like a
some
child.
friends,
Danny, what you talking about is
tied you
child.
up
It's
and tortured
fallacious
your
and
child.
not. All right, Danny.
tortured
Calm
your
down,
child,
calm
right?
down,
But leave
calm
that
down.
out for the
No,
moment.
because he's trying to be a twat and he won't be serious because whenever he talks to someone like me with intelligence, he acts like a child. Every single time. Danny acts like a child if anybody
All right.
confronts him because he's a coward.
Your question was improper. You asked them the wrong
I
question.
will respond to your question when you and everybody else
Just
is
define what
silent
suffering is.
for a few
Define
seconds.
the word suffering as you're using it.
All right, I'm going to
am I
mute
obliged
Gracie. I'm
to
going to mute
answer all
Gracie for a
your
second because
questions?
we're not going anywhere.
I'm going
I'm
back
muting
to your
Gracie.
point, right? I'm not going to be drawn into some ridiculous
What
argument.
they're saying
about
is, we won't
defining
define what I'm
suffering
saying,
is
just truthful.
before- Why are you
I'm
interrupting
muting
me?
Gracie.
Why are
Guys,
you
Danny,
interrupting
for
me?
one moment, please. Danny, for one moment. 1 minute.
Why are
Everybody
you
just shut the
interrupting
fuck
me?
up.
Give the finger.
Everybody shut up. Everybody shut up for a second. Even you, Fatima, please shut your mouth. I don't want to hear anybody talking, right? Only either Danny or Gracie. Let Danny speak. Gracie, if you talk, I'm going to put you backstage until Danny has finished speaking. Then I'll let you back on. You called him a child. You stop being a fucking child. Let him speak, and then you speak. Simple. Go ahead.
Okay, so I asked you the question: why did you bring your child? And you said in order to understand life. And I honestly think that question, that answer, just is baffling. Because why couldn't you understand life by just being in life and observing life around you? Why did you have to start a new life in order for you to understand life?
Because I didn't believe any of it was true.
Pardon?
I didn't believe the life around me was true, and the only thing I knew that would be true is if I brought a brand new life into it and started again, and did not treat that child like anything else, so I could understand if life was worth living, if it was real, if love could be real. I didn't understand love. I didn't understand anything. And so I brought a child into this life so I could understand it, and I learned it all, and I learned to fall in love with life again. My son saved my life, and my son loves his life, my wife loves it, and we don't understand what your problem is. To me, you're just operating from a dogmatic, nihilistic suspicion of life. You've become the very idiot involved in the Matrix. You said the Matrix is the body. No, it's the words you use, Danny. Your words are the Matrix. They build it all around you, and any fool that doesn't see that is simply a fool. Now, I can prove it to you with multitude of metaphysical ways if you ever care to read it, but I'm not going to make you. And just say, I'll debate you on it and say this. I don't know what the heck you're talking about. This world you live in, I would want to escape it. You know what? I agree with natalism from all your world. The world you all live in, to me, sounds horrific, and I'd want to kill myself, and I would never bring a child into your world. But my world is beautiful, and I dare you to prove anything other than that, other than your childish claim that, it can't be because I don't see it. Give me a logical explanation why my world doesn't exist. I agree your world exists, and I would never bring a child into your world. I didn't. I brought a child into my world. So I agree with you, Danny. I would never bring a child into your world. It's disgusting, and I would want to kill myself in it, and I was in it, and I wanted to kill myself. Then I brought a child into existence, and it showed me love because I didn't put it into your world. Because like you said, how could I learn from the world you wanted to get rid of? The world you wanted me to learn from is the very world you're saying we shouldn't have kids anymore. Why the fuck would you want me to learn from that world? The only way I could do it was start again with another child, and this time tell myself this. If I didn't do well with this child, then I would understand the Danny Shines' world were correct, and I'd stand by you. But I found out you were incorrect, and I'm going to stop you from making a mistake, because do you know what? Let's steel man the argument. Let's say that Danny Shines, and I'm not sure if LA's involved in this, but just chuck LA in it. DM picks on the world. In the LA's of the world, if you want to do this anti-natalism thing, fine, do it. When all the smart, clever people are all gone, and the only people left are the slave natalists and the people enslaving them, all you've done is enslave the rest of humanity to suffering. When people like Danny Shine could actually take on board the things I'm saying and say, okay, if there's a greater way, I don't have to just pop out. See, to me, it's a coward's way of saying, I could help them. I'm not going to. I can help them. I can prove that I can help them. All we have to do is re-understand language and redo it, and I've already done most of the work for you to look at if you ever care to. But all I'm left is in here with people like Danny Shine saying, oh, because you think differently and our world says, yes, your world is shit. Come to my world, it's much better. It's a far greater place, and there's room for loads of people here. And I could do with a Danny Shine or two to help me build it. I don't know what else to tell you guys. I don't belong, I'm not in your world. The title of this whole thing is fitting. In the world, not of it. You are all in the world, but I think you could all clearly see I'm not of your world. And I wish you would just, yeah. All right, Danny, I agree with you. We should get rid of natalism and everything from your world is disgusting, and it's the suffering in your world is thing. But I love the suffering in my world, and so did my child. He's 7 years old. If I said to him, no, do you want to end it all? He said, no. That's his decision. You can end your life anytime, Danny. You can just go. Let's be honest. I don't want to go any further than that because of rules, but you know what I'm trying to say? And it's still here. So to me, your whole philosophy is full of shit because you're still here. So I don't know, maybe it's lying to everybody else to make everybody else pop the clogs, but Danny Shine is like, hey, no, I'm really going to stay here. I'm I'm a hypocrite, you know. I don't know. Tell me what you think, because all I'm saying is the world I come from, your view stinks. I wouldn't want it for the world. And if you do all pop your clogs and leave all the natalists to it, you've just doomed all of humanity. They're not going to give up. You want to end natalism, you have to end natalism. You can't end natalism by ending humanity. That's ridiculous. Because somebody here has to end natalism. You're just dooming it and saying, screw it, can't be asked. And yeah, I could make a difference, but nah. I'm just going to say, come on, let's all end it. And the only people who are going to join you are the ones that need to be the ones to change everything around. And then, when humanity has been changed around, just, idealistic views, then you can decide whether or not you want to stay here because you're all of your right mind and you understand you're all going to go together, not leave the world to just natalists and people who, like I said, who control and manipulate these natalists. There's no logic in any arguments, to be honest. It just as a child talk to me. I'm more interested in how do we stop this from people who actually have a brain that can stay and stop it. Because I do see a problem, but you're not going to solve it by fucking off and leaving it with just dumb people. Because only dumb people are going to stay here, aren't they? Because they're the ones being fooled into it in the first place. And when I say dumb, I shouldn't really say it, but I think everybody understands I'm talking about idiots or people with low IQ. I know, what do you think?
1 second, we have Kenny here. Kenny, you've come here whilst these two men are talking. What did you want to say in between as a little sideshow?
Yeah, so I want to invite people to subscribe to my YouTube channel. I'm going to start a podcast.
That's fucking classic. Wow.
No, I'm only
Hello?
joking, Kenny. Go ahead, Kenny.
He's fucking me.
Someone
You know
start a
you're like,
podcast called The Kenny Given Show.
That's it?
Yeah, sorry. He's gone again.
Oh, okay.
That was me taking you off, Kenny. But yeah, good luck with that. There's plenty of MAGA people. I'm sure you'll do well.
Okay, but can I just say one thing?
Mm-hmm.
It's going to flourish and be very positive and wholesome. The reason being is because I have a pre-banned list, and on that pre-banned list are Fatima the Cook, Ellie, and Chickpea the Evil Cat Witch. So subscribe to the Kenny Given Show, and let's have some fun.
Wait a minute, I'm not on a list. Am I allowed to come?
I
was not on a list.
He banned Fatima, LA, and Chickpea.
Oh, wait a minute. What Fatima? What did you do?
All because I don't like a certain group of people that he fucking sucks the cock of.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah. Simple.
Anyway, Danny and Gracie.
I think I
know, yes, you are Gracie. You're okay. You can go on it. He said.
Sorry, I just missed that. What did you just say? DNW?
Don't worry. It was some Kenny came on and was trolling as usual, but it was quite funny actually. But yeah, what do you call it? Gracie and you. I don't know what to say.
I mean, I'd like to just briefly respond, which is that, you know, I'm saying my own limited ability to. I found it very, very difficult, or well, impossible to follow what was going on with Gracie. But I just keep just to me, I want to go back to just very simple, the simple question that I asked and his answer, which is, why did you do it? And he said, in order to understand life. And to me, that is absolute madness to start somebody else's life in order to understand life, when that's one step removed from your life. You've got yourself, right, to understand yourself, and that's what that's what we're here to do, to understand.
And I wanted a child, so what?
What?
I wanted a child to do that, so what? What's the problem? You keep saying it's absurd to you, but you keep telling me why.
The fact that you wanted a child. Why did you need?
None of your business.
Why did you need to play Russian roulette?
None of your business.
Why?
None of your business.
Okay, fine. All right. Well,
all right. Still tell me what's incorrect about it.
It's fine. No. Well, that's fine.
Why can't you answer that question, child? There goes Danny running from an actual intelligent conversation. Then answer the question, Danny. It's really simple. I'll do it again for you. Danny, it's none of your business why I wanted it. Still tell me what was incorrect about it.
Why you wanted it.
Yeah, but still tell me why it's incorrect. If you have a specific question, I'll answer it.
No, I'm just going to jump in there. It's an interesting point, Danny. How do you react to people who say, hey, it's none of your business what I do. Stop pontificating on other people's affairs. It's got absolutely nothing to do with you. Why are you even talking about other people having kids when it's got nothing to do with you? What do you think of that? That's his basic argument, or his point, I mean.
Okay, that's fine.
Answer then.
It's fine if that's what you think, then that's fine.
Answer the question.
Answer what question?
The question DNW just asked you.
Why? No, I suppose the main reason is that, Danny, why be an activist? Why care what other people do? I mean, I can guess why you care, because.
Well, that's the Danny answer, Dandy. I mean, I because it was my question anyway. You're speaking from this. Yes, DNW is kind of correct. I'm saying to you, what's it to do with you if I bring a child in or no? What's the problem? Tell me what the issue is so I can address it.
I honestly, I just don't know how to relate to you. I just feel like I'm from another planet. Then answer
the question. That was just a child trying to get out of it.
I feel like
I don't know why my hand was in the cookie jar, Daddy. I don't know how to answer it.
Right,
Danny, the question was simple.
I'll tell you what, Danny, 1 second. Danny, LA's going to answer it for you. Stay there, Danny. LA, go ahead. What? LA, I'll ask the question again. LA, why why should anyone? Why do you want to pontificate over what people do with their own genitals? Why do you care that other people are having kids? Why are you getting involved in other people's lives by moralizing and making them feel bad about it? What the hell has it got to do with you?
And you think about that in the background, Danny, as well,
I'm
please.
going to answer the question. Because by procreating, you are legitimizing the system which enslaves me. You are giving them more bodies that need more protection from the state. So because you and your family need protection, I must be enslaved. You need protection. You need laws to force people to get vaccinated against their will. You need laws to make you feel safe. So I can't drive on the roads without being harassed by a road pirate. I must obtain an occupational license in order to have the right to earn a livelihood, because you and your children are too incompetent to decide who's competent to represent you without the state. So because you need the state and because you keep enslaving more people to the state, I must be enslaved to protect you and your children. Crickets, how is it not my business? It is my business because you're enslaving me through your decision to legitimize the state.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are. Yes, you absolutely are. The state would not exist without you and your damn children.
It would.
The state is made up of people. So if you stop procreating, you dismantle the state through demographic collapse.
Me specifically. Stop. I don't want to take the rap for everybody. You keep putting the pressure of everybody on me. No. And nothing to do with that. None of that affected me. You didn't answer my question.
Let me ask you a question. Do your children?
LA.
I'm going to ask you a question.
You said, bro, nobody dominates me, bitch, right? And yet you're trying to dominate me by telling me my life choices, yeah?
I'm answering your question. This is your question.
You can't do this, motherfucker, because my mental brain says that I live in this matrix that has control over
Do your children have a social security number? Do they have a social security number and a birth certificate?
They represent your argument. I'd like to understand that.
Do your children have a social security number and a birth certificate?
No, my son doesn't have a birth certificate. We didn't register him.
But what about a social security number?
No, he gets that when he's 16. He won't get it because he hasn't got a birth certificate.
Wow.
Okay, I don't know. I don't know how to respond to that. But most people.
Sorry, go on.
Most people are getting their children birth certificates and social security numbers, so they are putting their children in the system. So I don't know. I assume that at some point your children are going to vote.
Okay, please don't do this to me, ready? This is my point, ready? You just proved my point for me, ready? You keep talking an argument for most people, and I'm not most people, and you want that to apply to me. It doesn't. So please stop the argument for most people.
Even if I were to get away from democracy, your children are still consuming resources, which means that there's fewer resources to go around for everybody else. They have to live somewhere. They have to use transportation. They're overpopulating the world, and it affects everybody.
Right, and prove it's overpopulating the world. You just made a wild assumption. I don't know what the heck you're talking about. I think.
So, are your children going to be homeless? Do they not need food and resources in order to exist?
I don't know how I've got anything to do with anything. Please explain.
Because you're taking resources away from other people and making it more difficult for them to live.
You mean the overpopulated people you don't want? What are you talking about, bruv? Forget the other people.
If you have 5 children, they all have to be fed. That means that the food that is given to your children means that there's less food and resources to go around for everybody else. They need house.
Hold on a second, Crazy. You're clearly the stereotypical bloke that walks down the street. What are you talking about?
I am I? Okay, explain that one, DMW. I'm clearly the stereotypical bloke. I think everybody in here is laughing.
I've seen a million of you. You're everywhere.
Okay. All right, and then you must all understand.
That's simply not true. I'm just joking.
I'm aware. No, of course. Yes, it's not fair for all of you. I get that. I don't see things like you guys and don't belong in the narrative world like you do. I do understand your pain. I understand Danny's pain. I understand if I was Danny right now, even though this is not Danny, I'm saying if I was Danny, I would probably be torn. Because, like I said, I agree with his argument, but his argument is based from the other side of the fence. And this is what the show is based on, in the world, not of it. I'm saying in the world, I agree with Danny's argument. Not of the world, I don't agree with Danny's argument at all. I think it's absurd. So what I'm saying is, if I jump in the world with you guys and say, yeah, Danny's correct, this will just do it, forget, who cares? Leave whoever's left, leave them to their own being. They'll just all be dumb people. They'll be slaves forever. Fuck 'em.
You asked how does it affect me? How is it my business? People who exist have to compete with your children for housing, for food, for space
Prove it.
on the road,
Prove
for
it.
I'll be right
cars,
back. Please
for
don't
gasoline.
kill each other. I'll be back in a while.
Yeah, prove that's the case. What you're doing is you're just
Well,
making
you live in a house. If and your children are going to need their own housing. If your children did not exist, then that house could go to somebody else.
Really? So someone else? You're saying my child shouldn't exist because other people? I don't understand your argument. It's like both ways.
It drives up the cost. Overpopulation drives up the cost of
You shouldn't have
housing.
a child because dumb people.
That's not. You asked me the question. How does it affect me? If you want to say it does affect me, it affects everybody. Overpopulation means that there's less resources to go around for everybody else.
What are we talking about? It's just a tinfoil hat conspiracy.
Why should I have to compete against your children for jobs when your children should not even exist?
You don't have to.
So your children are not going to need to work. They're not going to need housing. They're not going to need food.
None of your business.
It is my business because you created them, and I have to compete against them, and they should not even exist. You're creating a hellscape. You're creating.
This is a demiurge.
This future answering your damn question. I'm trying to explain it.
Your child
you don't even understand how overpopulation works.
Shut up, Demiurge.
You're just ignorant. You're so fucking ignorant.
You're going to be punished. You're going to be held in this prison because
I can do the same shit too. I can be this annoying as retarded as you too. If you ask a question, then you need to let me answer it because it does affect me. It affects everybody. We all have to compete. We all have to compete.
No, shut up.
We all have to compete for finite resources. And when there are people who are being irresponsible, it affects everybody.
Yeah, all right. And so we won't compete with finite resources because there is the finite resources you're talking about. We don't need. Right? All we need.
So your children don't need housing. They don't need land. They don't need food.
It's not a finite resource.
You're being ridiculous. Your children will consume just like everybody else.
Again, not finite resources because you can recycle.
So your children. So you don't need land for your children to live. You don't need your children are not. I'm going to appropriate the vegan argument just for a second. I'm going to assume that your children are going to consume animal products. Is that correct?
It depends what the system.
Of course they are. Of course they are. And they did not have to do that because they did not have to exist.
No, I disagree. No, of course they are. No.
You're not vegan, and your children are not vegan.
There's a poll on the screen.
That doesn't mean my son is going to grow up to not be vegan. And yes, I am.
So
vegan.
animals have to die just so that you can.
I'm more vegan than you are, friend.
Animals have to die just because you wanted to procreate. You did not have to procreate, so those animals did not have to die.
The least suffering is in my world, not your world. That's why you're all trying to escape it.
You're not vegan though, so shut up.
Again, in my world, vegan.
And your children are consuming animal products right now, and they did not have to exist.
Man, my children are consuming animal products.
Of course they are. So you're consuming just like everybody else, and they did not have to exist. That's my whole point. It affects everybody.
No, again, you view reality that way, and I agree with you. Your world sucks. I wouldn't want to be there as well.
It's not my world. This is objective world. You're trying to make it seem like it's my perspective. You didn't negate anything that I said. Your children still need housing. They need jobs. They need to consume. And they're taking resources away from everybody else. You have gone above replacement rate. You are reckless and irresponsible. You are literally littering the world with your bad genetics.
You
have littered the world with your bad genetics.
You are this and you are that.
You don't even have good genetics to be procreating.
LA, don't talk about his kids like that. You dehumanizing cunt.
Well, it is what it is. They're my enslavers. He just created my new masters.
The point is, LA, there's a poll on screen and you're currently losing.
Damn.
Crazy is currently winning.
No, but what I said applies to me too.
I also lost to Grazy. So, I mean, it's even worse for me now because not only did I lose to Grazy, but I'm on the same side as fucking LA. I don't know what to do. It's been a terrible night.
But what I said applies to me too. I would not litter the world with my genetics either. I don't think that my genetics are so great that I would want a whole bunch of LAs running around. I'm not that arrogant.
To do with genetics, and I think it has everything to do with mentality.
I'm humble enough to realize what it. I mean, to be honest, if there are a bunch of me's running around, we would have a free society. We actually have a happier place. We would not be enslaved. But I'm not going to enslave other children just so I can have a free society.
Okay, and I have a great idea. Who would you want running the show out of everybody in this panel? The person that doesn't believe in good and evil, that will not judge you, and believes in denotational form, lawful language, not connotations and ridiculous narrative forms, and believes in not natalism, but procreation, where you bring a life into existence to flourish and not be trapped in this demiurgic world. Or would you guys? The thing is, you almost made my argument for you. I'm not saying everyone here. The main argument has been to leave your world like it's shit and full of suffering. And I'm in agreement saying, yeah, your world is, but mine isn't. But no one will come to my world.
We live in the same world.
No, we don't. No, we don't.
Yes, we do.
Then what's the point in the title of this whole thing then?
You live in a fairy tale. You live in a fairy tale. Your fairy tale is not reality.
Governed by good and evil is not the fairy tale, but my world governed by actual reality and gnosis is the fairy tale. Okay.
Crazy Guru is rich, apparently.
Your fairy tale world of good and evil is the real world, and my world of saying it's not existence, just curiosity, and you're supposed to narrate it correctly, is the fake fairy tale world. Okay.
We live in a world where Mike makes right. Whoever has the biggest stick dominate.
No.
Einstein was right. It depends on the observer. Although it looks like you're looking at the same world, LA is dismal as fuck, and he thinks everything is horrible, and you're optimistic. The same guy who goes to work and think, it's beautiful out here, beautiful day. I get to work outdoors, enjoy the weather. Then you could have some pessimistic motherfucker thinking, I hate work. Look at this shitty weather. I hate having to do shit. It's the same exact reality, but y'all just see it from different POVs. That's my opinion.
Oh, what's up, Joe Cool? How you doing, man?
Good to see you guys.
Hey, Joe Cool.
How you doing, Joe Cool?
Crazy. Danny has left a comment for you. It's on screen at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, do you notice Daniel put it right in, but he's too cowardly to come in and talk about it? Because the only thing he has is fallacious responses, and he understands that my point is wrong. Now, I am saying that from a bit of a degenerate time where I try to entice him back in. I don't actually mean it. I'm sure he has something interesting to say. And like I've said, I do agree.
Do you want to read what he said? And then
it says there's no need to bring any, and I'm reading what Danny says before DNW jumps on me. There's no need, according to Danny Shine, to bring anyone here. And Crazy Guru, referring to me, I guess, took a huge risk, although he won't tell us what the risk is, by bringing 6 people in. I did for the first 5, Danny, you are correct. I'll take for the first 5, not the 6th one, you're incorrect there, into life to understand life. That to me is utterly insanity. Now, Danny is being fallacious here and he's lying because everybody remembers saying that the first 5 were, as I said, foolish, and as Danny said, incorrect, and they were irresponsible, and everything Danny claims them to be, he was correct. But the 6th one, I said differently, and yet Danny decided to fallaciously and incorrectly write that. Either his memory is getting on with his age, or he's purposely lying. Which is it, Danny?
Danny Shine, are you there, Hermano?
I think he's gone back on the cannabis.
Wait, so I just want to change gears a bit, just a teensy little bit. So I was just thinking about the notion today that what if child-free people and antinatalists are actually not as countercultural as they'd like to believe, since they're serving the agenda of the elites by given the fact that the birth rates are going down.
I like it.
What's wanting to be counterculture got anything to do with their stance?
Everybody wants to be edgy and all that bullshit. Maybe thinks they're being edgy. And
I mean, they're not doing it in opposition to.
Joe, I got a question for you in a minute.
They're doing it because they don't feel it's good to impose life. I mean,
right, but what I'm saying is
they're not doing it because. In first instance, they're not doing it just because they have oppositional defiance disorder.
I know, what I'm saying is, like, for people like LA, for example, right, who are very much countercultural, anti-capitalist, and against the system, right? What if they're actually the ones that are actually serving the elites who seem to have an agenda of depopulating the earth through like causes like antinatalism and being child free?
That's not true. They want people to procreate. They want a specific demographic to not procreate. If you want me to say who it is, I'm going to say is basically the Anglo people, but they want everybody else to procreate because we're slaves. I mean, you can tell who are they complaining about the declining birth rates? It's only the Anglos. They want everybody else to procreate, and it's a part of. I don't want to talk about it on the.
Hey guys, you know, if I was an evil genius, you know what I would do? I'd convince people like Danny Shine, yeah, to get everybody smart and intelligent to kill themselves, to leave people here,
Please,
just so I can enslave the population.
No, he's only joking. AI fucking moderator.
Yeah,
We don't
fuck
do
it.
that here.
Algorithm.
By the way, social experimentalist says Crazy Guru is like a Dr. Frankenstein.
I was taking that as a compliment. I don't know. Is it a compliment? You guys have to explain it to me. I don't
It
get
don't sound horrible so far.
Are you an anarchist, by the way? Are you an anarchist?
To me?
No. What's his name? Guru.
Explain anarchist. Sorry.
Oh my goodness.
No. I literally, anarchist. Anyone can help me? What refer to something? Give me a synonym of anarchist.
No
You're
leaders.
against the state.
No
There,
rulers.
no leaders. You're against the state.
You don't believe in domination and imposing your will through force. You believe in consent.
I believe in opposing your will through curious force only.
Through what force?
What force?
Curious force or the force of love.
Curious? Is that what he said?
Curious George?
Curiosity, yes.
Okay.
Curious force, as in, like, I believe in the expansion of one's curiosity beyond all things.
But you don't believe in a state, is that correct?
I believe it in a state. Can you give me an example a minute so I can understand what you're asking?
Do you have a social contract with the state where you got to do these things?
Well, yeah, of course. I do, because I was born into, because state, you mean like the council and the government, yeah? So I was born into that system, and I've built a shadow self in a different reality now that I'm living in.
Yeah,
and
the shadow self, yeah.
But that shadow self is my light self. I've reverted it. I found a way to revert it and create a light self, and my shadow self is now my ego.
Who cares? Do you believe that the state...
Go ahead, LA. You went out, LA.
Do you believe that it's legitimate, that these laws are legitimate, and that state power is legitimate?
No, I like I said,
LA, get back in the box for a moment, please. I know you want to bring that out all the time. I just want to ask Guru to comment on this one. What is a successful being? Then you're trying to create a successful being. What is a successful being? I won't use the language he used.
A being that puts love before all other things. And I can define that word love if you want to know what I mean by it, if anybody wants to understand.
Yeah, sure.
You missed the word.
Love is the...
Unconditional love is what you're looking for.
Yes, I'll define unconditional love at the moment for you. Unconditional love is the expansion of one's earnestness, meaning honest awareness, to align back with acceptance and appreciation from a state of confusion. To love is to never know or understand the need for revenge or forgiveness.
That's certainly a very unique way to view
It's an
love.
objective way. There's no additional axioms to it that makes it.
Well, by
all love must feature those axioms, right?
Unique, I mean that I haven't heard anyone.
Right, sorry.
Yeah, of course.
Yes,
yeah, that's what I mean.
Well, I have a unique mind that structures things, see, rather than does narrative. It's a lot to do with abuse. As a child, I can always talk about that.
It's a little bit of arrogance there too, because you swear that your shit must be the only objective way. Damn it, like you got all the answers.
No. I've created testable things for people to push it through. I do push. You are correct. I do push an element of characteristic arrogance for this conversation, but the real me, the metaphysician, would say you're absolutely correct. I don't actually say this is, but I have proven within limits to say that this is an objective denotation, and until it's proven otherwise, I'm just standing on the faith of my own reckoning and my own truth.
That's fair and wiser said.
Yes,
that
yes,
way.
that's very okay. Yeah.
Oh, by the way, and anybody is interested, just mess me up with it, and I'll send you these PDFs of all the things I explained. Just tell me what you want to understand.
I'm interested in all this shit because I do believe the unconditional love is
the paperwork I give you. You can stick into AI. You can read it yourself, basically, but you can stick into AI and just say, what on earth is this fool talking about? Whatever, and he'll explain it.
Yeah, because
I'll read it yourself. So either way.
Well,
go ahead.
You have your own YouTube channel, Crazy Guru. You have your own YouTube channel or Gmail, or
not to the extent of this, because I'm a little weird. So
everyone's weird, dude. Hey, everyone's weird.
Hold the glue together, otherwise it doesn't.
Oh, okay.
I can't do it for myself, but there are many things I can, so I admit my weaknesses. Right. But the question I did ask for Joe earlier on, because he mentioned about POVs and everything. You mentioned that earlier on.
That was me, yeah.
Yeah, well, is that I agree with his stance, but unless he was actually saying this, would you say that everybody's POV can be littered with, like, you can all see the same domain in front of you, right? And I can explain this by taking people back to when they were with God, which I'll do in a minute if you're interested. But the domain in front of you now, if you look at it as a stained glass window, you need to color it in, but what we color in with is words. Now, if you put an L in words, you get worlds. Yeah, and that's what worlds are truly built of. So when my point is to LA is he builds his world, his structure with words that I would never use because I see them as detrimental, destructive words.
I apologize to interrupt, but I'm getting a phone call from my auntie. I'm sorry.
No issues at all. But if I was just to finish my point then, or he's on a phone call, is that for LA especially, is I don't construct my world with the words you do, and therefore I don't see it that way. So I agree that we still live on the same planet, if you want to call it that, or same domain, but you paint your stained glass window with words I would never use, and I paint them with different words. Mine, I try to build logically and soundly with my understanding of what is. I used to build it like you guys, but then it just didn't work for me and it fell apart. He would be encouraged to take his medication. I would probably be, yeah. In fact, doctors have encouraged me to take my medication. They don't understand it, but if I sit there and talk with them, they go, oh, so what you're saying is if you was a prime minister or something, you just let all the criminals go. And I'm like, well, that doesn't logically suit. No, I'm not saying that. And I'm saying, of course, systems... It's very simple to say because he doesn't believe in good and evil, it means all systems fall apart. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying if you fundamentally believe to teach a child that they can be bad or good, and I should be careful with the word scold, but what I mean is scold is to teach a child their actions are negative in some form, when realistically they should be seen as innocent and curious and teaching, they can damage that curiosity because they'll think this is the Cain and Abel story, if you haven't understood it. It's a Gnostic book. The Cain and Abel story is this. Abel is there inside you, and Abel is constantly getting you as a child to do wonderful things. Yeah, but when Cain does it, it comes across as wicked. Yeah, and so Cain keeps getting punished, or Abel saying let's do this, and then you do it, and then Cain inside feels it's the instinctual self being punished because it's been taught a divisive world that there is that it can be good and evil and not curious. So I will never separate my child or any of your curiosity with good and evil. And that's where I say love comes into this. And that is my love for you guys is I'll never ever judge you like that. If the whole world closes their door on you, everyone you ever loved and calls you evil, no, you can pick the phone up to me and I'll never judge you. And that's what real love is.
Aww.
Oh man, hey man, I appreciate you saying that, man. That's really wholesome of you. Yeah. Very
and
wholesome.
every child deserves to live in that world, not the world you guys all subscribe to, which you've painted very clear is the world of the demiurge and the sickness why you all, well, I say you all, individuals like Danny want to end all life in it. And I agree with you. I would want to end life in your world, but I also saw this world and said, if none of you want to stay in our world anymore, you can end it like Danny, or you can come over to mine and build a greater future, because love does exist as soon as you understand what it is.
You let me in, Crazy Guru? You let me in?
All you have to do is accept love as I say it. Never judge. all you have to do is understand if you're in a place where for some reason you feel you need forgiveness or revenge, or you feel you have to give it, then you've fallen out of love. And you need to understand cause and effect of what created this. Best way to do it is, what would have to happen to me to make me do this evil thing I see? And when you pull the pieces together, you'll understand there's no need to judge it. It just is what it is. You can condemn it, you can fight against it, and you can realign it. You reimagine, rebuild, do all these re's you want to do. But what you should never do is judge it on things you don't truly understand.
Wait, but yeah, going back to what I was saying to LA earlier, right? What I was saying, right, is that I'm not so sure anymore that being AN is as countercultural as or against the system as I once thought, because it does seem like the elites are trying to push an agenda of trying to.
Can I say something to you, JE? I actually kind of agree with you, JE. You want me to explain how?
Wait, are you?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
Because
LA, I think you talked long. I want to because what JE said was very, very interesting. I think when we live inside a late stage capitalist type of world, every ideology is gonna get modified and atomized. So it'll become a passive and complacent. This goes for communism, fascism, nationalism, socialism, anarchism, any type of counterculture that comes up. Grassroots actually quickly becomes co-opted by everything else. We saw this in the 1960s with the anti-war shit, and the anti-war shit was infiltrated by the CIA and stuff like that, right? It's just and it's repeating all over again. A lot of these musicians from the 1960s, they were promoting countercultural things, but one thing they'll never tell you is that their family was actually part of the military industrial
complex.
Did you know that Jim Morrison's father was part of the CIA all this time, and so was Jerry Garcia's of the Grateful Dead's family had close ties to the FBI all the time, all of his career. Yeah, it's actually legit. So it's not just AN; it's any ideas that come up as a type of current or starts to be seen as a current. It will quickly be co-opted by the higher ups, because that's just how it works inside this late stage capitalistic world. Everything gets commodified, used, and eventually atomized. So it becomes a type of false opposition. We see this everywhere.
I love it. If I could interrupt for a second, first of all, I get my dope over here. I love the way you guys talk. I love that direct shit. And if you're not paying attention, Artemis launches in 6 minutes and 8 seconds to circle the moon. All right, that was it.
All right, thank you.
But yeah, go ahead.
But I kind of agree with you, the absurd JE, because as someone who doesn't like procreation either, it was AN as well. But I can say that my philosophy can be co-opted as with any other ideology idea.
They will be. Don't say can be. They will.
Of
These
course,
people are nefarious down here, especially the ones who have power.
Co-option, because if you live inside America, this is especially true, because the information wave is controlled by a group of people who I can't say, because I will get banned again for the rest of the stream. But if you know me, you know who I'm talking about.
I know.
Yeah.
They've had control for a long time, including when it was just a few news stations and stuff. They've always had control. Now these regular channels are coming up. They're not the type to give up control when they've had it for so long. They would go after the popular pieces, the mouth people's examples, the Jerry Garcias, the Joe Rogans, and the Candace
Jim
Owens.
Morrison. Yeah.
Jim
Guys,
Morrison.
we'll leave the poll there. Gracie, you won again. LA, you have been defeated. But don't worry, LA. So was I.
How have I been defeated? What do you mean?
You haven't been defeated.
You've been defeated by the popular vote, as usual.
I hopped up here just to hear you.
As usual, you are the minority.
What are you talking about? Where is the vote?
I hopped up in the hill of LA.
LA, please tell me you've watched Hansel and Gretel. There's a massive house of candy in front of you, bro. Walk away.
The poll was running all this time, and
Well, can you show it? Because I don't. Can you show it? Because I don't know what you're talking.
it's in the top
Look
left-hand
at your
corner.
screen. It's on your screen. Like if you look at the panel of the it's on the screen.
Who is correct? LA
You lost,
40%,
LA.
Crazy
LA.
Guru 60%.
Okay, well, I don't need external validation. One person makes the majority.
Push the witch in the oven. Go on. Go for it, LA. Push the witch in the oven.
There isn't any award for coming second. I'm afraid there isn't a silver medal. But if it,
I'm still first. I'm still first because I don't need validation.
Don't worry, there is no gold medal either.
You're first in my
I'm correct because I say I'm correct. I don't need validation.
I do not need external validation.
I'm first in my eyes. I don't need validation because I'm first.
Guys, don't make me send for the big burly nurse.
Wait! I want it now. I want the burly nurse. Yeah, that's
objective ethics. You're on the Finding Gnosis.
OE, what's up?
What would you like to say?
What's up, OE?
Oh, it's good to see you, Fatima. Good to see everybody here, LA.
Hey, OE.
Everybody in the chat. It's always so nice to listen to you guys engage in these conversations. And I turned my camera on. I usually don't do that here on this show, but I didn't want to hide behind the avatar, whatever you call it, because I want to make sure that Guru knows that I'm not attacking you. So just out of respect, I just let you see eye to eye here, just man to man. But I do have some questions I wanted to ask because I'm curious as to how you're tying all this together. And it might be my own misunderstanding of the way you're using these words and stuff. But when you say there's no need for forgiveness, and correct me anytime if I'm misframing you, okay? But it sounded like I thought I heard you say there's no need for revenge, there's no place for forgiveness and things of this nature. Is that correct?
Within the real world, yes.
Okay, fair enough. So the thing I would say in regards to revenge, I agree because I believe in virtue ethics. I believe in objective morality. And I think that revenge is absolutely unnecessary because we need to understand what justice is. And justice is that perfect medium. It's the golden mean, like Aristotle taught, right? So that perfect medium between revenge and unwarranted mercy. So I think that's what we're striving for is justice. But I do think there is absolutely a need for justice because the virtues teach us how to live our best lives, in my opinion. The other question I would ask you then is when it comes down to forgiveness. So it may be because I have a different way of seeing forgiveness and what forgiveness actually entails than other people. And so maybe I'm wrong and other people are right. But I have a feeling that a lot of people really misunderstand what forgiveness actually is. I think that people think, and I don't know where your stance on this is, but I think in general, when I listen to people talk about forgiveness, they're under the impression that forgiveness is something that you do for somebody else.
That's and that you get from other people. Yes.
It's completely backwards, in my opinion. I think forgiveness is something that we do for ourselves. When we forgive other people, what we're doing is we're ultimately allowing ourselves to release this negative energy that we're carrying around that we control. It's unnecessary. There's no need to carry around this negative energy. That doesn't mean you forget the actions of other people that have hurt you. But as far as forgiveness goes, you need to release yourself of that negative energy. So there's no really, it just seems self-defeating or a type of self-deprivation to carry around this negative, this hatred, this anger, this whatever it might be, this jealousy or whatever it might be that you're holding against a person who's harmed you. When you can just release yourself of that energy by forgiving that person, move on with your life. If they're a dangerous person or you think they're going to repeat this unhealthy behavior, you can separate yourself from them, so on and so forth. But you should forgive because what you're doing when you forgive people is you're really allowing yourself to live freely, emotionally free from this negativity. So I would say there is a need for forgiveness in that case.
I agree that there's a need for forgiveness if you don't know how to love, because it does get rid of that negative energy that true love, would normally get rid of. However, if you practice what I call true love, then that gets rid of the energy, not forgiveness. So I'd rather that same energy be expelled through the practice of love than the practice of forgiveness. Because to me, if you can love, then what are you forgiving? I don't understand what is needed to be forgiven. I don't have the negative energy because I don't believe what is that negative energy is there in confusion. So I need to forgive to let go of that confusing energy. Or I can bring myself to realization and I have a real world story that might pull at heartstrings for you to understand from my point of view where I get that from and how I learned it and how it's benefited me. So you can understand it deeply. If anybody's a little squeamish, I shouldn't tell this story, but it's about negative things that happened to me in my life from a step parent that I learned this lesson from. Would everybody like to hear it at all so I can complete Efik's question?
I just want to bring in the results of the latest poll. The poll asked the question, did LA know about the poll? 75% voted yes, and only 25% voted no. Okay, thanks for that, everybody who participated in that. So despite what you say, LA, you protest that you didn't know about the poll. 75% don't believe you. Only 25% believe you. Okay, thank you, everybody.
So, ethics. My father, when I was a child, because he was a stepfather and didn't understand me as a child, thought that I was just abusive. So at the age of 2.5, when my mum would go to bingo to teach me a lesson, to teach me I was a bad child, and now I had to learn not to put drills in kids, he would stick a coat hanger through my top and hang me up on the door frame. Now, this didn't stop me from breathing. It kept me breathing there, and I'm petrified there when my dad's trying to explain to me that my actions were bad and naughty and how it's a whipping shape and not disprove him and things like that again. I went through my life thinking I was a better person for forgiving him. But when I really went back and understood his traumatic past, how his dad used to work down mines, but they abolished kids from going down there like he used to, so he resented his children, and his eldest child, he praised it, and my dad was the second oldest, and all these different psychological issues that went into it. Besides, I learned all about who my mum was as a teenager, how I was born, how my real dad tried to kill me at birth and stuff, and how this gentleman had taken me on and was having his own child with this woman and just saw me as this evil little thing that was in his way. When I realized all that, I realized what he did wasn't out of anything fear. It was a sort of love that he'd learned through fear tactics that I've said I don't agree with DNW about learning what good and bad was. And so he thought he would raise me like that, but I wasn't built for them kind of programs. I wasn't built for that. And the only way I could let go of all that trauma and not be scarred by it anymore is to understand this. My dad didn't do it because he hated me or I was evil or he was evil. He did it because he thought what he was doing was correct, because everything taught him in reality that this is how he should raise me. I would never hold that in my life as evil. I'm glad that was part of my life now, because I look at the wonderful things I have, the love that I feel in my heart for all of you here. Even Danny has spent most of the part of the evening trying to somehow show me suffering or something like that by writing horrific things and comments that he's just stupid and all these things. But never once has he raised a logical point, and I think he understands that. That's why he's looking at his wounds. But all I'm saying to you is, if I don't need that forgiveness because love removes it from me, why can't love remove it from you for you not to need forgiveness? Are you doing love wrong or mistaken?
Did you prefer to give love or to receive love? Because it sounds like a question. You need your children to love you, and they did not exist. So you could not possibly love your children when you created them.
Okay, let OE say something as well. OE want to say something.
Yeah, I'd like to have just a quick uninterrupted back and forth with the gentleman. So just so we can kind of maybe come to a resolution or find some common ground, I think is what I'm always looking for with people, because I see a few things here. One, when you talked about the negative energy, and again, I'm not trying to throw stones from a glass house, okay, but it's just sitting back when I was doing my chores and listening to this show, the emotions were running high. I'll just say it that way. And it seemed to me,
I don't experience emotions. I do passion. I'm just acting. It's not real in me. But if I'm being with other people.
Fair enough. So your lack of emotion, but your passion, some would maybe say.
Oh, no, I'm not lacking emotion. I just experience them differently.
Well, fair enough. Thanks for the clarification there. But I think that some would say, and again, you've already made it pretty clear, I think, that you kind of define words differently than what other people are. You have got your own, which language is fluid. That's fine, as long as we understand that in order to have a productive conversation with somebody or to be able to share ideas effectively, we ultimately have to come to some kind of agreement on what we're talking about, right? So language is useful in that way, and definitions are inherently useful.
Objective ethics, just so I can prove that I agree with you on that point. It's not off that point, it's about that point. Isn't that exactly what I was requesting of others today when I said, please just define the word as you're using them, and then everybody attacked me because I wanted them to define that word so I could be clarity on it. You've just agreed with that. That's all I've done today many times, and even the social experimenters won't define what he means by suffering. Have you heard him define the word suffering, what it means? And all I've said is, you keep using this word suffering, and everybody means all these different things, and I'm just asking you to explain what you mean by that word. But anytime I ask that, people act like I'm the one playing word games and stuff. But all I'm doing is exactly what you just said. You can't have a reasonable conversation without asking me. So, for example, let's take my love. I give a logical definition, what I would call a denitive definition of the word love. It's captivating, which means I don't feel there's another form of love out there that anybody can prescribe to and say that this form of love doesn't require acceptance and appreciation, and to be aware of what you've been accepting and appreciating, and call it unconditional. And then after that, why do you need to add another condition? And if those three things is a practice that we could all do that aligns with all Jesus's teachings and other people's teachings and says, wow, if we just practice this one thing called love, you would never need words like good and evil. You'd never need to forgive people. You know that hurt you said you need forgiveness to let go? I agree. Egos do need that because they don't fully understand how to love. Most of you have explained that because you prescribe to, you consume, your curiosity consumes a knowledge known as good and evil, which it says in Genesis, don't consume this knowledge. It will make you fall. And that's exactly what I'm talking about. I'm trying to explain the fall of Genesis to you. That by accepting this knowledge and building your world on this fallen knowledge that's just designed for children because of the subjective nature of their minds growing into their final form. All right, final form is a bit, you shouldn't say final form really, but you hopefully adulthood, or at least ability to be able to rationalize abstract concepts and things. I'm saying good and evil is a pastime that we use to tell stories, to say we can't explain cause and effect exactly to these minds, so we use these bookends, but we should teach them not to take them seriously. These are ways of explaining things. But to call the child itself good or evil and stuff like that, again, you're just teaching our child now to be addicted to what I see as the two, I'm trying to make this Gnosis, there's the two addictions of this entire world of the demiurge that keeps you all trapped, and that is the need for forgiveness or revenge. And if you get rid of those two things, I think your ethics will be much more objective.
There's a lot to unpack there, and I'm trying to be respectful and follow everything so I can address each point. So you mentioned trying to work my way backwards here. So we did talk about, okay, so good and evil. When you say there's no good, there's no evil, does that mean there's no good as well?
Well, no good in the opposite form, no. If I was to use the word good, I'd use it denotationally. There's no opposite to the word good. I just mean it as a fractured sense of God. So if I'm saying God is the truth, good is the working mechanics we can put together in spirituality that aligns with that truth as we see it, and we can all test it to say that this is a form of gnosis that should be knowledge because it's working for us. Always be open, obviously open, but I'm saying that good would just be a form of saying this seems to run in line, this seems to work. So I wouldn't say good as an opposite to it. I would say something is not good. In other words, isn't running. I wouldn't give it an opposite. I wouldn't make it dogmatic. So that's how I would use it if you wanted me to give a description to good. I don't believe in bad things. I don't believe in evil things or good as the opposite of evil. Because, again, when you use the word good, you should define which good you're using because there are multiple connotations of this word that can be used in multiple ways. Is it good positively? Is it a good day? Is it good as in bad? Is it good? Do you see what I'm saying? And children don't understand these concepts, but they do understand the fundamentals of what good and bad align to, that you can be one of these extremes. And it's not true. They can't. What they can do is their actions can align with something that we deem that. But as adults, we're not supposed to my scolding is to blame or shame the child, is to take it upon yourself to educate the child how this could be detrimental if reversed onto them or something like that. Each situation is about objective ethics. I love your name because I agree with objective ethics, but objective ethics has nothing to do with good and evil. And I'll die on that hill until someone proves it to me. I leave all my work open for someone to prove. But the thing is, what people don't have, they don't have a 7-year-old child that was raised without it and can sit here and tell you, no, I've never been good. I've never been naughty. I've never been evil, but I have made mistakes and I've learned from them through objective ethics. Objective ethics does not need, I believe in objective, if I love your name, that's what I believe in. I do not believe in dogmatic good and evil. The Judeo rule is the one thing that combines pretty much all religions because it's the one thing that took over all religions once. And all religions are the same religion to me. You don't serve different religions because all your religions based on the same premise that good and evil is superior and God is good. My God's not good. My God is both good and evil if they exist because he's all powerful. Why would he be just good? Stupid. My God would be good and evil if he existed. Well, all I see is good and evil are the demiurgic gods of your world because you've built it through dogmatic structure. The demiurge isn't the god of my world, is the god of your world, and I'm trying to fight it with love. I'm trying to show you that the demiurge will paint a structure in your head that tells you good and evil are real.
As usual, you're going off on this wild.
I'm trying to thank you, Dan.
Objective ethics doesn't use this notion of evil in the way you are mischaracterizing.
Yeah, it's way too vague and like metaphysical.
But children do. But children, it doesn't matter what objective ethics thinks. Children think it. You're all acting like it's objective ethics that is the one receiving all this. That he's not. He's the one debating it with us. It's children do it, and that's my point. Stop being about objective ethics. I don't know what you think.
Objective ethics is also a father, and I'm saying to you that he is.
Let him speak for it. Let him speak. DW, let objective ethics speak for himself. I've never heard him speak. You don't need to correct me. I don't understand. I would never make an opinion about you because I don't know you, objective ethics. I just generalize for the conversation and for the fact there's character. It's not the true me. If it was one-on-one, this would be a completely different conversation. I'm different. But here, kind of like dog-eat-dog world, as you can see. But like, tell me what you mean. Tell me.
Yeah.
If
I'm just trying to follow so I can respond appropriately and kind of conceptualize what it is you're even trying to articulate here, whether it's for my benefit or everybody else's. I am part of this conversation, at least attempting to be part of this conversation, this communication effort. So I do agree with you, just to find some common ground. I do agree with you 100% that we should be very mindful of how we're teaching our children right from wrong. People can say good from bad, good from evil, whatever.
I say correct from incorrect. I do.
Fair enough. And I think that's ultimately because I think that positive reinforcement is the most effective way of correcting bad behavior. Now, I guess where I'm getting a little bit lost in the weeds here is what it seems like I've heard you say many times that there's no evil, but there is something as love, there's something as good. And now I think I heard you say there's no good or bad. So I'm guessing I'm going to get a little, excuse me.
Well, did you hear me also say that the good I was subscribing to was not an oppositional good; it was a principle good.
That's what I want to hammer. That's actually what I want to hammer down on, because I think to be productive or to have this.
Can you formalize the question?
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out. So to be productive and have a productive conversation here, I think that I need to understand without having this dichotomy. So it's basically we function in the world basically based on two things. One would be the laws of physics. This governs our empirical reality, right? Our physical reality are governed by the laws of physics. We have no control over that, at least as far as I could tell. The other way that we function in the world, almost on more of a metaphysical or transcendental way, is using the laws of logic. And this can map one to the other. So the laws of logic, as most people know, you've got the law of identity, you've got the law of non-contradiction, and the law of the excluded middle. And these all
I don't subscribe to them, but I do understand them. I think they're flawed.
Okay, so well, that would need some unpacking then, because this is actually
okay. I can unpack that.
Oh, whoa! Those are like
so I can unpack that.
Everyone uses, right? Objective ethics. Everyone uses the classifications.
Yeah, let me lay this out, because, like you said, this isn't just you and I speaking together. We're actually engaging with the public audience. Who knows might watch this either. So just for the benefit of the public audience, if I may, and then I'd love to hear your response. I cannot go out, get into my car, drive down the road to the grocery store without killing people all along the way, if it wasn't for these laws of logic. Aristotle laid this out really clearly. This is how we function in the world. Now, we might have a way we want to redefine things or whatever, but ultimately the evidence states that if you don't identify things properly, first of all, without the law of identity, I wouldn't even know where my car was. I wouldn't be able to find it, right? Without the law of non-contradiction, I wouldn't understand the difference between the benefit of running somebody over, just blowing through red lights, or stopping at green lights. And without the law of the excluded middle, I wouldn't understand how to put the other two into practice. So just as a practical way of explaining how the laws of logic work. The laws of logic work also in philosophical discussions and other things like this by not creating contradictions. So just for the audience's sake. So yeah, good. I'd love to hear how you say that the laws of logic don't function.
Yeah.
So yes, so the laws of logic, as you understand them,
I think so.
I don't do ID, non-contradiction, excluded middle. I do ID, excluded middle, and non-contradiction. And believe it or not, to me, if you read,
can you repeat that? I didn't pick that up. You don't do what now? I'm sorry.
In the order of those three laws, I would never put non-contradiction as a second. I put excluded middle as a second. But the way I restructured these laws for me to be able to understand them, because what people were doing was they were using the law of identity to use words like evil.
The law of identity is simply serves the purpose of being able to identify what is what and what is not.
A thing must be a thing. It can't be anything else. Yeah. So when you say the word good, but tell me they're connotational words good, and nobody can give. So basically, the law of ID to me says that you should all be able to give me the identical objective denotation of what evil is, or you should all accept it's not real.
No. I think that I think that we're saying so. Okay, so I'm trying to map this now. So you're mapping this onto good. So
law of identity, a thing is a thing.
I don't think there needs to be, a thing is a thing, object, a material object. But so good simply is a placeholder for the opposite of what is not good. And this is all subjective. Value judgments are always going to be subjective.
Okay, so I have no problem with that. I've told you, good and evil, or good and right and wrong and all that, they're all subjective connotations to me. And I agree to that. I'd even put them in my stories and books. I love all that stuff. But to teach a child that these are objective forces within reality that you can judge upon yourself and others is detrimental to what we refer to as the soul or curiosity, that willful nature inside us that shows us our purpose, that shows us what Gnosis is. That if you taint a child's soul before it can comprehend stuff, that it could be evil or good, then the curiosity stops being curious and becomes a demi form of itself. It becomes an ego.
So should curiosity in a child or in anybody else go unchecked?
Sorry?
Should curiosity, I didn't mean to cut you off.
It should be curated like a plant. It should be curated like a plant. That's why we call it the Garden of Eden. Curiosity is the plant within you that grows. It's a growing thing inside you, curiosity. It should be cultivated.
Should it go unchecked?
No, it should be cultivated.
Okay, so you do have to stem curiosity, and you do have to put a value judgment on.
You don't have to stem curiosity. No, that's not what I said. I said you have to. You saying raise it like a beast. Yeah, I'm not saying raise it. I'm explaining the difference between curiosity and raising. If you're thinking I'm saying I have to raise a child like a cattle, then yes, I would be doing that. But if you're cultivating, that means watching the curiosity grow and being there for that curiosity to explain things and help it understand things. It is the thing that's making its decisions, not you or your fear-mongering dogmatic ways. The curiosity is growing. But if you put a fear in that curiosity's place, it'll cause traumatic blockages so it doesn't run into them walls or create upset for its family. So it will then revert itself back into a shadow form of itself. And if any part of it steps up...
Should this curiosity go unchecked?
No, it should be. I said it should be cultivated. So
to cultivate something, what does that mean to you?
I just explained it all. Do you want me to explain it a different way?
Well, yeah, because what I'm hearing you say is that you want to create an environment for the child. You don't want to use the vernacular raising a child because you're conflating that with livestock. Raising
the word raising, so if you raise a cattle, obviously you raise it to like a dog, for example. Some people raise dogs, they don't cultivate dogs. They will injure the dog into fear responses, and so the trauma controls the dog continuously, its behavior. I'm saying that's what good and evil does to children. It traumatizes a child into a behavior pattern that it didn't choose. It's enslaved. You're just using enslaving tactics.
Okay, just 1 second, guys, if I may interject. So you feel you know the right way to bring people...
No, the correct way, not the right way.
Well,
yes.
The right, correct. Come on, man.
No, they mean different things to me.
Right. Okay.
You're frustrated because they don't to you. That's not fair.
Because you are a very difficult character, and you bend and twist the definition of words to suit...
All right, objective ethics. Have I done that? Have I bent and twisted it to suit me, or have I given clear denotations every time?
I'm really not, and I'm not trying to be antagonistic. I'm really having a difficult time following you. Now I admit I'm not the sharpest.
That's not my question. That's not my question. My question was different to that. See, you're answering the question I didn't ask. I asked you.
Gracie.
Oh, they interrupt me again. Okay, that's fine.
Yeah, I am interrupting you.
Okay, I think it's very unfair that you can sit there and say I have not been honest this entire time. What I tell you what contradiction have anybody pulled me on once this entire time?
fear.
You said what's logic about? Contradictions. Objective ethics.
No.
Is logic about contradictions? Have I contradicted myself once?
Well, contradiction, I don't know. I have to go back and think a direct contradiction. I think there's a conflict with what you're saying.
But I didn't ask that. I asked if I contradicted myself once, which is what logic is about, isn't it?
Yeah, I think you have, because
all right, then name it, please.
I think the contradiction, and it could be, again, maybe you're using words in a way that I'm just not familiar with.
More likely, yeah, which would mean a non-contradiction means you're ignorant, but go on, yes.
Fair enough.
I'm joking. That was supposed to be a joke, but yeah.
Oh, fair enough.
So you've been accused of being a control freak, and can I just say, as an aside, Owie, think about your answer. I would put you in the same boat as LA. I think you have a lot. You two guys should take a long look at each other. What annoys you about one is basically a reflection of what is annoying about you to other people, and that is you are both severely neuroatypical. You think in an extremely unusual manner. You cry about. You cry. You cry. I'm telling you. I'm telling you. I'm telling you what I think. I'm telling you what I think. You can disagree. You can disagree. You can disagree with me all you like. And I'm not saying this in a manner to be disrespectful. You've already stated. You literally came on here before and said you think completely different to everybody. Okay, I'm literally just saying what you.
I'm doing what you did, LA.
And LA is another neuroatypical individual who thinks in a completely different manner to other people. I'm not saying that's a bad thing, but I am saying sometimes I feel you don't.
It's all about feelings, or anything.
The uphill struggle
you feel these things. You don't think these things. Why do you feel them?
Which is trying to get other people who think in an extremely different manner, to think like you guys, when in actual fact your brains are just not
objective. I would still love to use that contradiction, brother.
It is what it might be that I've seen. It is what it is.
Why is that
a lot of other. Can I just say, in both your cases, the great majority of people are completely okay with reality. You guys are the ones having the problem. Thank you. Case closed.
All right, and I'm still willing to listen to a contradiction that anybody can bring me, even the great Danny Shine.
Yeah, I think the contradiction is that I noticed anyway, and you might want to call it a conflict or something like that, which is fine. But it seems like contradictory to me to say that there is good, which you've said, but there's no evil. That things are.
Why is that contradictory?
Well, because without one, you cannot define the other. This is what I was trying to explain to you.
No, that's an opposite. No, and I'll try and explain to you. That's not how the principles work today. You can have a corresponding pole and an opposite pole. So what you're saying is I can't have a corresponding pole to good? I got to have an opposite pole?
You still need an opposite at some point to be able to identify
right. And again, the opposite is the corresponding pole, not the opposite pole. No, you don't need to have an opposite. What is the opposite to truth? The truth.
Untruth.
There's no such thing as untruth.
Well, there certainly is. It's the opposite of truth.
No, it's not. There can't be an opposite of truth. Otherwise, there wouldn't be no truth. I don't understand that logic. What do you mean the opposite of truth? Everything is true. It's just how you perceive it.
No, everything is not true. There's things that are simply not true. So this is so. For example, brother, let me give you an example. So one of the common examples for understanding the laws of law of non-contradiction is a ball, right? The ball is red. If the ball is red, then the ball cannot be blue. And we know this by the laws of physics and how energy works.
It's not true. This is why it's flawed. Ready? The ball. What if the ball is red on one side and blue on the other side? I'm colorblind.
That is a straw man of the argument, because the argument is the ball is red. It's not blue. So if you're going to say, the ball could be blue on the other side, that's not what we're talking about here. And I think it's really disingenuous. You're smarter than that, Guru. You're being really disingenuous.
All right. No. I'm not being disingenuous, because the point is the law of non-contradiction doesn't say what you're saying. You're being disingenuous. That's not the law of non-contradiction.
I think it's time for another poll. Can Gracie win another poll?
Right, and so let me explain the law of non-contradiction. The law of non-contradiction has to be from the identical point. It means from another person's perception, it doesn't have to be that. It has to be from the identical point. So you're incorrect. No, brother, yes, it does. Go check. Everybody go check the law of non-contradiction. It says it has to be from that point. Because from another person's point of view, it could be something different.
Grizzly Guru, I have a question. I have a question for you, Grizzly.
Yeah, sure.
Could there be a square rectangle ever in human existence?
What, sorry?
Square rectangle. Could that ever exist?
What's a squared rectangle?
Exactly. So you cannot violate the law of non-contradiction at all.
Again, all you did is say exactly. I asked you what is a squared. I can't tell you if something exists if you don't tell me what it is.
Because it's incoherent. That's the point. It's a contradiction. It's an
Yes,
incoherent.
I'm aware. I'm aware he's given a contradiction. I know what a contradiction is. But all right, and so again,
square circle. The square circle can also never exist in this world because it will violate what the law
what is a
of
squared
non-contradiction.
circle? What do you mean by a squared circle? I can't tell you if it
You know
exists
what a
because you don't
square
tell me
is?
what it is.
You know what a square is?
No, I don't know what a square is.
You
What
don't
is
know
a
a
square?
geometric shape. Well, you don't know geometry.
Oh, abstract square. You mean abstract squares, geometry. They ain't is the formal. Yeah, okay, yeah, I get you. Formal math, you're on geography, yeah?
You think geometry is abstract?
Yes.
Yeah.
I don't believe there's any square in existence. It's not real. Doesn't exist.
Geometry is describing things as they are in the world.
There's no such thing as a straight line, square, or any of these things because scale will tell you that's incorrect.
Well, Guru, so this might be why you're having a hard time understanding the law of non-contradiction, because in your world, squares and circles don't exist. But in
No, they
geometry,
do exist. They're abstract. Don't. I said they're
no,
not
this
real.
is not abstract. This is how we under the geometry. So some
Yeah, but
might
I'm
say,
just saying, in my world, they're abstract.
well, I understand that, and in your world, and that's
You
fine.
don't
That's
because you
cool.
said they didn't exist, so you didn't
Well,
understand that.
Yeah, that's right. Geometry.
No
does
existence.
exist.
I believe things exist in abstract.
Geometry
Yes.
does exist. It is a field of study that has been around for humans for over 3,000 years. I'm sorry, but it's real because we use it for almost every.
Well, the universe.
I didn't say it wasn't a real tool. I just said it wasn't real up here. Someone show me a square.
That was a country.
The current poll for Gracie is on screen.
One.
So here's a question. You saying that in reality, right now, I can find a perfect square?
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Show me.
It takes 490 degree angles.
Can't be possibly done in reality. Can't be
You
done.
can draw it with a ruler.
Impossible.
Just draw a pencil.
All I have to do is zoom in, and that 90-degree angle will be off. 100%. You can't create it. Can anybody here please defend these by saying you can create a perfect circle or square in reality, not in
I'm
abstract.
saying to you, brother,
In
I'm
reality,
saying to you,
what
you
you're saying
draw-
right now is illogical and stupid to me, but it doesn't mean that is. I'm willing
What?
to hear you tell me how I can create
draw a
a
square
real
fine
life
with
square.
ruler.
I'm really listening to you because if I go on AI right now, it'll tell me no, it'll be impossible to do in reality because you can scale it down and you will find that it's out. It's only possible in perfect world. The perfect world is the abstract world. It's not real.
You
It's
don't have
guys
to
that
have
mistake
geometry in a
I want to
perfect
say
world.
the poll is over, guys. We just did a very brief poll. It's the question was: is Gracie generally very much disingenuous? 50% said yes. The other 50% said he's
I would
never
question
not,
those polls.
So I just want to know where this example of a perfect real square is in reality.
You can make one. You can, right, guys? You can make one by drawing.
Yeah, and I think also you need to understand that when you start to add qualifiers, perfect, it has to be a perfect square. Why does it have to be? Can it just be a square? Why does it now have to suddenly be a perfect square? Because a circle has no 90-degree angles in it whatsoever. No matter how much you zoom in, you'll never get a 90-degree angle out of a circle. So a square circle is impossible because it leads to a contradiction. This is how we function in the world. The entire universe is built on geometrical shapes. The entire universe is. Mathematics is the language used to understand it, but what mathematics describes is fundamental reality. And fundamental reality is such because it follows the laws of logic, the law of identity, the law of non-contradiction, the law of the excluded middle. Now you can play word games and say, well, it has to be a perfect square, or I don't identify with squares. I like triangles to be squares or whatever. But this is just at this point, it's a language game.
It is. And he's gone. I don't know if he's coming back, but I think we scared enough whenever I brought up square.
do you want to come on?
But OE, you are correct. You cannot violate the law of non-contradiction, no matter how many times you think you can. Like every philosopher, even like the irrational ones, like the ones based on in the continental side of philosophy, they say, yeah, you can't break that at all. You just can't break it.
And I wasn't trying to be mean to Guru. I did, I kind of gave him a little bit of a hard time with the trying to play word games at the end there, because when he says, well, who's looking at the ball from the other side? Maybe it's blue. This is a straw man in the argument. It's trying to like with the people do this a lot with the trolley problem. They say, well, the infamous trolley problem where you got 5 people on one track, one person on another track, and they've got different versions of it. But the idea is to engage in a thought experiment using intellectual integrity, right? And engage with the experiment as a
Yeah.
soft, not say, oh, well, I'd call Superman down to stop the train or some fucking bullshit like that. At that point, you're just being disingenuous.
Yeah, you are. Yeah, like I like Crazy Guru a lot. He's very funny. He's very charismatic, extremely charismatic. Like I like it when he talks. I wish you can do like an audiobook. But there are some times where I'm
we
like,
want to come back.
but there are like times where I'm like, okay, bro, just chill out. Like you're kind of being a bit pseudo philosophic right here, because like you say that like there is no such thing as like a perfect square in our world, when like it doesn't have to be perfect. It's just a square.
Exactly. And I just think the whole thing is a little bit disingenuous. Now, I don't have any problems with Guru. I think he's trying his best to live a good life. And I think that's what we're all trying to do, is to live a good life. I just see that it's impractical when you start to really break down what the brother's saying. And that's why I was trying to get him to maybe articulate it in a way that I can understand it, because I wholly admit it. Maybe it's my own shortcoming, right? Maybe I'm the one who's having a hard time understanding and following what he's saying. And maybe there's something completely legitimate behind it. But the vernacular that he's using doesn't follow. It doesn't logically follow that there's no opposites. And if he's going to say there's something positive about anything, then he must accept that there's an opposite, because that follows the laws of logic. And we must have this for the law of identity to work. We cannot identify what is positive without being able to look at the opposite of what is not positive. And you can play word games with however you want. Evil, good, bad, bullshit, what the fuck ever, doesn't matter. At the end of the day, if you're going to pin something down, existence, then you must be able to understand non-existence, which is for me to take this away. So you've got existence, you've got not existence. So you must be able to understand everything is a dichotomy that actually is. Everything is, must have an is not behind it. Otherwise, we can't identify it.
Yeah.
Hello, Brother Marcus. Welcome back, sir. Welcome back, Brother Marcus.
Hello.
Hello, mate. How you doing? How you doing? And anybody else want to come on, please do. Links in the chat. I know Chickpea wanted to say something, so do come back, Chickpea, if you want to. Brother Marcus, what did you want to add?
I forgot what the topic was about.
So have I. So it's okay. We'll try and remember. It's been an emotional roller coaster. By the way, I meant to bring in the doctor. The doctor, you're on the Finding Gnosis show. What do you want to say?
Yeah.
Doctor.
Hello. Yes, I just wanted to point out that both Life Abolitionist and the Crazy Guru are autistic, clearly. And the Life Abolitionist, he never expresses humor. He's a straight up psychopath.
If you listen to my live streams, I actually do make jokes. We do have
Yes, he's gone.
But you're not on my channel, so you don't know. When I come on here, I'm in a different mindset. We're here to debate. I'm not going to crack jokes because we don't have time to speak. By the time I crack some stupid joke, I'm going to be cut off and it's going to be somebody else's turn to speak. So you can come up here and sing your stupid songs. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to waste valuable time when people are actually having meaningful conversations.
I mean, anyway, even if you are autistic or you are a psychopath, what does it matter? We're concerned with what he's saying, not his clinical labels, which may or may not have any relevance. I mean, they're always these labels that they apply to somebody. Sometimes they change them. In decades to come, they might call it something else. And I might say, actually, we're looking at the wrong characteristics here. The Venn diagram is wrong. Maybe we should move it around a bit and classify them as something else. I'm not concerned with whether he's autistic or he's a psychopath, really. I want to hear what he's saying. Does it have any validity? Of course, I did say earlier, I have to admit, I was raising the point because they have admitted they are neuroatypical. And I'm just saying,
you would agree that we have to make jokes, right? You make jokes and I make jokes again. It's not like we're just all serious all the time. Like you make stuff about me being gay and stuff, and I don't take offense to it. It's a joke.
It's a joke, and LA has a great sense of humor. I will say that about him. In fact, you do know, guys, that this is
this is on you because his whole act is a comedic one.
Well, I actually think that LA actually, I've seen a couple of videos. I recently found his channel, and I would recommend people look into it because I think that there is another side of LA that maybe we don't see on this show. Now, I personally, while I have some fundamental disagreements with the antinatalist position and the anarchist position, I also see that there's some really strong arguments being presented by LA, and I don't think that they're always being taken seriously. I think that people, if they want to push back against what LA is saying, they need to meet LA where he's at. And I also don't think that there's a problem with being autistic. I have an autistic nephew, and he's the most amazing little kid you could ever possibly hope to meet. You want to talk about loving, kind, innocent, and very intelligent as well. So if somebody says autistic, I don't like people using those kind of words as a slur or negative or derogatory sense. I'm not saying that's what Kenny was doing, or Dr. Kenny.
It was. He was doing it for a trolling reason. Yeah.
Yeah, I just don't think that's we should. I think we should be pushing to live in a world that's beyond that kind of bullshit. Honestly, I mean, joking about stuff is great, especially when we can laugh at ourselves. But using words like autistic in a derogatory sense, because it basically means that you're not ready to engage with the argument at face value. And I think LA makes some strong arguments.
Mm-hmm.
He does.
Yeah.
Well,
Exactly. It's actually great that recently. Oh, sorry, was someone trying to talk?
So DNW and objective ethics, you assert that LA has presented some strong arguments. What's one that you could use as an example?
I think, well, just right off the top of my head, I would say that he's absolutely right that every human being that we bring into this world is now sharing limited resources. And I think that's something that should be taken into consideration. I'm not an antinatalist.
Yeah,
but
I think that was his.
point.
I think that was a good point where he was arguing, like, because everyone was saying, "What's it got to do with you?" when he was talking about procreation, and I think that was a good point because actually, yeah, it does affect him. It affects his. If he's a taxpayer, it affects him. He has a right to comment on things that he believes affects him.
Okay.
So, Brother Marcus, now my understanding, brother, is that you are pretty well informed when it comes to philosophy. I'm surprised you didn't come on to discuss more about the laws of logic and how that this is how the real world works. Aristotle would have been a great person to cite. You, I'm sure you'd have been the person to help lay that out more clearly.
Oh yeah, objective ethics. Yeah, guess
He
what I'm
was
reading.
there, but he was not allowed to speak, so he left.
Yeah.
How is that an argument presented by LA? Is that to me, you Earth Dogs? Because I believe he did say. Did others hear him say that?
Because people don't understand what overpopulation means. They think it's about land space. It's not about resources and quality of life. So if it was so self-evident, then people would not say it's a myth. And the question was how does my decision to procreate affect you? And I was answering that question directly. If it was obvious, then he would not have posed that question in the first place. It affects everybody.
Yeah.
Well, listen, I gotta take a shower. I haven't since I got back from the gym. I grabbed something to eat, but I haven't cleaned up yet. So I wanted to say thank you for letting me jump on here. It's too bad Guru left. Because I thought we were trying to have a productive conversation, and I hope the brother doesn't think that I came here to antagonize him or put him down and I hope I didn't give you guys that impression. That's what I came here to do. I just wanted to
No.
I understand
You
him,
were
right?
very civilized, Owie, and
yes,
yeah,
we like
I know you have high standards. I'm sorry, we were a little bit rough and ready tonight. Yeah.
Yeah, man.
No. My standards aren't too high for you guys. I love the entertainment. I'm actually going to continue to listen on my phone while I get cleaned up. And then maybe if you're still at it, maybe I'll jump back on later, depending on where the conversation is going. But I did want to say thank you, DNW, for giving me a chance. One of the things I really like about the way you do your show is when somebody comes on, as chaotic as things are, you always try to find ways to bring people into the conversation, at least make an introduction or something. You do such a good job with your show, brother. It's difficult when you have so many people, so many different ideas, so many different personality types trying to come in and engage. And I've been so impressed with DNW. So everybody like and subscribe, support the channel. Okay.
See ya.
Thank you, Owie.
God bless.
Well, it's nice, but he didn't hear the first part of this show.
Yeah, he didn't.
Yerf Dog says DNW and OE were asked to clarify a good argument that LA made. OE said LA talks about how we share limited resources. Is that the best argument you could come up with? Is that to OE? OE's gone
Wasn't
now.
an argument. I was responding to a question.
Danny's here.
No.
He says the world is overpopulated by 8.2.
I asked DNW and OE about your best art, like one argument that is presented by LA that they thought was I forgot the exact word that they used, but they both agreed that LA presents either a good argument or some good arguments. So I wanted to know.
I mean, the argument was why should he have a say in why should he be why should he people ask what's it got to do with him in terms of why does he comment on other people's procreation or choices?
I agree.
I think he made pretty good he gave a pretty good answer there when he
If
said
you procreated in a state of nature, it would have nothing to do with me at all. But if you procreate under the state of society where you get to dilute my vote and consume resources, limited resources, it absolutely affects me. You're going to vote away my rights. And I mean, if I'm going to be impacted by your decision, I assume he's not receiving any public services, but it doesn't matter. He says he didn't give his children a social security number and a birth certificate. I don't know how that actually works out. At the end of the day, you still have to live somewhere. You're still resources. I guess we could figure out whether he actually did put his children in the matrix. But at the end of the day, most people do put their children in the matrix, and it does affect everybody. So unless he can explain how his parenting is different from everybody else's parenting, I don't know how to even respond to that.
Okay, well, listen, I'm going to go make myself a cup of tea. So it's over to you guys. Pristine, you've been quiet for a while. Chickpea, do you want to come on?
Chickpea wants to hear from Pristine.
Pristine, please take the floor, please, and give us a TED talk.
What Chickpea wants to hear from me?
Yeah, take a look
Really?
at the chat. She wanted to hear from you. I forgot about what, though.
I don't really have much to say. Let me have a look.
You made a point earlier that I forgot, and I wanted to respond to it. I'm trying to remember what you said. Wait, it's fine.
Are you talking about
Okay.
Pristine?
Yeah.
Oh, really? Oh, okay. I don't know what I said. I was just bringing my groceries in. It's daytime here. Hi, Chickpea. What did you want to say?
Gosh, a female.
I am back. Sorry, Chickpea. Yerf Dog says he's waiting for abolitionism to clarify what comments of his that he weaponized against you. He's offering to apologize if he did something wrong.
What he's trying to say is that just because I shared it in a public space, so that basically makes it carte blanche for him to bring it up and use it in a way that I did not want it to be. It's like, even if I did share, it's supposed to be a safe space. It's not for you to just come back and throw it in my face. And then, I'm supposed to be okay with that. Like, you keep bringing up that I allegedly failed the bar exam. You don't even know what actually happened. You don't know the context of it. I didn't like what you said about me being disinherited by my father. So at the end of the day, I don't want your apology. I just think you're an asshole. I just don't like you. I just want you to leave me alone.
Who you talking about?
You. I don't want to debate you. I'm not interested in your questions.
I'll be back in a moment.
Just leave me alone. You don't need to apologize. Just leave me alone.
Hello, who are you talking about?
He's
I'm talking about that everybody sees. Anyway, I'm not even going to mention his name. He doesn't exist to me.
He's talking about Yerf Dogs. I'll mention the name.
Oh, yeah. Okay, sorry. Thank you. Just curious. Okay.
I've already stated it. It's not like why would I need to repeat myself? Like, I didn't like how when I talked about being disinherited from my father, your first instinct is to question the veracity of my story. At the end of the day, you know what? I was sharing my story to other people who actually have a modicum of empathy. If you don't have empathy, if you're just a narcissistic piece of shit, then I was not talking to you. Let the other people who have empathy talk. I'm not. You don't give a shit. Then I don't need to sit on panels with you. I know you don't care. I don't care about you either. So it goes both ways.
Hello, Robin.
Evening, everybody.
How are you?
Hello.
Can you hear me well?
Yeah.
But he's doing the same thing. He's saying because I said it in public, then I get. That's what I'm not even going to try to justify it. If you're that retarded, you don't understand that just because I say something in public that does not have some decency. Somebody lost their father and they got disinherited. That's not your opportunity to put them on cross-examination. Only an asshole would do that. So no, it doesn't, because I said it in public. Only a damn lawyer, a prosecutor who wants to cross-examine someone for their own narcissistic supply would do something like that. So I don't respect you. I'm not going to respond to your questions. If you don't understand what you did, then you can just be confused. It's not my responsibility to explain it to you. You don't have any, you're morally bankrupt. And so that's the reason why you don't understand. No, it doesn't matter how much I explain it to you. You don't get it because you don't have any fucking empathy.
Actually, Marcus, that
Yeah.
thing you sent me has really cheered me up. I've watched it about 100 times because I really like that guy, Christian. I think he's fabulous. Christopher,
I've
what's
watched
his
it a
name?
lot of times. Even it's a short thing, but it's really funny.
Really
And
funny. Yeah,
yeah.
thank you. I will keep it for the rest of my life. I will. I love it. Thank
I'm
you.
glad
It's
you
very
liked it.
sweet of you. Yeah, adore it. Yeah, I do. And D&W, I like that he used to have that thing about Chickpea go to bed with your cats or something. He doesn't play it anymore. But yeah, they're all with me at the moment. But I actually like Christopher. What's his name? I forgot his surname.
Watkins. Yeah, he's really good.
Yeah, yeah, I like him. Yeah.
Cheer up, chickpea, cheer up, chickpea. Smile, my dear. Laugh. Next, cuddle your 7 cats and have a cup of tea. Cheer up, chickpea, cheer up, chickpea. Smile, my dear, let the bad days flee. Put David Ack on, not knowingly, then laugh it off conspiratorially. Dance in your favorite hat like that. Curl up tonight with your 7 cats. Cheer up, chickpea, don't look so blue. Smile, my dear, the world needs you. Don't let the archons get you down. They hate it when you laugh. They frown. Laugh till it echoes. Dance round the flat. Fall asleep tangled in 7 warm cats.
I do love it, D&W, and I'll support it forever.
Cheer up, chickpea, cheer up, chickpea. Smile, my dear. Laugh.
I'm jealous. I'm jealous.
Yeah.
So what?
LA has
LA's
one.
got one. LA
LA
has one. I
has
don't know where
one
it is. Let
too.
me see if I can find it. I don't know where it is.
Oh, yeah, the LA one, yeah.
I'm so jealous, chickpea. I want one for my SPC D&W.
Oh God.
I
don't want
really,
one.
I feel
I don't
really,
want-
it's a lovely thing for you both to do for me, and I will love them the rest of my life, and I will.
I don't know where LA's is. I'm sorry, LA. It's been a while.
Could I look up how archons communicate?
Oh, hold on a second.
Psychological.
You miserable say you've been doom scrolling half the age.
1 second, I got that.
Cheer up, LA, you miserable say you've been doom scrolling half the age of the average turnip in a bucket of rain.
muttering grandly about sorrow and pain. But you're too smart, son, to rot in despair with all that intellect tangling your hair. Use that big brain for a happier art. Help your own life before it falls apart. So cheer up, LA, have a nice cup of tea. Stop philosophizing every shrub and tree. Live long and prosper till you're wrinkled and gray. Then drift off, smiling in your sleep one day. Tend your garden, eat your lentil stew. Let a bit of sunlight get inside of you. Use your intellect, don't just sit and brood. Help yourself live well and help other folk too. You can map the void with a fountain pen. Outthink 12 bishops and 6 wise men. You can spot bad logic a mile away and explain Schopenhauer by the break of day. But what's the point of a marvelous mind if you only use it to moan and grind? A clever man ought to know by now how to plant a seed and milk a cow. Buy oat milk, being vegan minded and such. So cheer up, LA, have a nice cup of tea. Stop philosophizing every shrub and tree. Live long and prosper till you're wrinkled and gray. Then drift off, smiling in your sleep one day. Tend your garden, eat your lentil stew. Let a bit of sunlight get inside of you. Use your intellect, don't just sit and brood. Help yourself live well and help other folk too. Go to Mexico, walk by the sea. Stop acting like doom is your destiny. Have some guacamole, shake your behind. Leave the apocalypse out of your mind. There's no great virtue in being grim. If joy is at the beach and the tide's coming in, you need not solve all suffering tonight. Sometimes wisdom is sitting in light. You're smart, LA, no doubt that's true. So do something useful with what's in you. Make life lighter where you can. Be a bomb, not just a broken man. Help your own heart, help your friends. Make a little goodness before it ends. A mind like yours should not be spent just writing footnotes to discontent. So cheer up, LA, have a nice cup of tea. Stop philosophizing every shrub and tree. Live long and prosper till you're wrinkled and gray. Then drift off, smiling in your sleep one day. Tend your garden, eat your lentil stew. Let a bit of sunlight get inside of you. Use your intellect, let it do some good. Help yourself enjoy life like a smart man should. Cheer up, LA, don't be absurd. Even gloomy prophets need sun and a bird. You've got the brains now, make this your creed. Enjoy your life and help others do the same indeed.
Country bumpkin.
I like how it says, like, ignore the, what is it, the apocalypse, but your channel literally says about how terrible this existence is and how we're all doomed. I love that.
LA, don't you
Yeah,
love
no,
that?
I don't necessarily say we
I'm
are all
back.
doomed now.
I'm back.
Remember that. I think we're in a bad place, a very bad place.
Yeah, we are in a horrible, shitty place. Yeah.
We're in a horrible, shitty place, and the probability that it's going to work out in the end is pretty shitty. But you know what? Don't worry about it.
It's
What? Wait, but brother Marcus, isn't that kind of ignoring the question? If we don't worry about it.
That's my point. Don't worry about it.
At least
That's my new
we've
motto
got
in
each
life.
other.
Don't worry about it.
Yeah,
Don't
at
worry
least-
about
well,
it. Are you going to be
Chickpea
like,
had it right.
don't worry about it.
I think Chickpea's.
Hey, don't worry about it.
Hey, don't worry about it. Hey, don't. Yeah.
We got someone called the Hackney Ripper. That's
I
a weird
know. Wonder if he lives down the road. I wonder if he lives down the road. Hackney Ripper.
Do you know that Jack the Ripper is actually over here in Brizzy, where I am? Yeah, he came all the way over here apparently and died in one of those graves somewhere around here.
Wow.
Yep. It's hilarious. That storyline took quite a twist. You'd
Did
think
you
he'd
know
still be in England.
Yeah. Did you know that George Washington was a Freemason and like his grave is like one of the largest Freemason lodges ever? It's like 30 minutes away from my house and it's like in front of
Freemason, the inventor of vaccines, fucking everything. Yeah, they're everywhere and everything.
Yeah.
Oh, the Hackney Ripper's gone.
Did you guys
George
know
Washington
that?
also had, I believe he had teeth, false teeth made out of
Ivory
slave.
teeth. They were not made out of wood. They were ivory teeth.
Ivory,
Oh,
yeah.
ivory. I
Yes.
heard they were
Did
made
you-
from slaves.
Yeah,
Yes.
no, that's a myth. No, his teeth.
Is it?
He had fake teeth. They were dentures, but they were made of ivory, not wood or any of his other slaves' teeth. That's like a myth or something. It's a rumor.
Oh,
Yeah.
did that person leave?
Yeah.
But back in the day, people did pull real people's teeth out and then use them to create dentures.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. They did, but he wasn't
Oh my
one of them.
God.
He wasn't one of them. No, he wasn't. He did have slaves though. He had a shit ton of slaves. I think like 20,000 of them in his ranch inside Mount Vernon, which is like 35 minutes away where I live. Yeah.
I mean, I'm pretty sure everyone had slaves though back then, right? Like,
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Of course. Franklin, Thomas Jefferson, all of them had slaves.
Nobody's
Still
ever
kind of
gonna
today.
top the Roman Empire, though. The Roman Empire just went crazy on the whole slave. I think they had more slaves than Romans.
No, wait, Robin, that's not true. I think the Islamic empires had like at one
Yeah.
point
They've still got
more
slaves
slaves
now.
than
That's
freaking like
Still
their
got
own
them now.
people, right? Because they're the ones who started the trans sub-Saharan like slave trade. You know, the
Yeah.
Arabs,
Yeah.
the Islamics.
We're all slaves to life.
We're all slaves anyway, yeah.
who's seen American Horror Story Coven? That's a very interesting season. Who are you calling slave, bitch? That black shit.
But like, did you guys know that the Ottoman Empire had like white European slaves all the way from like Iceland,
A
Scotland,
horror
and
story, isn't it? Isn't it a
The
horror
Ottoman Empire.
story?
My great uncle was a Ottoman slave, and they put him in the Janissaries and chopped his nuts off and made him
that's what
fight
they did.
for
The Ottoman Empire did.
the Ottoman Empire. Yeah, they were nasty people.
They were nasty. It was really bad. Horror story, the Ottoman Empire.
I still dislike the Romans more though.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing, though. What's interesting is that the Ottomans saw themselves as like the third incarnation of the Roman Empire because they, in their minds, okay, so we sacked Constantinople, we took over the Byzantines, so now we're going to like make a new era of the Roman Empire, but with the Ottomans now. Yeah, in fact, a lot of people say that like Rome fell in the year 1922.
So did Moscow, didn't they?
Yeah, Third Rome. Yeah, the Moscow, the Moscow Principality said that they were the Third Rome. The Russian Empire said they were so that's why the Russians and the Ottomans hated each other for.
Weren't they the Fourth Rome? Because they're always about the Fourth Reich and all of that. Weren't they not the Fourth Rome? Then?
No. They were Third Rome. Russia Empire was Third Rome, Moscow, but the Ottomans also claimed to be the continuation of the Roman. And butt heads with the Russians, so that's why between the Ottomans and the Russians there was a lot of wars between them. Yeah, a lot of wars.
And that's all of that's to do with the Ukrainian legacy as well, because
Crimea, Tatar. Yeah.
Oh, I love history. History's good for us. You remember what Bob Marley said? Bob Marley said, if you know where you're coming from, so basically history's good for all of us so that we can see in the past that a lot of the things that are happening to us right now are just a reinvention of things that we've tried to do to each other in the past.
Yeah, it's all a horror story.
It is it's just a rinse and repeat horror show of just like brutality and falseness. Yeah, it's just really, really bad. Yeah, like I can't believe Ukraine is still being fought over. Still to this day, it's still being fought over. You know, it's always been fought over between the Russians, the Ottomans, and now Russians and the rest of the European and American world. You know.
Anyway, you guys, can I have a little bit of a rant because
a little bit of a rant.
Yeah, a little bit of a rant. I literally just I finally got it together and I uploaded my book to something called KDP. Which is, yeah, it's part of the Amazon, book thing. And I thought, well, everybody knows Amazon. It would be an easy place to put my book. So I followed the instructions. I uploaded my book and I put it online. And are
Did
you
you get
there?
money? How many people have books around
Well,
here?
yeah.
Does it pay well? Is that why they're doing it?
Am I allowed to have a little bit of a rant or not? Come on, be fair.
Oh, okay, fine. Yeah, sure.
So anyway, I uploaded my
Have a
book.
rant.
Thank you.
I like
So
when people rant.
yeah, so I uploaded my book and it was all done, and then I started letting everybody know that I'd done it. I placed it on this. You can give it for 3 weeks for absolutely free, and so that everybody had access to it. And then the very next thing, I go back to check my book, and this massive sign comes up. Oh, now you have to give us all of your passport details.
What?
Yeah.
Wow.
And you know me, I thought it's probably just an empty threat. I'll bypass it because I've got these stupid star asterisks that I put on the end of my book, and people said it was silly, and I wanted to remove the star. I have no access to my book anymore, and they're holding my book to ransom until I show them my passport details.
Damn.
Yeah.
Damn, David. No, I'm kind of but no, that's really bad. Yeah.
So, and it took them 72 hours to approve my book because they said they had to check it. There's a massive chapter in my book that says that people should have the right not to show there, and companies shouldn't have the right to store anybody's passport details at all. Yet now they've got my book, they've kidnapped my book, and they're going, unless you show me your passport, we're keeping all the royalties that your book ever makes.
Wow.
So then they're just stealing from me.
Damn.
Yeah.
And like, you actually tried to like publish this book by self-publishing, right? Right? This is the
Yeah. That's what they say, that you can self-publish the book, and you can pull it online and all of that, and they'll take a commission on every book that's been sold. But now they've blocked complete. I can't even take it back off of their site. They've blocked it complete access to my book.
That's
So we
crazy.
see some new legislation that's coming through.
And this was Amazon KDP for anybody that doesn't want to.
Oh yeah. I'm not gonna like self-publish through anything there on Amazon. Hell no. That's just a recipe for like a disaster. For my honest opinion.
Why is it a recipe for disaster?
Because of that. Because of the story he just told.
I mean, I didn't have to submit my passport.
Yeah.
Well, it's probably a new piece of legislation that's just come
Yeah.
in.
No, I just uploaded another, basically a Cliff Note version of my original book.
Saying it's just a piece of new legislation. It's obviously just come in.
Is that?
In which case you will be part of it, wouldn't you?
I'm going to use it.
Do you have editors, or you're just throwing out whatever into the void? How are you editing?
I didn't have an editor. I had to do it myself, which, I mean, I know it's not perfect, but that's what self-publishing is like. So
I don't think. No, I think it's okay if you hire an editor, even though yourself publishing. I think it's ideal to hire at least some type of like editorial person. Like,
but people don't want to pay for it, so I'm not going to invest my money, and then it's a sunken cost. I already know how people are. I'll spend thousands of dollars hiring an editor, and then people don't even want to read. So I'm not even going to do that.
Yeah, that's fair enough. That's fair enough.
But Robin, you're in the UK, aren't you?
Yes, I live in the
Yeah,
UK.
obviously.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I bet I bet this is a piece of new UK legislation. Are you any money?
I mean, I already online on Amazon, because my dad the other day he wanted to he wanted to buy a pair of scissors, the big box cutting scissors.
Yes.
And I tried to buy them on Amazon, and they wouldn't send them to me unless I showed my passport details.
Yeah,
And then
you know what?
I said to my dad, I'm not going to buy those. I'm not going to buy them. And then we got them from a local shop.
Yes,
But
Robin. Yeah, I forgot to mention it. I want a new bread knife. I cannot buy a bread knife from Amazon till I prove my age. So they want, and I just gave up as soon as I saw that they're doing it to me. They did it to me. Yeah, I need a new bread knife, and I have to.
this is very different, Chickpea. They let me upload my book. Normally, I can choose the knife, and they go, yeah, but before you can have it, you have to show you. With my thing, they let me upload my book, give my bank details, all of my details, and then my book was uploaded. Then they waited a couple of days, and then they sprung the now you have to share your passport details
Yeah,
with me.
there's something weird going on in this country. It's becoming really quite nasty. Everything. Yes. Yeah, I told you I had a cup. Yeah, with a bread knife. Just want to buy a bread knife.
I don't think it has to be a passport. It has to be some type of identification. Excuse me, because I don't even have a passport.
Well, LA, you have to realize they live in the UK. The UK is a fucking shithole.
Thank you, Fatima.
It's a shithole. All the offense, like seriously, because you guys don't even like it. But how can anyone live in the UK like rationally? I don't understand. I don't understand how anyone can voluntarily stay in the UK.
Yeah, it's getting bad here.
I don't understand. I really like everything that comes out of that small island is just shit after shit after shit.
Bad here. You know what, Fatima? For the past 2 years, they've been monitoring my bank account. They actually know every single thing I do. They told me as well 3 years ago. We're monitoring your bank account.
Yeah, but that's everywhere, though, Chick. I think that's everywhere. Like everywhere, even in America, they see your bank account, right? Because the bank will send you like emails and notifications of like, "Hey, did you make this purchase?" Yeah, I think that's just everywhere.
This is the DWP. This is the actual government doing it.
Oh, the government's doing it, so it's not even like the banking corporation.
No, it's the Department of Pensions doing it. I've got the government monitoring my bank account. They know everything I do.
Well, I still think it's kind of the same thing everywhere. I think the government is linked to corporations here in America, especially.
Oh yeah, no, this is all to do with digital. You know, they're phasing it all in now, but yeah.
Yeah.
And I've got a really boring bank account. Tesco, Amazon. So I'm
not oh god, yeah, but still, for all like the faults I say about this country I live in, like at least I have a better springboard here than living in the UK, because like it's so grim living in the UK. Yes. Like Jesus Christ,
it's changed a lot.
It's only been the last 10 years, though. It literally only has been the last 10 years. And you know how the British are always so proud about how they stood up on their own in Europe against the Nazis?
Yeah,
and now 80 years later, we've become the very thing that we were fighting against.
Yeah, right. Fucking hell. Like, you guys are essentially just becoming like the fucking a dystopian place that like George Orwell was warning about. Like, you guys don't even read your own like stuff from like the people.
No, I read it all. It's written in Nostradamus wrote about it. It's in the Bible as well.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, like
to be destroyed by something from the east. Yeah.
I have actually heard from people that Orwell was a member of the Fabian Society.
He was exactly. So once again,
his books were not to predict or warn us against what was happening in the future. It was a suggestion of what we should be doing.
Yeah. You know what I found about 1984? How he wrote about all those big black screens we were all going to be having in our living rooms.
Yeah, TVs, personal TVs, yeah.
Yeah, they're huge. I mean, when he wrote that book in 1948, I don't know how he saw that all these years later.
He was a member of the Fabian. He was a member of the Fabian Society,
which is linked to guess who? The Freemasons. Yeah, the Fabians and Freemasons are linked.
Guess who's running the UK at this very particular second? Members of the same Fabian Society.
Yes, I know.
Yeah, exactly. Like your guys' PM is explicitly a member of that shit, the Fabian stuff. Yeah. Yeah,
You have to be in order to get in. It wouldn't
course,
take you
yeah.
otherwise.
yeah, and I think even that creep who died a long time ago, Saville, I think he was a part of the Fabians,
Of
right?
course he was.
Of course he was. Yeah,
You know what? He used to dine with the royals. He even died
Yeah.
in that stupid bitch of a queen. So that's how way in he was.
of course. Yeah, he was part of the
No,
Fabians.
he used to go to the palace for dinner.
Well, there might be some good news because apparently, I mean, I'm no fan of the royals, but I am British, and I do understand how the royals were supposed to be a safety valve on top of democracy. But recently, Prince William stood up and said that he does not agree with what his father's doing. I don't know whether that's for good PR or not, but
That's good
it's
PR.
something.
No. He's not being genuine about that. The royal family, they're just a bunch of leeches. You know, they're just snakes. That's all they are. They're literally snakes. Yeah, that's all they are. You know, they just say things to appear nice and blah blah blah, and then people will think that they're not as cold blooded as what they seem to be, but they actually are even more cold blooded than what they.
They're cold blooded. The files.
Yeah, they had like video phones as early as the 1920s, so that makes sense why he would know that, because there were already like video type communication, mainly starting in the 1930s, but in Germany, so yeah, they already had that. And there's pictures on the internet you can see as well. Anyway, just thought I'd mention that.
Yeah,
Oh yeah,
IBM.
Yeah, I think he just made like a great guess. Yeah, George Orwell just made like a good, educated guess about how the future of these things are going to look like, and that's what he did.
Yeah, it wouldn't have been
Wrong to say we've gone on too long. So we'll do a little round the houses, closing remarks. Pristine, do you want to go first?
Yeah, have a good night, everyone, for those of you who are in the nighttime.
Thank you. Fatima?
Once again, thank you, DNW, for the opportunity, and for everyone watching, buenas noches. That means a good night in Spanish. Yep. Have a good night, everyone.
LA, do you want to say your closing remarks?
No, I don't have anything.
Okay. Brother Marcus.
If you ever feel like you don't have a place in this world, you'll always have a place on this show. Have a good night.
Hell yeah, Brother Marcus.
Robin.
Porque nosotros estamos hablando español. Un buena noche por todos mis hermanos y hermanas.
Hell yeah.
I'm just
Gracias,
showing.
Chebolulo.
También, Patty, también. Good night, lads. Good night, lads. And Brother Marcus is right. This show is a place for all of those that feel that they need some support.
Yes.
I don't get up. Nice.
I didn't see you, Chickpea. Sorry, go ahead.
Thank you. Oh my God, that's so nice. I don't. Grubguts.
Go ahead.
Anyway, goedenacht, grubguts, and hele leuke nacht gehad. That's Dutch.
Thank you.
That was definitely Dutch. Een hele goede nacht tot jou ook. Want we moeten allemaal gewoon samenleven. Dat is het gewoon, ja? That was Robin.
Speaks multiple languages.
Robin?
Take what you need.
Ja, ik heb 7 jaar in Nederland gewoond. Ik kan ook doorgeven van
In the chest. Stay well, stay sharp, stay aware of what is going on to the best of your ability. Breathe in deep and close your eyes. There's something moving everywhere. No big answers handed down, no fixed truth to pass around, but something shifted, something did, something opened, something lived.
not a path that's set in stone, not a voice that speaks alone, just a space where thoughts can meet, just a place to take a seat. Take what you need, leave the rest. Keep what landed in your chest. Stay well, stay sharp, stay aware of what is going on to the best of your ability. Breathe in deep and close your eyes. There's something moving everywhere. Hold your mind, don't drift too far. You don't always need to know what's true. You don't always need to see it all. Just stay with what moves in you. Take what you need, leave the rest. Keep what landed in your chest. Stay well, stay sharp, stay aware of what is going on to the best of your ability. Breathe in deep and close your eyes. There's something moving everywhere. Take what you need. Be on your way. We'll speak again some other day. And if we never speak again, don't worry, don't you fret. We roll on in spirit always. We roll on in